Howdy, howdy, everybody. Welcome in tonight. Hope everybody's doing good. Good to see all of you here. Little chat earlier. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Well, I was gonna put some video presentations up, but one thing I found that you can't really see videos and you can't really see things that are written, typed. So but I'll just talk about it until I figure out a way to set up a presentation and talk to. And on top of the news today is down in Venezuela. And my friend here that become a citizen, boy, he is so glad, so happy. And I watched the celebrations down there of people in Venezuela, in Caracas, with the flags and lining the streets and welcoming our people. Other countries are in misery. Welcome back, Derek. Hey, Deb, bye. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Warms my heart. Warms my heart. But everybody's hollering, "Oh, we're in for oil. We're in for this. We're in for that." You know, no, we got a bad guy that was trying to control a whole country. We got a bad guy, a dictator, out of power, just like we did to Shah Haram when I was younger. Unfortunately, they put the Khomeini in charge, which didn't work out too good. Hey, Lynn, good to see you. Hey, Charlene, my niece. Get a little tongue tied here. Everybody, the link is on band. So if you want to come up, go on band and get it. I can't put it out here. Don't want to put it out here. Uh, and my mods know what to do. I'm not gonna put up with the stuff we put up with from last week. It's pathetic. I'll send it to you, Sean. Let me get my act together here. Can I? Oh, I think so. Hang on. Yeah, everybody is celebrating down there. They love it. They don't think we're after their oil. They know we're not after their oil. We're there to free them and keep like I said many a times. We have the Monroe Doctrine down in South America, and it's up to us to protect those countries. That's what James Monroe wrote way back in those days, and it's up to us to make good on it. John, I'm working on it. Hopefully that'll work. No, we don't need anybody else. We got enough oil. Well, when I lived in Ohio, when I was a teenager, which is many years ago, yeah, many years ago when I was a young lad, the oil companies come in, they put a well everywhere, everywhere. There was oil derricks going up. We had one right across the street, probably less than 100 yards, and it was pumping day and night, day and night. Hey, there's Sean.
Hello, how you
Yeah.
doing?
But they put those oil wells in. They put so many in, they had to make an ordinance. You know, you could only put one well to every 10 acres. Well, then powers to be thought, well, we got to cap this off for future. And they capped about everything there is in Ohio. But these oil companies, when I was picked to go to Europe, they paid my entry fee that I had to pay, and the oil companies, you know, they donated it to me. But I asked the big guy, I said, well, how much oil is here? And he says, well, son, he said, we could pump day and night, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for 200 years and just barely make a dent in it. So guys in Ohio, there's oil. We don't need other people. We didn't need Saudi Arabia. We didn't need anybody's oil. We got it here, but they keep the lid on it. So how's your day been, Sean?
My day has been very busy. I was looking at a vehicle today, but it didn't work out because the vehicle, number one, was not worth the price the gentleman was asking for. Clearly it wasn't worth it, but he thinks it was worth $1,500. I said no. It's got a transmission problem. A transmission is $2,000, dude. Like,
Yeah.
you think this car is worth any money? It's got 135,000 miles on it. Yeah, I said, yeah, your undercarriage looks nice, but guess what? You have a transmission problem. You need struts for the front. You need more things, man.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
cars not worth
you
it.
need to you need to check your Wi-Fi. You're coming in and out. Hey,
Oh,
Glory,
hold on.
good to have you. Good to see you here.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just keep talking a little bit. Let me see if it fades
Yeah,
in
hello,
now.
testing, 1 2 3, 1 2 3.
That's better. That's better.
Yeah. So yeah, there's just I have to right now. I'm still looking through a vehicle, but problem is the vehicles are just a little bit price range right now.
Yeah.
I ain't rich.
No.
And hello
Yeah.
there, Glory be.
South America, it was put under our protection way back in the day, you know, right? Way back in Monroe's time. So, you know, thank goodness we haven't had any problems up till recently. Well, let's say the past 50 years. It's been a while. With the cartels and everything, but they haven't really done it to the extent of what Narco's doing. We had to take him out because it was messing with everything. Everything. The drugs coming into the States, the oil production, who they were sending to, who they were supplying. And we had contracts that they destroyed, you know, they didn't honor. So it's more than most people think. People think, oh, we're doing it just to steal the oil. And no, we don't need it. And we definitely don't need their drugs.
We right now, I think we need to free Keaton Peterson and the gentleman in Minnesota in jail that they claim that the guy killed this man. Number one, it proved that he basically was on a lot of drugs. It's time to release these people, man. The guy, that gentleman should not be in jail right now, and she needs to be out of jail now. She's got cancer. I mean, I appreciate what Trump has done, but right now we need to get these things done. We need to get our country. We need to get the voter IDs in law. And no, guys, if I right now I don't have a van, but yeah, I mean I'm looking around, but it takes a lot of money for a van. People, things are
Yeah,
not cheap.
the Lord will provide, son. Just keep
Yeah,
praying.
yeah, that's what I
Keep
do.
praying. Yes, He will. Let's see. This is my plan, Sean. I'm gonna talk about this Venezuela, and then I'm gonna talk about J6,
Hmm.
and then I'm gonna go into Minnesota.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what this is my plan.
Okay.
So, we Venezuela is a really sticky wiki, and they're going to people love it. They're going to people hate it. Hey, U-Haul, good to see you. U-Haul.
U-Haul's here. Hello, U-Haul.
Yep, my good old friend there. I haven't commented much lately, but I've been watching you. If y'all don't watch U-Haul, watch U-Haul. He gives a lot of, he likes his monster drinks, that's for sure. Ah, you failed at the hot chicken challenge. Oh man, well come on up. Let me send you the link. U-Haul, you want to come up? Yes or no? Any of my mods have U-Haul so they can send it to him? Send the link to him. Okay, you'll watch. All right. Anybody wants the link, let my mods know. If you know, I'm not putting it out there for everybody because we are a family. We're going to stick together, stand together, and we have 18 minutes. 18 minutes. Like I said, I was going to talk. I'm going to talk about J6. I'm not going to show videos or anything because it's hard to do. It's hard to do on the phone. But the main thing, we went to J6. We went to Washington D.C. because we saw that our election was stolen. Everybody in the country knows, right, left, in between. They know that something went down that wasn't right. We went to make sure that they did something about it. We went to watch the political process work. We wanted them to deny the count, talk about the count, even recount, but no, 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 no. They set us up. Every video I've watched, it's always been the police making the first move, the tear gas and what have you. I tried to find the box trucks where the Antifa pulled up all in their black and they changed shirts there in the vans and got their poles, got their signs, mega, 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 to infiltrate what was going on. But it's gone. I had it saved in my save stuff. And then I found out that YouTube clears that out too. Nothing sacred in any of these social media saved areas. But I did a little research. You see I've been watching all these chats going on lately, and they talk about our poor patriots, but they bring up Brian Sisnick. Well, I'm going to read to you what Yeah. Well, maybe. Medical examiner's report. This is according to their go all Wikipedia. It says the manner of death was natural. Cause of her death was acute brainstem and cerebral infarcts due to acute basilar artery thrombosis. Two strokes, or in other words, two strokes at the base of the brainstem caused by an artery clot. An artery clot. The term natural was used to indicate a death caused by a disease alone. It would not be considered natural. It took more than, and it took more than 100 days to release the results after 9/11, January 6th. The chief medical examiner, Dr. Francisco J. Diaz, told the Washington Post that there was no evidence that Sicknick was injured or had an allergic reaction to chemical irritants. And due to the privacy laws, he declined to say whether Sicknick had pre-existing medical condition, but he noted that he had engaged the rioters and that all that transpired did play a role in his condition, which is true, Well, if he's sick, he shouldn't have been there. Where's their medical doctors, something like that. He had to know something was off. But that's according to the left's Wikipedia. Hey, Cindy, how you doing? Jaden? Yep. So we had, they swear to death we killed police officers on that day. The only police officer died from a condition that he already had. Unfortunately, they claim that the suicides that took place were because of 9/11. Well, they could have been, but that's suicide is a selfish move, or it's a move of regret. Did they regret what they did to our citizens on that day? That's probably more like it than actual, Yeah, he died. He died. He died the day after. Hey, Tracy, good to see you. Good to see you. But we're here to celebrate the 5th anniversary. And we all know the story, Nancy Pelosi, she didn't bring in the National Guard, and she fought President Trump on bringing in the National Guard. He wanted to bring in the National Guard, and she fought him the whole way. And we need to steer these people that are, spreading the gossip that, 10 officers died because of 9/11. Well, the only ones that 8-bit bite. And they even had the autopsy on Roseanne Boylan, said she had no drugs in her system, but yet they still put it out there. It's even in the Wikipedia, that she was on drugs, which is a pure lie. And you know what they say, when you tell a lie so much, it becomes the truth. unfortunately. So when we get out there and we celebrate, hopefully I'm not saying what I think I'm saying. Hopefully when we get out there to honor January 6th, we can spread the word to people there and people everywhere what really happened. And hopefully before now and then, I can get it set up where I can put some videos on there. But I have yet to figure out how to do it on the phone, which is what I've been using. Even pictures are tough because you got to save it, put it in a different file, and then bring it up and back and forth. I might have to get with Tina on that because it's been 2 years since I've used this thing, as a streamer. Did everybody see the lit up George Washington monument? That was beautiful. I tried to watch some of the news broadcasts, but they were all like, looked like they were across the city from it, videoing it. What's your opinion, Sean, on January 6th?
Oh, January 6th was a setup there. It was a setup, and I think it's time that we need to get justice. I know a lot of our other these days. Well, Ashley Babbitt is they basically they got the whole you know they got the lawsuit thing, but that's not really justice, people. That is not justice. That's actually
That's not
just because
justice.
the money does not blame Ashley Babbitt back. We need to see Michael Byrne right now. He needs to
Right.
be basically he needs to be charged with murder.
It needs
I
to
think
be
it's time for an eye for an eye now.
Yep.
And that's to me that's justice. What's going on now? Yes, I'm happy that the man got money for all of them, but the money doesn't bring her back, and that's not justice.
No, no, exactly. It don't.
If anybody thinks it is, then we're lost, and we really are lost. Because it's not to me.
Well, the thing is that people did not go to D.C. to tear down the White House. I mean, tear down the Capitol.
Yep.
I was on my way out. My car blew up. My second car, the first car blew up, then the second car blew up, and I was stuck. So the Lord must have told me, you don't need to be there, Carrie.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were led by the nose and snookered and paid the price. Our guys paid the price. Now there was bad guys in there. Everybody said, "Oh, everybody wasn't good. They weren't all perfect." No, there were people broke windows, but the worst that happened was windows broke out.
And on top of it, we got to make sure we understand that the people I think were already there at the Capitol already. There before the Trump supporters got there, and keyword Trump said walk there peacefully. I think we need to make sure we understand that it's in English. Walk peacefully. He didn't say walk there, go do violence. He walked there peacefully. It's right to their grievance in life.
Yeah. That's what we need to. We need to try to emphasize that we went there not to tear down the White House. I'm not why do I keep saying things that are different?
I don't know. You were saying the White House, and you were saying 9/11. That's what I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. But I figured I knew what you're saying.
I'm sorry. I keep thinking. My brain goes every which way. I mean, I'm thinking of 9/11. I'm thinking about them comparing it to 9/11. That's what. Let me make it straight. They compare it to 9/11. It's not even close to 9/11. Nothing was really destroyed, and President Trump was near the White House, and I'm thinking, he's there at the Capitol,
5-minute warning. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Pass it back.
Yeah, there were 250 plus
Mhm.
FBI agents undercover. Roy Epps going through telling them to push the line, and whatever else he was saying. We
Yep.
had this,
Well,
we had all this, and you watch the videos. I've watched the videos over and over and over, and the protesters when they were in a stranglehold by the cops were hitting on them, beating on them, pushing on them. Well,
hmm
human instinct, you're going to push back. Hey,
and
Andy,
you
how's it going?
and even
Good to see you.
using the batons too, beating
Yeah,
people with it. Come on.
they were using the batons.
Yep.
In fact, a party Bonza. In fact, Roseanne Boland was beat several times by a female cop and others. It's, I mean, people with eyes and brains could look at it and see. Well, look at Jake with the
Yeah.
headdress. They walked him through the Capitol building. Police showing him everything, pointing things out, walking nice and peacefully through there. He wasn't causing no stir, no ruckus. He went in. He walked into the
The
congressional
we
area.
we walk.
He went
They
up
all
there.
walk into the way the people's house. We're walking there. We're allowed to go there and visit the place.
That's right. We're allowed to visit. They, they
Ju-
they walked him up. They walked him up to the leader's seat. He sat down. He smiled. They took pictures of him. Nothing was destroyed. Now they may have got Nancy Pelosi. I don't know in the office part. They say that they took Nancy Pelosi's laptop and all that stuff. Uh, Probably did happen. May they haven't made a big deal out of it if they did.
Or even
But
a warning.
these people that's throwing this garbage out, that we deserved it.
hmm
We deserve being in jail for 4 years with no charges. Inhumane, unsanitary. That's why I grew my hair and my beard, because they wouldn't let them, cut their hair, trim their nails. Yeah, my nails, I trim them, but they're getting long again. But I'm still keeping it because I'm still disappointed with our government that they're not doing anything to correct the situation. It just we go on, and nothing's being done.
And to your question, yes, not all FBI's are bad, but the thing is, there was a lot of FBI's that were there uniform wise. Actually, FBI playing there pretend to be Trump supporters. Yeah, there was a lot there, so that's very clear there.
Yeah, Florida Mama Bear. I know one that was there that here from Florida. And he came back to Florida. And guess what? They fired him. Might be the same one. Since we're both here, it might be the same one. But yes, there was some good. There was good. That's what I'm trying to say. There was good people there. There was bad people there.
Yep, nobody's
On both
perfect.
sides, there was
Nobody there was perfect.
there was good cops that just stood by. What do we do? You see the
Mhm.
videos where they're talking. This is getting out of hand. We need to control ourselves. But nobody at command did anything.
But we have to remember that January 6th is around the corner. We need to make sure that none of us go out there doing violent. Be
Do anything
peaceful.
about
That
it.
I believe that they're gonna try to do another one again, guys.
Mhm.
They're really trying to get rid of President Trump. The end of the month here, they're gonna turn around and they're gonna close down the governor again. They're gonna close it down. That's all.
Yeah,
That was the whole plan. They open up temporary, not permanent wise, temporary. That means here on the end of the month here, of 31st of January, you will see the governor being shut down again. That's why it annoys me, because the Congress ain't doing their job. Good.
yeah, you're right, Charlene. It was a lot. 90% of it out there in the media was fabricated. None of it's true. I mean, very little is true. There was good. I mean, there was bad protesters.
hmm
There was bad. There was bad ones that were thrown in the jail with the rest of them. There was good. There was good FBI agents. There was good cops. I mean, you can see if you sit down and watch. There's too many just to see all of it, but you can get the general idea that here we. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, Teacup. Love you. Hello, Donna Ray. Love you too. Good to see you. Yep. America is forever.
Yeah, Carrie, we're not gonna be able to stay here for too long, there, buddy, because I gotta get my live stream set up about. I'm gonna do about 8:10 start up.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Good enough.
yeah, just like I just can't be here for too long.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate what you hear. Appreciate your input.
Yep.
Okay. Back to where we were. Yes, we need to go to Washington, D.C. with pure hearts, peaceful, stay away from stuff that could get us in trouble. Watch our backs. Honor the ones that were captured, honor the ones that were killed. Pray to God this never happens ever again in our future history. In our future history. Can't happen again. We have to try to get our people in that's supposed to represent us to get our thoughts across and what we want, how we want it, not how they want it. And they're building their own nest eggs. They're building their own riches and forgetting about us. I don't know. I don't know enough about the law. I don't know enough about, a lot of things higher up. But we've got to figure out a way to get them back into the way it should be. And we're afraid to protest now. We stand back and don't do anything. And then they brag that they got us, Hey, Billy Bob, good to see you. We have a lot of people. You see it every day, but they're going their own way. They're not uniting. We have to get away with uniting, not under a name, not under a group, but as a tsunami. We could do it. You know, if everybody would cooperate, we could start, you know, like I say, surround these cities. Let them know what we think. You know, don't do anything violent. Don't scream at each other. Don't scream at the opposition. But they're not going to listen. They're going to stand there. Because I was thinking, you know, they bring all these elderly people, nursing homes, you know, just, you know, bring them out there. And a lot of them were back in the 60s, hippies, you know, protests, flower power, and all that. And they get the feeling back, you know, it makes them feel younger. And they give them a partial truth and hand them a sign. And a lot of it, you know, a lot of it is just misunderstanding. You know, like the no kings. They think we want a king. Nobody wants a king. Nobody. You're right, Shirley. We need to get people out there helping. You know, we could all do just a little and it'd be a lot. If we all just do a little, it'd be a lot. You know, I sit here and I talk, I give my opinions, and you know, people can take it or leave it for what they want. I'm not trying to force anybody to think my way. Not at all. But you know, I hope it don't come across as that either. We just need to show love in our approach, and you know, that's a big word, love. You know, what does it consist of? You know, you love the person, you love everybody, but you don't have to love or like what they do. You don't have to put on airs and try to please them. And we got people going to hit and run. They would come in, they sling spurs at us. You know, true or untrue. You know, they're going to hit us. They're going to hit us hard. But we got to stand tall and you know try to educate people. Not educate people. All we got to do is try to reason and use common sense. Reason and use common sense, and it go a long way. Yeah, we can still pass our constitutions. We could do all kinds of things, and we've got to do it. Keep calling our Congress people, our Senate. Put the pressure on them, and make sure they record it. Make sure they acknowledge it. There's a lot of things we can do, but we're not doing it. And every day we uncover another bad situation. You know, we talk about Venezuela, but in all reality, that's probably the least of our worries right now. The least of our worries. Good night, Derek. Glad you were with us. Praying for your dad, praying for Goldie, praying for you, praying for our whole family here. A lot of us are, you know, we're getting to that age where I just, unfortunately, I lost one of my best friends in my life. Guy I sang quartet with in Ohio. He passed away right before Christmas. from lung problems. He had his lungs were turning hard, and unfortunately got him. So now our quartet is a duet, and everybody from school is talking about us in the quartet. Makes me feel good that we impressed everybody.
All right. Well, I have to. I'm gonna go ahead and start to interrupt you, but I'm gonna have to say goodbye, to everybody. I will see if anybody wants to be going live, or so I have to go live now. So I'm just doing a restream tonight. A lot of things are going on.
A
I'll see if
restream?
they're. Yeah, I'm
Are
doing
you
a
gonna have?
restream. Yeah.
You're
What's
not
up?
going to do StreamYard?
No, I can't. I can't run StreamYard because if I want to do it restream, you can't do that
Oh, okay. Oh, I
because
got
I
you.
gotta pay. I gotta pay for it.
Oh, all right.
So, so
You
I'll
you
see
have
you
a
guys
good.
over there. All right,
Well,
man.
let them have it, Sean.
I will. Trust me. I will.
Okay. Good night. All right. I'm by myself. Anybody wants to come up? Please come up. Where's Chris? I haven't seen Chris. Yeah, there's a lot of us out there could make a big difference, but we just have to do it. We have to do it. There's so many situations, and I go through this stuff, and I look through this stuff, and I watch this stuff, and try to learn from it. And I feel like I'm dirty when I get done. I have to get away from it, especially when we're attacked. Especially, how many how many remember the movie Black Hawk Down? Where did it take place? Anybody in chat know? Remember the movie? Know where it took place? No, no. Well, it took place in Mogadishu, Somalia. Somalia, of all places. I'll try to bring this up. Somalia was in a civil war in the start of the 90s. Was that 35 years ago? 35 years ago. Big story back then. No, it wasn't Kuwait. It was Somalia, Mogadishu, Somalia, and they were controlling the whole country. We sent our people in there to get the leader. President Clinton sent our guys in there. They crashed, and the townspeople surrounded them and tried to catch them, and they run around. But the leader was Mohammed Farah Adid, and he declared himself the president and was strongly anti-American. Strongly anti-American. And he was constantly attacking the UN forces. Indeed. Well, guess what? This didn't stop there. They got him. But for 35 years, these people have been this way. And of course, the feel good people we are as the United States of America, we brought refugees in. Let's make it better for them. Well, they show appreciation by what? They're doing what they're doing now. They're stealing our money. Yeah, Mogadishu. You're right. If you have, well, I don't. I remember the movie, but I don't know exactly what happened. I have to sit back. I have to go back and watch it. But it was a very good movie. I mean, it was heartbreaking. Yeah, it was heartbreaking when it happened. And somehow or another, these things are going to happen around the world. We can't take people as refugees in from everywhere. I mean, now we got Nigeria. And guess what? They're going to want to come here. And guess what? Our bleeding hearts will say, come on. Look at that. Look at our Statue of Liberty. Give us, you're tired, you're poor. You know, we're the do-gooders. But it costs us. They come in, they don't want to do how we do. They want to do what they did in their own country. They want to live in slop. They want to fill up a house to capacity. Slim was in Grenada. They want to come in and defecate all over our processing plants. You see all these stories, they're true, but you think, no, that can't be. No, it can't be. They can't be doing that. But our whistleblowers who are being shut up are telling it day in and day out. Our live streamers are catching portions of it. They can't get into these places to actually see the conditions inside the places. The government in those places are complicit with what's going on, and say we're the blame for exposing it. Think about it. We're the blame for exposing it. There should be no way that another country can come in and enforce their laws in our country. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. They should abide by the U.S. Constitution, by the U.S. laws, state laws, federal laws, not their laws. They left that behind. If they want their laws, go back. That's why they supposedly left. And you hear them day in and day out. They're going to take over. They're going to take over. We work for them. We work for them. Good night, Charlene. Give her a hug for me. You have a good night. Thanks for coming in. I always enjoy your input. But we have people out there doing their best to bring the truth to us. And they're being bought at every angle, taking high risk on their lives, doing it. That's the sad part. They're putting themselves in danger to get us the truth. And we sit back and we think, oh, that's bad. We've got to do something to help them. I'm trying to talk to everybody on a personal level. We've got to start with ourselves and reach out. We have to do something. Sitting on our hands, sitting on our thumbs. It's just not cutting it because, I feel like I feel bad because all I could do is talk about it, point out what's going on. get people to talk about it. And I'm sure everybody here does. They go out, wherever they go, they spread the word. Not just about our country, but about God. We get God back on our side. We could change the world. But he's not going to help us until he thinks that, we're honest. Till we're honest with ourselves. Get to a place where we all individually do the right thing. And he tells it in the scripture, we have to go out. We're the caretakers of the earth. And I've said it 1,000 times. We're the caretakers, but we're the slumlords. And we're doing a poor job. Poor job. We can track our history back. We can see how they did it to us. And until we get out there and try to correct it, it's going to be the same old, same old. And I'm afraid that some of us are going to come to harm. It's coming. It's already started. Charlie Kirk. And for some reason or other, my own common sense tells me that they didn't get what they wanted out of that. It didn't go the way they wanted. Did not go the way they wanted. And we have people in our big groups. Unfortunately, they're trying to set it, tear it asunder. They're trying to break us down. And they can do it with words, One thing might mean, they say it where, we'll think one thing, but they want, they want it to work another way. We've been herded all of our lives, Oh, Social Security is good for you. You'll get it. You retire on it, help you out your retirement. Then it got to where, most people were living on it. And I know that the best laid plans don't always come through, A lot of us think, because we have pensions and all this, we're set. Then all of a sudden, for some reason or another, you lose your pension, you lose your 401k, and, everything goes downhill. And that happens to about half the people out there, unfortunately. Then we have the corruption, the people that go out there and they get everything they can from the government. They get their food card, EBT, and they sell it for half in cash, so they can spend it on other things. And it costs each and every one of us. And that's just the little things, not the big things like Elon Omar, taking millions and bragging about it. Well, they should have watched it better. We're entitled to, we got it. They should have watched it better. Come and get me. She thinks she's safe in all this for some reason. Well, she is, as long as the state of Minnesota backs her, as long as the people in Congress keep her in. We need to have our own demonstration, our own protest, telling these people to give her the boot. We hear a lot of talk, but we see no action. Where's my buddy Chris? Tracy, is he okay? Right now, we have an invasion into our country and possible more invasion. Sit back and mark my word, or hide and watch. It's coming. The flood is coming. Are we ready? Do we have the guts to stand up and be counted? Do we have enough faith in God to put our trust and help Him, bring Him to the forefront? I guarantee you, the other religion, they go out there and talk about it all the time. They holler it, have their prayer time. That's true. That's true, Cindy. Said, yeah, you can come up here. Somebody come and help. That's the thing. Yeah, you're right, Sherry Bell. We can't sit back and wait for somebody else to do it. That's what we're doing. We're waiting for somebody else to do it. We can't do that. Hey, eating, huh? That sounds good. I'm just talking from my heart right now. I'm just, I'm not trying. Everybody knows what's going on. Everybody's, unless they're blind, can see what's going on. They're taking our elderly and using their infirmity, yeah, using their problems that they have, their condition for their benefit. Because a lot of these people will go along with anything. I mean, a lot of the, a lot of our seniors, yeah, are getting really brain fogged from what they've been fed and what they've eaten, from what they're spraying in the air, and it's bogging down everybody's brain. Everybody. I know a lot. We hear it all the time. I can't think straight. I can. Exactly. They take them. They take them to vote. They tell them how to vote. They even go in with them. Tell them they need assistance, and they even mark their ballots for them. I think that's wrong. If a person cannot fill their own ballot out, they shouldn't be voting. These are things we need to point out. These are things we need to work on. You know, and when they started talking about, you know, parties putting targets on each other, and they turn our political system into enemies. Before they disagreed and they yelled at each other, screamed at each other, and they 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 didn't. Cause then they go have coffee and dinner together. They didn't make it personal, and now it's a personal thing. We have Maxine Waters going out there telling people, get them everywhere, get them in the grocery store, get them in the supermarket, get them on the street. You know, she was a big instigator of all the riots, the peaceful burning downs. She was probably happy to see the disaster go, because most of the places were probably uninhabitable anyway. Yeah, help because my hands are bad. There are exceptions. Carol leaving? Don't leave me, Carol. Good night, Carol. Love you. Yeah, I think about this all the time. Think, what can I do? How can I do it? And the Lord tells me, keep doing what you're doing, Carrie. Keep doing what you're doing. I want to get out there. I want to get in the middle of it. I want to stand up, you know. But I would be in trouble. I would be in trouble. And I'm not feeling sorry for myself either. I'm just, I know this is the way a lot of us feel. A lot of us feel we got to pick up the phone, talk to our legislatures, have friendly conversations, and not get in the face and scream obscenities back and forth. Yeah, I'm still driving. I just don't have a driver's license. I can't go nowhere. I'd probably do a lot better, but I'm waiting for word back. Everything's got to go snail mail, and can't be electronically. It's crazy, crazy. We hear a lot of stuff. Y'all probably, as much as I do, see things about our straw man account, how the government owns us, owns everything we have. We pay off our loans, we pay off our houses, we pay off our cars, but we're still taxed on them, which is actually a mortgage. You never get out from under it. Never ever in your lifetime. You're enslaved to the government. They can come in and take it. They could, for any reason, say this is a hazard, and we need this for our use. Take it from you. How did we get to this point? How did we get here? And our forefathers weren't dumb. Our ancestors, they were like us. They questioned, But they gave them soothing answers and they bought it. That's right. Yeah, the inheritance tax. And there's still states that use that. And I'm sure Michigan would be one of them. There is none here in Florida, thank goodness. But even then, you still have to pay taxes after that. Every year you have to pay your property tax. But Governor DeSanto is trying to cut out the property tax, which would be good. That way you would own it. But as long as they can come in and strip it from you, it don't matter. And they do come in and strip it away from you for any number of given reasons. Yeah, when they took the power away from the states, the states are supposed to make the laws to govern their states. There's not supposed to be any laws made to govern the whole country. There's not supposed to be any laws, that would affect state law. But they sure changed that. They sure changed that. And we got to flip somehow. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an attorney and I don't know how to do it. But there are people out there that do. We got to find them and try to get the ball rolling. We've got to try and get the word out there. Yeah, for some reason or other, our past history, they did what we're doing now, basically. They show their displeasure, they get mad, had to protest. But it seems like the ones that are on the wrong idea, the protests, are the ones that get out there and do it. There's something about the conservative way that don't we don't want to hurt people's feelings. We don't want to step on their toes. We don't want to get our hands dirty. I don't know what the story is. Help me out here. Somebody tell me. Am I right or wrong? We don't know. We look at the news. We look at the news. We don't know what to believe. That's where it is now. We just don't know what to believe. We have to think about it and try to use our common sense and try to figure out what's exactly happened. Yeah, you're right. They don't care. They don't pay attention. They don't pay attention, or they think somebody else is going to do it. Oh, somebody else will take it up. But don't worry about it. Don't worry. Be happy. They'll walk over you, knock you down, push you down. It's so aggravating to watch these people push and shove. But the minute you touch them, Mr. Police, Mr. Police, they can holler police, but they want to get rid of them. They don't know what they want. That just tears me up. And, you see it day in and day out. they can protest and put their flags in your face and their signs in your face and push you along with it, but you can't do anything in retaliation. I'm not sure, but I've seen a few cases here in Florida where they pushed back and the other side had been either taken away or chastised. I had a case down at City Hall in Orlando where this gal told me I couldn't stand there and video. And she said, well, I'll just call the police, you know. Yeah, her in her big old yellow jacket and badge and all this stuff, you know, thought she was hot stuff. So I said, well, come on, let's go over here and talk to these officers. She told him, he's here at our protest. He's videoing. We asked him not to. We have permits. And the cop looked at her and said, he's on a public sidewalk, man. He's allowed to take whatever he can see. Shut up and hurry. But we had to do it like that instead of trying to fight our battles ourselves. You know, unfortunately, I think in Florida, stand your ground. I think if they did something to you, you could come back at them. And I saw that with a couple of the rallies where they, you know, the left come in and pushed them and they pushed back and the left went to jail. But then you see ones in Portland where the good guys always go to jail, you know. They can hit first, but if you knock them on the ground, yours is harder. I guess that's the logic. I don't know. It's beyond me. And that's another thing. I was watching Quincy, black conservative preacher, and a couple others. And this new Antifa, they don't know what Antifa is. Last night there was nobody there. It's over. I mean, it's they run their course, I think. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. But why do we have to? Why do we have to put up with it? I don't know. Yeah, it's a blue state. Yeah, it's a blue state, and everything that happens, it happens against the conservative. They take it out on the conservatives. And it's different everywhere, you know. Everywhere you go, different place, different circumstances, and that's what we got to look out for. You know, we got to look out for our safety, look out for our rights, no matter what we do. That's true. That's true. And they're watching the money, so that could be a big part of it. And our young people, they're so confused, they don't know which way to turn. And you see a lot of them want to turn to God, but other people tell them there's no God. The government's telling them there's no God. And they tell them the Constitution's all wrong, that it's not right. Yeah, and a lot of them out there just for a paycheck, just to get the money. They could care less what they're there for. They just get out there and do it, make fools out of themselves, wear funny costumes, and it's a party. It's a party. And they don't care how much it aggravates people, really. They're partying. But I guess I don't know. I don't know whether they're being told to back off or whether they just partied out. Who knows? And in the meantime, Minnesota got their heads caught in the cookie jar, but it's happening everywhere else. Still hidden, still in the shadows. So we got to dig and find it. We have to dig and find it. Yeah, our schools, our colleges, our universities, all of them, they've been infiltrated so much from the less communistic, socialistic parties and they are brainwashing our children. It's like everybody makes fun of me because I like to discuss flat Earth or globe. Well, there's two ways of thinking. If you're biblical and you read the first 4 chapters of Genesis, it is very clear what God said. Very clear how it's written, even as far as Enoch, Isaiah, and others in the future, that wrote about it. They'd seen things, and Enoch supposedly, according to Enoch, he went to heaven and he saw these things, and he and it's almost as bad talking about it as it is politics. I was talking to my granddaughters yesterday. We were talking about it, just pointing out different things, I may remember, how many have thought about this? You watch old movies, like, let's say Time Machine, English movies, where they have their home offices, their dens, their home offices. What is prevalent in all these movies that you see, what's prevalent? What do you see in all these scenes, their offices, the schools. Well, any idea where I'm going? Should know. Most of them have a big old globe sitting on their desk. In all of them, in all the movies and everything you see, pictures, you see their home office or den or whatever. That globe has to sit there. Oh, that's mind conditioning. It's just like the advertisements, and you see, they used to have the cigarette packs and show the Winstons and the Marlboro, the Coca-Cola, the name brands they show them out. That's right. There's a lot of movies that come out and put things in it that warn us, but we don't take it as a warning. You go back and think of some of the movies that tells us. You don't follow my train of thought. I'm saying we were conditioned with the globe. The Earth is round. Yet there's not a picture. There's not an actual picture of Earth. None. Not. It's all CGI. A young fella did it on Photoshop, and they stitched pieces together. But they conditioned us with the globes, making it prevalent everywhere. And if you would happen to say it's flat, you're crazy, because that globe's been sitting on our desks all this time. Every school. But yet, what's the emblem? What's the emblem on the UN? Good night, Tracy. Thanks for being here. Tell Chris to come on in. Did that help any, Cindy? I don't know. Yes, that's right. And they say that the NASA in Greek is evil. I don't know. I'm just pointing this stuff out, playing the advocate, You confused? You're confused? It is confusing. I mean, you can show, either side, either way. But, living in Florida and, traveling to Florida in my youth back and forth every year, we went to Cape Canaveral. Oh, Cape Kennedy. Cape Kennedy now. And when I saw the moon lander, it's just like I was telling the girls yesterday. When I saw the moon lander, I'm thinking, this looks like a camping tent, Aluminum foil. Oh, this is special metal that takes heat up to, the Van Halen belt, it takes radiation, bounces it off, and, it doesn't absorb into it. Doesn't take much. And we bought it. We bought it. Even Neil Armstrong said, I don't know. That's my question. I don't know if it went or not. He must have had Alzheimer's. I'm sure you all seen that video with him and the 8-year-old that asked him the question. Why is it being thrown out now? Why, it's confused us and confused us against God, confuse us about the government, what their role is, and how they're trying to play us. It's confused. That's what I'm trying to say. You're right, Sherry. Are we living in a movie? And that's what I say. God could be directed us in that way. Our life could be broadcast to us from Him. But we had to decide, whether we follow Him or not. In a horror flick, the whole world's a horror flick. If you think about it, we are in a horror flick. And there's many hypotheses to say that, our world is moving faster. Our time is moving faster. That's all possible too. I'm trusting God too. Help me out, Lord. Help me out. But everything's put out there, everything's done, all the news and all the stories, all the movies, and some movies warn us, some movies make fun of it. News tells part of the story, not all the story. When they tell the news, it's beamed across the country to every teleprompter in newsrooms all around the country, the same thing. They're almost, with a little bit of ad lib, they're almost word for word. That's not right. I mean, it just can't, it's not possible, really. Yeah, I do too. I'm amazed every day, the things that God does that we just overlook, Hey, you look, you go from the city and go to the countryside and look out across the valleys and the hills and the rivers, and you see the beauty of this world. And you go in the city and see all the dirt and the corruption and God's taking care of us, but we're destroying it. It's like I'm saying, we're the caretakers, but right now we're slumlords. We vote in people is going to tear the plate, tear all the morals and values and everything from the city, but we bring him in anyway. Well, maybe he'll be different. Maybe he'll be different from the ancient history. Bringing newer things with their socialism and communism, and maybe they'll have the right idea. No, it'll never work because people are greedy. I heard it. Did somebody try to come up? If they did, I missed it. Try again. Try again if you did. That's what I'm trying to get out. That's what we all need to try to get out, Sherry. We all accept the Lord. A lot of this would not happen. He gave us a choice. That's the thing. It's our choice. God gave us the free will to do our thing. There's a lot of things that we will never, ever, ever understand. We can strive to understand, but we'll never completely understand everything. There's so many rabbit holes we can go down, and a lot of people go down those rabbit holes and they don't get out. That's right. God gave us ability. And even the prodigal son was, that's about somebody coming back to God. Really. And he'll take you back wholeheartedly. If you've neglected him. We tend, the churches have got us thinking that we need them. That's my biggest thing. They think, they try to convince us that we need them to survive. But Christ himself told us, the church is the people. My body is the people, not a structure, not a building. Where 2 or 3 are gathered together, there I'll be also. Everything that Christ said points away from the temple. He went in the temple, he destroyed the money changers. Toss the tables. No, I don't have anything against people going to church, people socializing, and that's what it is. It's like this. It's a social media with a wall around, a building around us. That's right, Dee Dee. Get the link from Sean, and I don't think I have your phone number or address. I can't put it. I can't put it in the chat because I don't want a bunch of people coming up here, you know, wanting to come in. This is our people, Yeah, come up on. I have it in band, but you're not on band. I don't think. I'm not on ours. We have a group that we put our link out to. In this particular group, yeah. If Sean can text you the link if you get a hold of him, you can come up. Yeah, where was I? Oh, we're talking about the church. The church itself is just a big old social media thing, and I had growing up, went to a holiness church, and you had to. You have his phone number. He can. I think he'll answer you. He does me. Good morning, Nobby. How's England? Let me think. I'll go ahead and put it on since we're over the 10 o'clock hour. Let me put the link up there. Now I'll take the chance. Well, that didn't work. What did I do? No, I don't want to do that. I'm all right, people. I'm looking over this and trying to figure out where I'm going on StreamYard. Let me copy that. We'll turn this into our friends. My mods, be careful. Watch everything now, please. Boop. No. There we go. You did drive? Cool. I'll be watching for it. I don't go online as much as I used to. I used to stay on there, go from place to place, video to video, live stream to live stream, but that wears you out. It just, wears you out big time. Yeah, I have nothing against church. It just, I had ministers that would, I sang in the state fair choir, and he preached against worldly events. The state fair was a worldly event that I would go to hell if I went to the state fair. And I just, that and many other things, turning people away from the church because they've been married before they become Christians, they got married again, and suppose, the Bible does not say you can't remarry. But if you're if you were guilty of adultery or anything in your previous marriage, you're not supposed to remarry. Didn't say it was a sin, just Dee Dee. Hello, Dee
Howdy.
Dee.
How you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yeah, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah,
Hope everybody's well.
doing well. I'm just up here talking from my heart and top of my head.
Yeah, I heard. Very good. Very good
Just,
topic.
yeah,
Very good for the new year too. Get ourselves in line.
get in line. Yeah, and get our get our goals get our goals situated. And our number one goal should be our faith, our faith in God. Myself personally, I'm not saying everybody believes in God, but myself personally, and
I
whoever
agree.
does, I'm not trying to push it on anybody. That's their own decision. It's just like Sherry.
Exactly.
It's everybody's choice. You have your choice to go either way. Anyway,
Yeah,
whatever you do.
everybody has their thing that they follow because at the end of the day, you leave the earth the way you came. The way you came into this earth, the earth is the way you leave. So it's what you want to follow.
Mhm.
We can't make anybody feel or think differently. But like I tell atheists, you too have a religion.
That's right. And most atheists are agnostic anyway. They're not really atheists.
Yeah,
They
some
just
of
don't
them,
know. They just don't know the difference in the terms.
correct. Yeah, some of them. But I mean, it's still a belief system.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Organized or not, it's still a belief.
It's still belief, right? Or unbelief.
Well, either way, yeah. I mean, to not
Either way.
choosing not to believe,
Yeah.
correct.
You're just like Buddha and Brahma and yeah,
Right.
Allah,
Vishnu and all the rest of them.
the whole 9 yards. All the Greek gods and Roman gods. Boy, oh
Yeah.
boy. We can go on and on and on and on and on.
I tell you, it's been an exciting past couple of days, though. I'll tell you that for the new year.
Yeah. But, as far as religion, that's one thing. Religion, there's been a lot of religions come and go, and there's a lot still hanging on. But our faith, that's the thing. We have to live by our faith in our particular religion, not practice a religion. Boy, that's a mind blower.
Yeah, it is. That's why I say what I
If
say. I
people go,
know, right? I know what I believe, but that doesn't
yeah,
mean that someone else
yeah,
is going to believe the same thing or that it's going to be one true thing or whatever. I know what I believe. I know what I think. But like I said, at the end of the day, I'm not the one that's going to be holding your hand
yeah, it
when
all
it's
comes
your
down.
time to
It,
go.
it all comes down to your faith.
Hmm.
Your faith.
Yep.
That's
You have
what
to
it.
worry about yourself.
I tend to, personally, myself personally, I tend to believe, that the most the book that's out there that tells the most history, the most, all, and 99% of it has been proven factual in the
Right.
Bible. The
Correct.
Bible,
Yep.
the history.
That's your biggest
Sci-
source of history.
You have scientists and people like that. They find a lot from the Bible.
Right.
Prediction, prophecy. They're coming true left and right.
Exactly. That's your biggest source of history, the most accurate form of history.
Yeah, and the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments just about covers everything there is.
Right.
Just now, I was thinking something the other day, but I forgot what it was. But a lot of people like to take that and twist. Love your neighbor, and then they go off into the well, these illegals. They're our neighbor. You know, It
Are
says,
they our neighbor?
they say welcome them, but don't you bring them
But
in
we've
yourself.
also been given the gift of discernment. And when
Right,
people are coming in to harm, remember that
right.
there's always been walls around everywhere and they're made there to protect. And so if you're coming in and you're breaking the law coming in, how is that your neighbor then if
Yeah,
they're coming in to do harm?
yeah, they're not a neighbor.
They're
If they
not.
come in, if they come in to
Jesus did
change our
say,
laws,
Jesus did say that you can protect yourself. He told the
right,
disciples to pick up
that's
the
right.
sword.
Pick up the sword, and but he told them to follow the Roman law.
Mhm.
He told them, to use God's law overall, but to follow the Roman law as long as it was, it wasn't contrary to God's law.
Right?
Yeah, your neighbor doesn't invade. Your neighbors are asked in. You ask them in,
Right.
which our government really invited these people in, but they didn't invite them in with our okay.
Oh, we didn't
That's,
okay these
we
people to
didn't
come
okay
in.
that. We the people, the constitutional people,
No, the
did
mandate
not
did
want
not.
it.
Right.
We
The
don't
mandate,
want it.
which is who we voted this president in, and that's how our laws and orders works to our country. The mandate is we the people, us.
We the people,
So
right?
us, we voted pretty much throughout the whole country was red. We voted this president in to do a job and to protect us. People were tired and fed up. So that's what he needed to do. So they have to stop complaining about when the job is getting done and crying about what's right or what's wrong. We know what's right and we do know what's wrong. We know that it's wrong to break the law in any other country. What would they do to you if you did that? What would happen? You'd be locked up in a gulag, a jail, wherever, and you wouldn't
Right.
see the light of day. I don't care if you're in Russia, Mexico, Europe, anywhere. I don't care where you are. You're Canada. You're not going to break the law. If you break the law, you will be in their jail, and you're going to find a bad, sad, sorry state for yourself. So I think that people are very lackadaisical in this country, and they think that they could just do whatever they want, and they're not accountable to any laws because they're all trying to, not us, but they're trying to water down our Constitution, water down our laws and orders and our executive orders and emergency orders to our country. So when you have an invasion, which this is what it is, you have a mass of people coming in, not vetted, and being dispersed into this country, military age men carrying children with them. Military, mind you, no women were with them. Mostly men have these children with them, and they had to put the children somewhere and put them
Yeah.
in a holding facility. How is that normal? How is that protecting our country?
It's
The
not.
board,
It's
right?
not.
It's not. And those children disappear. We were at 250,000 children that were deemed missing as of 2 years ago. And now we're at 450. So
Yeah.
that's
It keeps increasing. They find some, then it increases more.
right. They did find a lot. There was about 100,000 that have so far been located. And the story to that is there was a lot of children that went through the border and were brought through NGO groups to different facilities. I wouldn't say facilities, sponsor homes, and weren't properly vetted. And when they were brought to those sponsor homes, nobody knew. Like the border would call, and they only do 3 calls. After that third call, if there nobody answers at that home for those children, they're considered missing.
It, it's like
So that's where the statistic comes, where we get these big numbers. Now, once those
they
children
use
are missing, right, we don't know where
they,
they are then.
they use that situation to traffic these children to other unfortunate
Like
places.
Trump said, that they're probably dead. And that's probably
Yeah.
the truth. Because I've
Yeah.
known many people that are worked at the border. This information's empirical. You can The breadcrumbs are there. I'm just giving them to people now. They could look it up themselves. Go look them
Yeah,
up.
unfortunately,
Yeah,
they
they'll see. It's
probably
not like I'm making this up. They were really held
no,
in a
no,
facility, and and Catholic Charities, unfortunately, was one of the top NGO groups. Not just Catholic Charities, but that was the top one
yeah,
that was facilitating the movement of these children from the facility to the Walmart to hand them off to other people that were transporting them, other NGO groups that were transporting. They all got money for this to transport them to these sponsor homes where they would either disappear or be in a house of 100 people with men. There was even people in these homes that were saying that they said they were children, and they were actually 20 years old, 21 years old, 22-year-old men in this home claiming that they're children and getting money for this. And there is a big racket for this, just so you know. They passed the child earned tax credit law the other year. I think it was, I don't know if it was at the beginning of last year or the end of the year before, where these sponsored homes can use the child earned tax credit claim, even if they were illegal. They could use it and get the money for it. So you can imagine how much money they're making if they had like 60 kids in a home, or 60 so-called kids, because they weren't even of child age. Some of them were like 21 years old.
that's right. That's right, Sherry Bell. The Bible tells us about the building walls and keeping people
Yeah.
out, and uh, there was that was brought about. What we was talking about earlier, that was brought about by the Israelis
Hmm.
in Egypt. Talking about their captives, and
Hmm.
it told them honor them, obey. Be friendly, love. All that's what it was talking about. It wasn't talking about people coming in illegally. They were brought in,
Hmm.
but we're not, as far as I know. Now I may be wrong, but we're supposed to be going after the worst of the worst.
Right.
If they bring in some that haven't done anything but they're here illegally, they're caught with they're caught with the people they're with.
Well, if they're
If they're
caught
with
and they're
if
here
they're with
illegally, and they are undocumented, they are going.
all
They're
right,
given the
right. They get
option to leave, even if they didn't commit a crime. And that is
yeah,
right. That is the right thing to do. They're
and
taking the incentive of the $1,500 to go back home. Self
they don't
deport.
they don't go out looking for people like that. But if they're
No.
with somebody,
Right.
if they're with the bad guys,
Right.
they're in the drag net. They get taken.
Hey, if they're with kids and that's really their kids, they're not separating the families. They all go together. Nobody's getting separated. They all go together.
What really gets me is they have some way in the system. They have a way to pull out these kids for nefarious reasons and get away with it.
Yeah. That's why there was the holding facility down there with the 11,000 children that were in there. 11,000. Yes, 11,000. That number was correct. 11,000 children were held in the facility and they had Jane Doe, John Doe on their shirts. I seen it. And they were held in the facility. And that's how the NGO groups are coming in, supposedly like Catholic Charities or whatever, taking them to these sponsored homes to get them placed somewhere, because there were so many. That's where the ball got dropped, because the border agents weren't able to follow up with them after the 3 phone calls. They didn't know where they were. So it was very easy for them to disappear. And what's happening with these kids? Well, organ harvesting is a very real thing.
That's right.
Adrenochrome's a very real thing. People believe in this stuff. And trafficking is a very real thing. Container shipping with kids in them is a very real thing. What the stars do with the kids and all that stuff that you've heard about, the tunnels and everything else,
Mm-hmm.
it's been proven. It's a very real thing.
But
So when people,
Look at Maui. All
yeah,
over 2,000 children disappeared. They didn't burn.
in Lahaina, are you talking about Lahaina?
They had the buses at a tunnel
Hmm.
system
Right.
and an airfield. They everything stopped there. But what happens? It leaves more questions than answers.
Right. And that's
Why?
what they want us to forget about Lahaina.
Right.
They want us to forget about what happened there, about the blue roofs and Oprah's roof that was painted
Oh,
blue too. Oh, there was a whole bunch of things going on there. And there was a woman, she's a very popular podcaster. She's also a doctor. And she actually she was in Lahaina the day that all this happened. And she heard the sirens going off, and they were trying to leave because they figured if they didn't get out, they wouldn't be able to get out because they were claiming that there was emergency happening. So they were able to get out. But when they heard what happened, they were able to report on the ring of fire that was there. This was
mhm.
definitely made by man. They could not you couldn't get in there to save anybody, and you couldn't
No,
get out.
they wouldn't let nobody in. They blocked it off.
Hmm.
And it had to be the way they blocked it off, they had to be prepared.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that they brought in, at spur of the moment and set up. The
Oh,
way they
yeah.
blocked it had to have been set up prior.
So what did they want to do with that land? What was so important about Lahaina?
I don't know. There's
That
a
that
lot of rumors went around.
Now, it's not too much of a rumor. They're very close
Close,
to
close to
certain
fact.
communist countries. They're very centrally located to these said areas. And just, you look at the map, you'll see where they're close to. And you could kind of figure out there what was going on with that. It is a land grab because they did want to turn that whole thing into this like ecological, like turn it back to nature. That's the claim. They wanted to turn it back to nature. So there was some weird stuff happening with that. And now the ball was dropped. No one talks about it anymore. You don't hear anything about it anymore. Just like you
Well,
don't hear anything about North Carolina and the people
yeah,
that were stuck up in the mountains in North Carolina, like the families that froze to death in the tents.
mm-hmm.
No
Yeah.
one talks about it anymore.
It's just like the endochrome and all that. People start looking into it and they get grossed out.
The
And
adrenochrome, well,
they drop it. They drop it. They don't. They
yeah.
don't search it. They don't.
Sherry, you're right. She said the burnings. Yes, California is the same thing. What did they want from California? Why did they want to do that there? See, they want to create these 15-minute cities.
Oh yeah, yeah. Most
So
definitely.
that area was slated for a 15-minute city, also for the Olympics. So you can just figure out the math there with that one. You know, they put that at I'm not making it up. It was at the World Economic Forum. Just you could watch it yourself in Davos, Switzerland. Actually, it should be coming up and anybody could join it. You could go in, listen to what Klaus Schwab has to say. It's disgusting. You'll be disgusted. And really, like, if you don't have a strong disposition, nothing shocks me anymore. So I don't get shocked by it. I just
Right.
research. I'm a researcher, but a lot of people get really like they feel like it's doomsday when they hear what they're talking about with the control that they want to have on us. But they are developing these things. The 15-minute cities are real. And yeah, they want minerals. Yes, you're correct. They do want minerals in certain areas. They do. But they also want to slate these areas for 15-minute cities. The floods
They
were
want
no coincidence that happened in North Carolina. Yes, the North Carolina one, the Kings Mountain up there, in the mountain, that's the big one that they wanted. There was rare gems, emeralds, all kinds of things that are superconductors.
yeah,
That's what they wanted out of that mountain.
Kings Mountain is south of where that happened.
Oh, it was
It's
affected over there. It was affected in that area.
yeah, it affected Kings Mountain, but it's the
Yeah.
southernmost part of it.
But did you know that a lot of the minerals and valuable minerals and gems and all kinds of things were washing up out of the ground from the floods? So people's homes that were on some of these grounds, they were finding that this stuff was that there was value there, that they found things there. But who swept in?
There's something about Kings Mountain. Kings Mountain is like halfway between Charlotte and Greenville. on Interstate 85. And it's like a mountain on its own. There was
Right, it
and
is.
there was Civil War battles and everything to protect that mountain from something. I've been to the top of it. It's
Right.
not a very high mountain. It's more
No.
compared to the mountains. It's a hill. Really.
Right.
But it's the first one that you see when you come into that area. It's the first mountain that you see is Keith Mountain when you come down 85. But there's something. You're right. There's something there that's worth protecting.
Well, they know that the land that the people lived on had precious minerals beneath the soil there. And they were finding that when it washed up. So guess what happened? The government knew that. So what they did is they surveyed the lands and were basically forcing these people out of their homes. They were getting forced out. They were like basically the insurances were buying them out. They didn't have a choice.
Hello, Angie. Good to see you. I tried to rewatch that video and they made it private.
Which one was that?
Watch the monument lit up and the animation going they put on it.
They blocked it?
The 250th anniversary.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah.
Really? It was beautiful.
It was. It was awesome.
Yeah, I have it. I have it saved.
Oh, it's public now again? I'll check it out. She had a good video of it, and it was fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Did you see how many different... They had the Constitution was on the monument. Wow. It was everything was on there. It was great.
I looked on Freedom 250. I didn't see any other towns. They're supposed to be all over the country. So
they were supposed to be giving celebrations for this every month all the way into July, 4th of July. But I haven't seen anything yet. Them doing anything unless they're going to start it now.
But
half and half.
And here in my old age, I get slack and slough things off, and I don't research as much as I used to. I mean, I used to be on all the time.
It's hard. It's hard to even for ourselves to do it. It's impossible. It's so fast now.
Oh yeah.
Everything that's coming out, it's so fast paced.
Well, if y'all remember I think the last time I was on, I said it's too quiet. It's too quiet. Mark my words, something's going to happen.
Well, Trump said we were going to be having a big shebang for New Year's, and boy, have we.
Boy, howdy. Boy, howdy. And everybody's screaming. And what really tickles me is to watch the Venezuelans and my friend that's here to become a citizen, seeing them celebrate it, it makes my heart glad, seeing it. Even they can say all they want, but watch those people in that country, how they're reacting.
They want it. And then we have the idiots here that are protesting. The people here are protesting, but over there they're celebrating. That makes no sense.
And in all legality, according to the Monroe Law, the Monroe Doctrine, we're the protectors of South America. That's our job. That's what we signed. And, that's what we need to go by.
That's
good. All the other presidents have just slept it off and let it go on. Maybe we got a video as Biden, when he was a senator, talking about this is war, this is war against drugs. We need to, talk about going in and blowing up the cartels and everything. But now that we're actually doing it, oh no.
Well, this was like a very imperative move. What he did, was a strategic move. It needed to happen. Venezuela. Do you know who Maduro? Who his bodyguards were? His bodyguards are. Guess where they're from? They're Cuban.
Yeah.
Cubans run Venezuela. Cubans run all the cartels.
Yeah.
So anybody here, if you don't know that, you can look it up. But That's a fact.
Well,
And that's the
Venezuela,
main, they're the masters of all of that. That Karen Bass from LA, the fires in LA, the mayor of LA,
mhm, yeah,
she was there several times out to Cuba to go listen to Fidel Castro. She
yeah,
loved him. She went to see
hmm,
him 5 times. She partaked. She was a partaker of um, wooing in young American women to help teach them how to basically be domestic terrorists.
yeah,
Yet she got to be the mayor of LA in our American country. Is that not insanity? So I'm just
exactly.
saying that, Cuba is the antithesis of everything here, but you can't go after the head of the snake first. You have to start at the bottom. And so we're getting these other countries. Venezuela is partaking in what? Fentanyl, which comes from China. And who is in bed with Venezuela? Oh, wait, China.
Hmm. Yeah,
China.
yeah, China.
China.
China's
China is
behind.
in, yeah, they're the ones for the oil. They're the ones supplying the fentanyl, the drugs. So that's
So
why Trump did this
we're
strategic move.
cutting off that supply.
Right. He
We
did
have
this
to.
move at 1 o'clock in the morning. And I tell people this all the time. Anyone here listening, you want to know the real news, go on. If you can record it or if you're up, whatever, if it's the weekend, Friday will always be the tell. Fridays are always the tell because of the stock exchange too. Watch, Monday, you're going to see the stock markets raging. They're going to be booming. On Fridays when the market closes, especially at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning is when the news comes out. You will see it. And at 1 o'clock in the morning is when he was meeting with China, that Trump was meeting with China. He made it a point that they witnessed him make that call because Maduro was trying to bargain on air. He was recorded. You can see it. He's saying, I'm willing to give Trump, if he wants oil, we could work something with the oil. Well, no, a little too late now.
Yeah,
You
Trump
don't
didn't want
mean
the oil.
we don't want their garbage oil. It's dirty oil. Nobody
Yeah,
wants it from Venezuela anyway. And he's
right.
said that all along. It's garbage. That's a Biden deal.
Mm-hmm.
That had to do with Biden. He didn't want that. So that's why Trump made it a point that China witnessed him doing this strike. That's a
Yeah,
clear message to China.
it's probably the lowest quality oil there is in the world,
Mhm.
from what I understand. But then you have Colombia next door that they're in bed with Cuba and China too.
This is what I'm saying. You can't get the snake's head until you get what's
Yeah.
around it. So that
Uh-huh.
Colombia it's on the roster. Trust me. Colombia's on the roster.
But one
The
thing,
chat now is Colombia.
what it does, it's a wake up call for them. You better take notice. Better take
Oh,
notice.
yeah, I see what Sherry's saying about Congress being mad. Congress can be mad all they want. I agree. I hear what you're saying. They block everything he does anyway, and it's absolute insanity. So what happened
Well,
last time when we were trying to close the border, or when we were trying to send the prisoners over to the prison over there, right? What happened with that? What did Congress do? They tried to block everything, then they tried to run out there and make their own side deals.
Well, yeah, the Congress thinks they're the king and queens.
Yeah,
They
right.
that they everything has to go by them, but that's not the way it's set up. That's not the way it's supposed to be. And the Monroe Doctrine sidesteps Congress.
Hmm.
It
Hmm.
gives the president power to do
Here's the thing. Look up laws
protect
and
South
orders.
America.
That's where people can really go to. Look up laws and orders. I can probably provide that. There is a link for it where it's very long, but if you look it up, I taught Constitution for quite a while, so I do know. But in the laws and orders part, and in the executive orders operations for
Right.
anything that has to do with executive powers, it states it in there. I think it's 1024B or C. You can look it up. It states in there when the president could supersede even a governor. So, like, say Pritzker. Pritzker doesn't. They just did the Supreme Court ruling where they weren't going to allow National Guard in. It doesn't matter. If Trump really wants to, he could supersede that. It states it clearly. If he feels that there's a threat,
Yeah,
that there's a threat
a
to
lot
the
of these money,
citizens, he could step in and oversee it. Now, right now, they're not presenting that. Right now, it's they're quelling the masses, right?
yeah.
But let's see
Well,
what happens when they start acting up again.
these numbskull governors don't know the law. You know, most of them are. Well, look, Tim Walz, prisoner. They're talking off the top of their head. Well, the
Well, Tim
president,
Walz is a pedophile
the
weirdo.
president, he did, everything he does is clarified by all the JAGs, all the big
Mhm.
attorneys. You know,
Yeah.
he's got professionals. You know, telling
Well,
the
you
law,
got the three
picking the
amigos
law.
in Minneapolis. You have first you got the governor Tim Walz, which we all know about him. He's
Yeah,
he's another cackling fool. He was perfect along with the other cackler. And then you have Elon Omar. Well, she's completely illegal anyway and shouldn't even be
yeah,
here. And she married her brother, and that's a fact. And then you
yeah,
have the mayor that's from Minneapolis. So all
right.
those three amigos there facilitated all this. That's high treason
Yeah.
because it was a
They're doing
detriment
it.
to the citizens of the United States and a threat to our democracy. So then they need to go to Gitmo and either do whatever they got to do with them there.
Yeah, they're guilty as heck. The
They
thing
just
is,
know
though, that
they're as
the
bad as the
president,
illegals. They know that there's no repercussions. They're as bad as the criminals on the streets that are in sanctuary cities that know there's no repercussions. Safety Act, no repercussions.
yeah, it's
There's
just like I
none for
don't
them.
know, I don't know the law as far as the government interstate and the state business. You know, I don't. You know, it's
So we don't typically do
but
that. I'm going to say
yeah, well,
typically,
it happened.
because then we would
It
become a
happened.
dictatorship if
Yeah,
that was the case.
It happened in Mississippi. It happened in Alabama, but we could not go into the state and enforce. You know, what that was one girl was going into school and they didn't want her in the school, and Governor Wallace, he blockaded agents from taking her into school. They finally got her in there somehow, and I don't know, you know, the legal circumstances or anything in that matter, you know, but there is limitations to what the president can do, you know, and they know this. They're told by their advisors and what have you, but I don't think they're strong enough to keep the federal government from enforcing law on immigration.
So
You know,
when it comes to the
we just
point,
have to,
like I said, 1024, either B or C, one of them, that states that if the president feels that it's a threat to the citizens, there's been murders, there's been encampments, there's been all kinds of things happening that cause it to be considered a threat. He could intercede. So right
yeah,
now, I don't think he's going to do it. Not right now. I think he's holding that so-called trump card. He's holding that right now. He's a 5D chess player. He's letting
yeah,
that rope out. They're hanging
right.
themselves right now.
Yeah,
Just like
he's
Tim Walz
letting,
did. Tim Walz, there was a lot on Elon Omar and Tim Walz, but look what happened now. Look what happened. Who knows? We're in a movie. Maybe it's a white hat operation. Who
yeah.
knows? We're not
I,
meant to
I,
know everything. We shouldn't
no,
know everything.
we shouldn't know everything. We should, but yeah, there's some things we need to stay away from, you know,
Right. So
and
if Nick Shirley is part of the plan and his mom and whoever else, involved over there, Benny Johnson, whatever, that has helped bring light to all of that, God bless them,
yeah,
because that's what needs to happen, because we need to keep Trump out of it. And they're the ones that were there, witnessed it. It was boots on the ground reporting like it should be. And it's
uh-huh,
happening now countrywide where people are now questioning these places because there are like lots of, even where I'm at, there's tons of daycares
yeah,
that open up. And I'm like, how is there so many of them? We've mentioned this in the past. Like, they're like every block you'll see daycare
yeah,
centers. How can there be that many kids?
right, and nobody there,
Why
nobody
are there
there.
so many autism centers and it's autism awareness, autism, like a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of them.
Mhm.
And
And
I'm like, how is it just that? How is everybody autistic all of a sudden?
who knows how many more organizations are out there in other fields, you know, are
Right.
doing the same thing.
And let me
and this is,
clarify, I'm not disingenuing autism. I'm
no,
just
no,
saying
no.
that, right. I'm not to you, but
All,
I'm just saying to anyone that might think that.
right.
I'm
All
not saying that
daycare.
that's not a fact, right? It's that there's a lot of fraud happening with these things where how can you have that many? A
Yeah, I
lot,
think,
I know kids are misdiagnosed a lot, that they claim that they have autism and then they want to give them drugs right away to to help keep them calm or whatever. But I don't know if it's necessarily all the time autism, because it's an umbrella disorder. So it could be a lot of different things. It's not cookie cutter. So anyone with autism usually has a lot of different things sprinkled in with it. And
yeah,
sometimes
yeah,
it could be Rett syndrome, it could be developmentally delayed, that kind of a thing, and Asperger's syndrome, all of that, all fall under
yeah.
that
If
umbrella.
somebody all comes
ADHD,
under autism,
yeah,
if not explainable, they stick it to autism, or
right,
explainable. Either way, they just pop it in there. It's the way
yeah.
they.
I see what
It's the
Sherry's saying here. Sherry said any daycare that tells you to go away. I said, right,
yeah.
right. Some of them, right, exactly. Right. But
Well,
some of them invite you to come in. They do invite you to come in, and they do have kids there. But they found a lot of fraud happening because they were getting all this grant money and it was being misappropriated. So that's the thing. Some of them look legitimate and they're not. That's what's
yeah,
scary.
yeah, and I see it here in Florida, and I talked about that. I think the last time I was on, about how it was going on here in Florida too. You can see the communities, different ethnic communities, you know, at particular daycares and
Mhm.
running particular daycares. And
Mhm.
I saw it on the news, not on, yeah, on the news. They were talking about it here in Florida being investigated. So the governor here is working on it.
Yeah.
I, I think it opened his eyes
I
up.
give him credit that he's working on the chemtrails too. We've been going after this for probably longer than COVID, because we've
Oh
noticed it
yeah,
from before that. I'd say maybe
yeah,
at least right before COVID, maybe 5, 6 years that we noticed the chemtrails and started documenting it. And we wrote letters. We wrote letters when RFK Jr. got in, because we figured maybe something will happen now because we got someone in, that, but he was so busy with the red dye situation and the autism, which I commend. But this is always my fear, that him getting in was that he was just going to run with this thing and it's going to be a one
yeah.
hit wonder for now and that's it. And I feel that that wasn't the priority. I hate to
Yeah,
say it. Autism is not,
it
you
was.
could choose not to eat red dye, but the
Yeah,
chemtrails, you can't choose to breathe the air, drink the water, eat the
right.
food from the soil.
That's
What
beyond
about
our
that?
control.
Right. So
Mhm.
you can't control that. We started
That's
writing
what
letters to Lee
that,
Zeldin.
that's what I'm trying to impress on everybody. It's not just one particular problem. They've got thousands of problems
Right.
coming in every day, day in,
Right.
day out. Different problems that could
Right.
be could become monstrous. And
This is the
it's
biggest
more than just
factor.
it's
I think the biggest factor in all of this right now, we see all this is going on, like and I get what's happening because they have to get control with the drugs and all the stuff that's coming into the country and the illegals. The
mhm,
other faction of it is he who controls the food and the water is king, basically.
right. Yep, they rule the
So
world.
there's no way, and water's a great equalizer. It wins over everything.
Yep.
And whether it be a disaster or whether it be you're dependent on it because you can't live
You
without
can't
it.
live 3 days with you can't go more than 3 days without water.
At least, right? Three
Yeah.
days, unless you're
Yep.
lucky longer. But
Yep.
that's the norm,
Well,
is 3 days.
basically, the normal person cannot
Mhm.
last more than 3 days.
So if they're going after water, they've been going since Monsanto days, been going after the food, throwing the seeds over the farmer's land and then taking it over, and everything's GMO'd up. And it's really getting scary because you really have to watch. It almost makes you want to be a farmer yourself because
Yeah.
the processed foods are so horrendous right now with what's going on with them. So much GMO stuff in it, so many genetically engineered products in the processed foods, even in the meats. I mean, they do make chicken that looks exactly like chicken and even tastes like chicken. You wouldn't know the difference, but it was
Right.
genetically engineered through stem cells of a
Yeah.
chicken, and they make a slurry, and even with blood and everything, and you wouldn't know it.
You
If
don't
you saw
know it.
the
No.
process, you'd be
That's like
disgusted.
they put the fillers in, the coloring,
Mhm.
the taste, the smell,
So
artificially.
we're eating the bugs, whatever else. So if
But you
they
don't think,
want to, put nanobots and things, they can do it. If they don't get you one way, they'll get you another way. And the chemtrails carry what? Metals. All the metals that are in
yeah,
chemtrails,
yeah.
barium, strontium, aluminum, are all in those chemtrails.
And
So why is that?
if they can't get us to our food, they'll destroy our food with the chemtrails. They'll destroy our food. On
And they'll control us. They'll
the
control us.
animals, everything. It
Well, if
controls.
there's metals and chemtrails,
Hmm.
what
Oh yeah,
operates off
definitely.
of the metals?
Hmm.
Frequencies. Everything has to do with frequencies. Whether
Frequency.
it be direct energy weapons, which was Lahaina, we know that they use them there. We know that HARP is real.
Mm-hmm.
HARP. We
Yeah.
also know that frequencies are used to the
Harmonic
right.
resonation.
That's it. Yes.
Hmm.
And so they could create tsunamis, earthquakes. So we also know that those are real. Well, we also know that metals react with frequencies. And what's the biggest thing we have going on with frequencies? Well, guess what? The 5G towers, which
Hmm.
the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab and them want to have 8G towers now. Why?
Yeah, and they're not cell phone. You can go underneath these towers and not get a signal with any carrier.
Because it
You
has
know,
nothing to do
there's
with your cell phone. It has
nothing to do
all
with your
to
cell
do with
phone.
operating frequencies.
Hmm.
It has nothing to do with your phones. Not if you go and look, anything you try to operate, if you buy like products like for instance, you have lights outside that operate off of your app on your phone. Most of them are going to all be 2.5 gigahertz or 2.4 gigahertz. They're not going to be 5, they're going to operate half of that. All of them do. Almost all of them do.
Yeah,
They
you're
don't
right.
operate off of 5. They operate off of 2. And you could call the companies, they'll even tell you it wasn't designed for that. Why? You're a new product.
Hmm.
Because we don't need it. So what are they doing with it? By my house, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to get pictures of this. So that'll be coming soon. When I get them, I will send them to you. I'm going to get pictures of this. They were talking about the honeycomb effect of these towers, that you're going to start seeing more and more of these towers popping up. But why are they all popping up like in a clover formation? Aerial
Right.
view with a drone, you can see that they're in a clover formation. All of a sudden, we started seeing tons of these towers going up, big ones, even ones that are short, almost like above a building, like a regular sized building. Why are they so low? Why do we have so many of them all of a
Right.
sudden? When we don't even
And
have 5G and we don't even have that population here.
no,
What do we
I
operate?
the last hurricane, me and Ricky tracked the storm all the way through. You see all these next rads sending signals up into these formations, more or less pushing it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you can tell the direction by watching these beams go up and into the hurricane and watch it make its move. It's just like the day before it hit the mountains, the night before.
Yeah.
That's what we were on. We
Right.
were watching it. It was here in Florida. It was over our west coast here, and you could see the bands stretch out and come in, strong over Virginia. I said, "Oh crap," you know. And we
Yeah.
watched it from there until it hit, that night.
Wow.
And you could see it by these beams, by these next rads, where it was going. I said, "Oh crap!" And you can go back and watch it.
Oh, you'll see them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Yeah, I'm
But the
listening.
day
You
before
definitely can see them.
I believe it was Milton. Which one hit here? Milton? Oh, man, I saw something.
The last hurricane
The one they
was
had,
it was Milton, and why can't I think of the name of the other one? Uh,
the one that hit us here, we had a sky painting, looked like a radiator, and it was in between cloud layers. The bottom layer covered it where you couldn't see it, but in between the upper clouds and this, they had like a huge, it probably covered this whole county, but it looked like a
wow,
radiator. It looked like a radiator. I saw it in 3 other places. I saw it here. I saw it
that was
over
the
North
clouds
Carolina.
that
I
you
saw it over
saw.
North
It was the.
Carolina before it hit the
Are you
mountains,
saying that the
and I
clouds
saw
didn't
it
look
in
like that?
then I saw it in England. Sure enough, 2 days later, it hit us hot and heavy here.
Well,
I
we've
mean,
been seeing.
somewhere in my photos, I have pictures of it. I have to get together.
Yeah.
I got, but I can't show videos or pictures on the phone. It's too complicated. It's too
Hmm.
time consuming.
Yeah, it is. I know. Maybe we could get someone else to put them up. You can
Mhm.
see it
Yeah,
because I mean, they can even look these up. I mean, if you just Google them up, even
yeah,
like if you look up cloud formations, like what HARP does, you can see
yeah,
that in the sky it looks like kind of zigzaggy, like
yeah.
almost wavy clouds,
Wavy clouds.
real erratic. Yeah, almost like like you said, like a radiator. Like it's scrambled like that in the sky. That's not normal. That comes from HARP that they're manipulating the weather. And
About 15 years ago, I took a picture of the sky separated in half, two different colors. I mean, it's like a line drawn. One side was one way and one side was the other. And now they're getting popular everywhere.
oh yeah,
And yeah, I mean, they started this back in the 50s. They started supposed cloud seeding
cloud seeding.
back in the 50s, but even back then, people were getting sick and, they were complaining about it, but they kept on doing it.
So Nabi 91, I think I'm saying, am I saying your name right? 91010. He was saying that on August 15th, 1952, they cloud seeded Cornwall, killing thousands.
Yeah,
Well,
I remember
Dubai,
that.
right. Dubai, not that long ago, maybe 3 years ago, it happened in Dubai, a massive flood there from
Flood, yeah.
clouds. And they admitted to the cloud seeding. And
Yeah,
it
they
was
were
so
out
bad,
raining, but
camels were floating down the water.
they got more than they bargained for.
Yeah, it was bad. And it looked like heaven was like God was angry, and the lightning and the thunder, and I never seen anything like it. And I have friends from out there, and I have a cousin that travels there all the time to Dubai, and I've seen a lot of the footage. I've seen the cars floating with the camels. They put cars on floats so that they were trying to get them out of the water and to float them down. That's how bad it was. Like camels were floating down the
Yeah,
river. It
yeah,
wasn't a river. It was because it's sand.
yeah.
Because Dubai's all
It
man-made.
was mud. It was mud.
Dubai's all man-made. It's a
Hmm.
man-made land.
Right. They built it. Yeah, built it out over the water.
Yeah, that's what happened there from the cloud seeding. So yeah, we definitely have that. I mean, look at when we had these record cold temperatures just recently. They were like it was like a 60 or 50 degree drop from the morning to the evening.
The evening. Yeah, yeah.
You never even hear of that. And it wasn't just in one area or the Midwest. It went all the way down to Florida, these record temperature lows.
Hmm.
And they were saying it wasn't normal. The media was saying it wasn't normal. Too
Yeah.
early. It was December.
You were talking about Nobby. Nobby, he's putting this information. If you want to know anything about England and their history and how they compared to us, and get with Nobby because he knows
Okay.
he knows his stuff. And
Oh yeah, water is the great equalizer. I agree. Nothing wins over water. Not fire, not wind. Nothing wins over. That's the great equalizer. You won't
Yep.
win over water. That's why they use that tool. That's why they use that in their arsenal. That's why water's been used so much, because they know that's the one thing you're not going to really be able to fight.
Yeah. So, if you watch what Nobby's writing, you probably learn a lot because we have a lot in common, us and you don't call a person from England British. British is their mafia. They're like our left. You call an Englishman English. They go by the St. George Cross, not the not the stripes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. Yes, they do. I've seen the flags. I've seen them
Mhm.
out there with it. Yeah. Oh, he said, I'm an English constitutionalist. Great. I'm an originalist with the Constitution. So I'm an originalist with our Constitution. You have originalists, and then you have everyone else. I believe in the original Constitution that we have in our country that was founded
Yeah, and we need to
before the corporation.
we need to stop the spread of democracy.
Right.
I mean,
We are a constitutional
they are
republic.
they are spoon feeding us democracy left and right. Every time you turn around, it's going to destroy democracy. Well, let's destroy that democracy. We are a constitutional republic. We go by the Constitution. We're represented. We're not,
Right,
we
a
are represented.
representative, right? Yeah.
Now we're not represented. We're not represented at all.
Well, our GOP is dead.
But democracy. They voted to kill Christians, feed Christians to
Yeah,
the lions in Rome. It was a
yeah,
democracy.
yeah,
The democracy. You have a gladiator game. What did they do in the gladiator games? They used democracy to
yeah.
thumbs up, thumbs down.
Oh, yeah,
Democracy.
yeah. That's
Mob rule. Mob rule.
we're-
Whatever the
that's
most
the
say
originator
goes.
of it.
Yeah, that's what started the democracy. The democracy we know. And every country that's used democracy has failed.
Right.
Greece,
That's why our founding
Rome,
fathers were very
France.
clear. The founding fathers were very clear when they designed the Constitution that it is not a
Not
living,
a democracy.
breathing, changing document. It is absolute.
Yep, absolute. Right. We are a country of representatives.
Yep.
We the
That's why
people
when you
tell.
say you're an originalist, you're going pre-corporation and to what
Right.
the original Constitution stood for, what they had it stand for. Because they put fail safes in the framework for that reason, because they had the foresight somehow, maybe they're time travelers for all I know, to know that these things could happen.
Yeah. Who knows? That's another
Yeah.
rabbit hole. But
Yeah, it is.
you
That
wonder.
definitely is a rabbit hole.
You look back at the wars and the stuff in the Revolutionary War and wonder how did we win or did we buckle under their tell them we'll give them a part of it and we'll sign this business deal later on, after 1812 and all that.
Hmm.
Did
Right.
what did we sell out or did we? Because there was no actual victory
That's why they
battle.
wanted to do two celebrations. They wanted to have the celebration for our celebration of the birthday of America. They wanted to have two of them. They wanted to have one. I believe it was March was the original date. They wanted to have it for March, and that would be pre-corporation. So
Uh-huh.
that's why March is. Keep an eye out for March to hear if anything's coming up in March, because there's something supposed to be going on, like some type of celebration thing happening. It'll be interesting to hear if they do. All of
And
it's geared towards, because when we're all born here in this country with a number on us, that
mhm,
you're part of the debt.
right. Yeah, we're the straw man.
Yeah, we are. That's
And
for sure.
the sad part is the majority of people don't know about it.
No.
They would have
They
no
wouldn't know
idea.
how to utilize it either, and I'm not
Oh
saying to do it.
no,
Right,
oh no, you can't utilize it. I mean,
right,
it's it's too difficult for a
right,
layperson just to go out.
right.
And it took its place. It took place of gold. Now they travel. They trade gold for the strawman account.
Mhm.
And I can't even fathom how they use it. You know.
Well, so just to give an example for the police, they always go on about the police, the police, police. So like, when you get a
Mhm.
ticket, it's in all caps. All caps is one of the main things of the straw man
That
thing with
that's
all
their
caps,
strawman
right?
account.
All
It
caps,
goes
right?
with
All
our
caps. Whether it's
yeah.
your license, your lease, something you own, a property, a mortgage, it doesn't matter. Your social
Anything
security
in
card, your
caps.
birth certificate, everything's in all caps. You get a ticket, it's in all caps
Yep.
because they receive funding, they get money, the
For everything
the
that happens.
police organizations, right? They get the government gets they get money for, I forgot how much it was out of each of these tickets that they give out because it's in all caps. So there is something that they pull from that debt that they get for that. So that's why it's written in all caps. I've only seen one or two people actually able to I've actually able to pull that off. I would never do it because I would be the one like throwing the chokey or something. And Nobby knows what I'm talking about. I'd be in the chokey for sure. But this one knew how to do it and she argued it and she won it
Uh-huh.
because they tried to give her a ticket for no reason. They tried to search her car and she wasn't allowing it because they didn't give probable reason, any reason. She wasn't doing anything. She was just parked and she was selling merchandise like at an event. And anyway, they wanted to issue her a ticket for being parked there then. And she's like, I'm not accepting that because it's all caps. I'm not accepting it. He didn't understand what that meant. He didn't
No,
understand it at all. It took another officer to come and then this whole debacle with that. Then she asked to see their badge numbers. The one cop got out and showed her the badge number. And then she said, let me give you an example of what this means. Look at your vehicle, which is true. If you look at police cars now, at least here, this for sure, it doesn't say serve and protect anymore because
no.
they're police. She goes, say what that says there. He goes, police. She goes, say it again. Police. She said, say it again. He goes, police. She goes, say it slower. Policy. Like sound it out. Policy. She goes,
Well,
yes,
yeah,
you're a policy. You're a
yeah,
policy. You're a
yeah. You're
policy
insured.
enforcer. That's all you are, is a policy enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
And so
And
his boss came, the sergeant came, and he said, what's the problem? And she's like, requested you to come because, they didn't believe me what I was telling them. And because on the vehicles, you'll notice serve and protect is not on there anymore. They had to take it off. It's off. It's not on the vehicles and any police cars anymore. It used
yeah,
to always be on all of them.
only sheriff department.
That's it. I haven't even seen that over here.
No, there's
And
a lot of the Democratic sheriffs are taking it off.
yeah, it's gone.
Yeah.
And he agreed then. And this was in Texas that this happened, not where I live, but in Texas. And then he said he came there and she told him, and he told them to get rid of the ticket, that she's correct. And she got away with that. And he said she's correct in what she's saying, that they had no reason to be giving her a ticket because she had a right to sell her merchandise. Everybody does. They
Mm-hmm.
just don't, people just don't know that you have a right to sell merchandise. If it's something that's going to help provide you food to put on the table for your family, you could go fish in the ocean if you want to and grab a fish. They're not supposed to fine you, ticket you, do anything to you if you're providing it to your family. So that was her means of income, and she was able to prove that, and so that went away. That's the only time I've ever seen that work. I would never try that myself. And I'm not
Yeah,
saying for anybody, yeah, not to
I'm
do that.
surprised that she didn't have to have a legal state driver, the state issued driver's license, etc., because it's commercial. Because this driver's license is for commercial use. It is
Right.
not for private use. We shouldn't even need a license for private use.
No, she just had a regular driver's license. They did nothing to her.
Oh,
They
okay. So she had
That
a
wasn't going to hold up.
regular,
He knew, this
she had a
sergeant
regular
knew it
state
wasn't going to
license.
hold up in court.
Yeah.
It was not going to hold up. So that's
Yeah.
why they didn't want to probably deal with it and they left it alone. That's the only
Yeah.
time I've seen that work.
The biggest thing is, like I said, most people don't know what it is, even cops, police. Uh, some
Mhm.
of our judges don't even know, you know,
Right.
especially if they're appointed and don't have any law training, period.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of ones out this way that I don't know. I don't know. They are appointed by favors, I think. And look what
Yeah.
we had
Yeah.
in Georgia. Look at all the ones in Georgia that were going after Trump. They weren't. Look at Fannie Willis. I
Yeah.
call her fat. I can't. I call her
Oh,
Fatty Willis.
yeah.
If it. What
It's
on earth
horrible.
is that? What kind of hoodlumism is that? The way she
Well,
spoke.
she's not the only district attorney that takes in stuff that's brought in by seizure.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they get this money from.
Letitia
They comp-
James.
yeah, they confiscate from the seizures. They take it off the top. They skim it,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
and they turn these counties and states and everything. They turn a blind eye to it.
Yet they were getting away with it all that time. They
Yeah,
were getting away with it all that time, went after him for it, was able to prove. And then you could just catch the lies that she was giving, but her father
yeah.
was involved, real estate was involved. She was in cohorting with her associate, and then
No,
he was involved.
you
And
can't do it on your own. And if you make somebody mad, you're in deep doo doo. We had one in Florida. We had
this
one
is
here in
why
Florida.
people, I think, are getting impatient, saying that they want these arrests. Like, and I get it. I can understand why anyone would want that, because that's what we're supposed to be doing, right? That was the
Right,
plan to get
right.
these big arrests. That we would be in we're in exposure right now. We're still in
Yeah,
exposure. We're not in
we're yeah
disclosure right now.
we're just
Everyone thinks that
learning.
we're not, and we're definitely not in exposure. But disclosure. They're still
Just learning.
gathering the nuts because the stuff
Right.
isn't going to stick if they go after them. It's just not going to stick.
No,
But
they have to have a case. It's just like a lot of
right,
it's like during the election, January 6th, the courts couldn't. The way it's set up, the courts couldn't do anything about the politics of the election.
yeah,
They knew this. They knew that the
right,
minute they get to court, the court would kick it out. We can't rule on this
right,
because there's certain clauses and things that covered that were in that. Yeah, it's
right,
like you say the discovery. The discovery part.
right. In the discovery
You have
part,
to have
right.
you have to have everything all together. Your I's dotted, your T's crossed,
Right. And we
and proof
have
is
all the
all. Yeah,
proof. The proof is there, like with Tim Walls and all. The proof is there. Even with
yeah,
Kamala, the proof
yeah.
was all there. They just, why was nothing acted on it? That's
They
that's
are
the
acting.
problem,
They
is that
are
they,
acting.
right, exactly. But they want to see heads rolling. So I think what's going to have to happen, to be honest, is I think there's going to have, which today or last night or this morning, whatever you want to call it, was probably a huge one with Venezuela. But it
Mhm.
just seems not to be enough for the public. They want, to
No,
see the politicians here and
yeah,
not abroad. But in order to control what's happening here, we have to control what's happening around us, like with our borders and stuff. It's like it's a catch-22. If you don't handle one thing, you can't handle another thing. So I think he's going to have to get going on some of to throw a few bones out there.
they're just cutting off the hands. They're cutting off
Yeah,
the
you're
hands.
gonna.
That's what we're
I
doing
would
right
say
now.
give a few bones to the public, so
Yeah,
that they're satisfied that there's some arrests that are being made that can be done. That they don't have to be the top ones, but get a few of them going to make good on that, because the natives are getting restless,
yeah.
and we
We're an
don't want to lose
impatient.
the base. You can't lose
We're
the
an
base.
impatient bunch. We're
Yeah,
impatient.
I know everything's
Well, we forget
now.
quick,
Yeah.
and we get one thing caught in our jaws. We snatch on the one thing and we don't want to let go of it. We keep chomping down on it.
Oh, I like what Nabi said. The world will once know that UK British Empire's Prince Andrew. Oh yes. Oh wait, that it's not over for them. It's
No.
not. They're very
Mm.
complicit. They're very complicit. That they'll come to. But again, we got the foreign entities, and then we have within our
Yeah,
own domestic.
right.
And
We
this
have
is
the whole
where the
world.
natives, right here, our base cannot get divided because they're getting restless for answers
Right.
and trying to blame Trump for that. So I think he's going to have to throw another bone or two out there to settle up the natives
Yeah.
that are
Yeah.
restless right now so
Yeah.
that
We
we
got to
don't
do
lose our
something.
base. Yeah.
And right now we're losing left and right because
Yeah.
but
Well,
that's why they throw
that's what it
confusion.
appears.
That's
But
that's why they throw the confusion in the pot. They
right,
throw
people
it off.
Americans are tired of working and not being able to provide for their families because we fund too many others. Right. Well, here's another thing that I know a lot of people are upset that money was going over to Ukraine. The reason I'm just bringing that as an example, I'm just using that as an example because that is something that's still continuing as of right now, even. Why is that happening? Trump can't cut off everything completely because, again, you cut that off completely, then you upset a whole nother base because we're not the
Yeah.
only ones.
No.
MAGA aren't the only ones, or the Republicans, or the conservatives, or the independents, or the Democrats. You got a big wide range of people within, and if you cut that off, then it causes other problems. So right now they get the bare minimum and it keeps everybody quiet. It's kind of, it's kind of like,
Unfortunately,
you try to starve the
unfortunately,
behavior.
we have the upper elite, the oligarchs, and all that are pulling
Right.
strings. They've been
Right.
put into place. They're still there. It's hard to get rid of them. Maybe impossible. And
Yeah.
we have to deal with that and do it
If they
politely and
could get Obama, I
politically.
would love them to get Obama.
Oh yeah, most
He's the
definitely.
puppet master, Obama.
Well, he even said when he was president he wanted to be king. He wanted to be
He
king of the
did.
world. He didn't want to be king of the
I hate to
U.S.
say this,
He
but
wanted to be king of the earth.
nobody wanted Chicago anything. Nobody wanted Chicago sports. Nobody wanted Chicago politics. Nobody wanted anything Chicago. Food, nothing. Everybody was always in competition with Chicago, and everybody felt the same way, like they hated any of the teams or any of the stuff from Chicago. But yet, here we are putting Chicago into the White House,
Yeah,
which tells you a lot.
yeah,
Rob Blagojevich, he took the fall and he kept quiet. And now he's been on the side with Trump. I don't know how much I want to trust that, but he did keep quiet and he didn't say anything the whole time he was in there, in jail. And he finally got released. And he was gone a long time. And this had to all to do with the selling of the seat, the so-called selling of the seat of Obama.
hmm yeah.
And
But
Rob Blagojevich was the one that had to he took the hit. But you know what Obama did? He should be thrown in jail already because he stole money from Illinois. He stole the money from being in Illinois and not finishing his term and didn't pay that money back and left to go to DC.
they gilded the population into a race thing. Made the first black president. He was so clean cut, and
Right. Yes, Sherry, that's right. Blagojevich was set up. Yes, he was.
yeah, he was most
Oh, yeah.
definitely. Oh boy, yeah, and it's pouring down the rain here.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
We had we've had we had no snow yesterday, but then up north of us in another town, they were loaded with snow. And it was weird. We didn't get any.
uh-huh.
And then we had ice over the weekend.
Yeah, ice and snow and
Yeah.
different places, different stuff.
Yeah. Next week we'll probably be wearing shorts.
Is it still? It's not. It quit snowing up there in Chicago.
It snows on and off. Like it's very weird in the Midwest how we get snow here. It's like we'll have snow one day, and then the next day we'll have rain. Then it'll be sunny, and it'll be like 60 degrees.
Hmm.
This is how it's been lately. And then all of a sudden it'll drop
Oh,
down to like 20 below zero. And right now it's been like in a cold snap. And even yesterday, I was really cold, and I felt like I couldn't warm up even today. And I'm never like that. I'm never cold. Like I could be outside in shorts in 50-degree weather. It doesn't bother me
yeah,
because
not me.
well, I'm because I'm used to it. See,
Yeah,
I'm used to that. So a lot of us here can go outside in shorts and light jackets and even sandals sometimes. Like, and it's 50 degrees to us. That's not cold because we're
yeah,
used to having like 20 below.
we see that all the time here. You know, being a tourist state, you know, we got people. This weather here now, we're in jackets and hoodies and sweaters. You know, they're out there in
Yeah.
their shorts and tank tops and
Florida got
sandals.
hit with the cold really bad.
Their sandals with socks.
Yeah.
You know, you come to now. Listen to me, people. You come down here from up north. Do
Yeah,
not wear do not wear sandals and socks.
that's
No
hilarious.
socks. No socks. Sandals, flip flops,
That's that is funny. That's funny. I've
or
been
a Hawaiian.
Florida's our stomping ground. We've gone to I think everywhere in Florida. Like we have friends all over Florida. We used to go a couple of times a year, at least once a year, and we would stay for like several weeks. And but we haven't done it ever since COVID because of the money.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's couldn't
The
afford
money
to
got
be doing these trips.
it's unreal how we used to live and get by so good, you know, and all of a sudden COVID hit, and now we can't afford nothing.
Nope, and we just can't get out of that funk.
Yeah,
And it's in
yeah,
2025, I'm not gonna lie, sucked. I don't know about
yeah.
anyone else, but I feel 2025, I was so happy Trump got in, but 2025 sucked financially, like for our business, for our monies, for anybody. Like a lot of people are complaining about 2025 just sucking. Whether it be family issues or whatever, it just seemed like it was just a year that I didn't miss. I won't miss 2025. Bye. I'm glad that we're this year now. We're 26 and we're gonna kick ass. I hope.
Yeah. Oh,
This
another
year.
tip coming to Florida: do not wear Hawaiian shirts.
Oh, you gotta look like the locals, people. Yeah, if you go to Florida, you gotta look like the
Yeah,
locals.
you wear a t-shirt. You don't hang your camera around your neck.
Just normal, normal.
You don't hang your camera around your neck. You're liable to get robbed.
Yeah, right. Yeah, for sure. Well, here
They see-
Illinois, they'll hit you over the head with a hammer
Yeah.
to
Oh
get
yeah.
your camera. People have
Yeah.
gone down into this. No one even goes into the city anymore because I've had people come out this way saying, "Oh, can you take us down to Chicago?" I'm like, "Nope,
Yeah.
I never go down to Chicago. I mean, it's not near me, but we used to go." I said, "No, I'm not going to go there because you don't know the crime that's happening over there. They're doing." Um, they're doing smash and grab still. Do you know that they
Mhm.
put gun wound care kits every so many blocks in the city because the cops don't come out to the
They're shooting.
emergencies. So
Yeah.
if you get shot, you have to go and find your own way to treat your wound until someone could come to help you, like emergency. Yeah,
Yeah.
kits like defibrillator boxes, but these are for wound care
Yeah.
for gunshot wounds.
Oh
That's
my.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. They were going after the nurses from Children's Memorial Hospital. They had moved where they were at to more where into the downtown area, like by Michigan Avenue. And the nurses were going from like the parking to go to where the hospital was, and they were getting robbed. They were getting beat up. Oh, it was terrible. Terrible. People at Navy Pier were taking pictures, and one guy had his camera, and he was hit on the head with a hammer for the camera. Buckingham Fountain, same thing. Someone was hit on the head with a hammer to get their camera. It's the wild,
Yeah.
wild west.
It is here too.
We have
Well, hello,
the
sis.
safety
Good to
act.
see you.
Illinois, Illinois has a crazy governor, and most people are trying to flee to Indiana where they don't have this problem over here. And the Safety Act is a big problem in a lot of areas because it's catch and release. So nothing's
Mhm.
done to anybody. It's a revolving door, and the criminals know it. So they're not afraid.
Well, where I live, you don't want to commit a crime. Of course, it goes on. There's people don't give a, they don't care. But my sheriff is Grady Judd, and I'm
No.
proud of it. I'm proud of it.
Oh, we were going to move to Florida at one point, but then like I said, everything happened, and then family happened, and people get older, and you have to take care of family, and yeah, we're kind of stuck here for probably a while. But the plan is to get down that way.
Yeah,
Hmm. All my friends and family are down there.
90 miles. Was that Ireland or you, Nobby?
Oh,
Yeah,
90 miles of
Priscilla,
sky.
I did the national anthem tonight, so we we we
Oh,
we,
nice.
we carried it over. We need to
Priscilla
have
says,
more.
don't come to West Virginia.
Yeah, we don't want to.
Good grief, I know.
Don't want any more demon rats in West Virginia.
Sherry Bell said 2020 room, Michigan. I know. Sherry, I was over in Michigan. My daughter actually got married during those couple of years. And anyway, so we wound up going with them up to Michigan. We had to wear masks. It was crazy to go to the courthouse and everything. It was nuts with the we had to wear
Uh,
masks and blah. But I think their fear was that if something happened to one of them, because they were together for 10 years, that if something happened to one of them, that they wouldn't be allowed, because remember, they weren't allowing people even into the hospitals if there was someone sick back then. So people were
yeah,
alone and they're dying. So
yeah,
they
you
were
could.
afraid, and they made sure that they got married at least, so that if that happened. But they were together so long anyway, it didn't matter if they had that piece of paper or not, because they've been together and they're still together. But we went to Michigan, and it was such a nightmare. First
Uh,
of all, if they see plates from out of state, the police are like, it's like Rachel Witchmer. What's her name? We call her the Wicked Witch. Rachel Witchmer. We call her Witchmer. Whitmer. Yeah, we call her the Wicked Witch. We're like,
yeah,
watch out. She might be flying down with her broomstick down the highway. She might be flying down to catch you if you're from out of state. If you're from
yeah.
a red state, she's going to catch you.
Between New York and Michigan, I don't know. California. There's three of them. I don't know which was the worst.
Yeah, she said businesses will never come back. Well, Michigan Avenue in Chicago is like a ghost town. It's crazy. Like, a lot of the businesses left Chicago. 7 floors of Macy's left Water Tower Place. The whole business threatened to leave, and they did, and many businesses followed suit. So this is why they're charging like $50, $40 an hour to park in
Hmm.
the city. Who the heck's going to go in the city, pay that much money
Right, right.
to
Well,
go get hit in the head?
thank goodness the mask mandate did not last long in Florida.
No.
But
Yeah, no.
I was delivered. I delivered the IVs for food. Nutritional
Yeah.
IVs, and you had to put the mask on. Of course, when you went in the hospital, I would wear my mask in there. I had a big old bottle of alcohol. I'd come in, I'd spray all my stuff down with alcohol, myself, my shoes, my hands, my steering wheel, and I'd go to the next stop, then do it all over.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I know. A lot of us had to do. We kind of were like forced to do things. I was able to get around a lot of it. Um, I just knew people, so I knew a way to get around some of it with work, where they were trying to force you into these situations. But the mask thing, you was hard to get around that one, because
Yeah,
you just with so much flack.
you
And I'm
had
like,
to.
this is crazy. And then you
Yeah.
still have people driving around with 2 masks on. Are they out of their freaking minds?
And you had to get a new mask every hospital I went to. You had to get a new mask. You had to get one of theirs. And
Oh, if you're
I
a
had, I,
nurse, you had to take. My friend was a nurse during all of this, and she had to wear all her PPE stuff. And then anytime she left the room, she had to take it all off and
oh,
put it all new on every time she went
yep,
into another room.
another room. Yeah, yeah. Each room, every place you go, you got to change. Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
Sherry might.
I went from hospital to hospital, so I was constantly cleaning up and changing. And it, and then you had to have you had to have you put a special thing on your car to drive, because you
Right.
weren't allowed to travel unless you were, you know.
Right. You had to be
Oh,
what is it called?
that was beautiful. Go
Essential workers.
essential worker. Yeah, it was weird going by Disney and not passing a car.
Yeah.
Really weird. Oh,
Oh, Sherry said when they died, you could not have if you. Right. My cousin actually did die. My cousin, he was in his 50s, maybe 60s actually, and he broke his leg. And he was in the hospital for a period of time with the broken leg. But then you know how they kick you out to go into rehab? They won't keep you in there. They'll
right,
kick you
right.
out to do the rehab in a facility. So they did that, and he wasn't even in there for like a week and he died. He got like a bad cough. No one could go see him. No one could talk to him. He wound up dying in the rehabilitation. And then for the funeral, nobody could go. Like nobody could go witness him at the hospital, not even his siblings. And there was only like two people that were allowed to go to the funeral.
These
So he
these
died
insurance companies,
alone.
these insurance companies, they deny their right to go to an ER or whatever.
Yeah.
They have to be, I don't know, dead before they let these nursing homes take them to the ER.
Oh, my aunt was
They
in
play God.
My aunt was also in rehabilitation during that time, and I had to go talk to her. I had to hold signs up to her in a window. She was on the ground floor because I requested her to be on the ground floor. So they did have her on the ground floor. So the only way I could communicate with her was through the phone and to see if she was okay looking through the window.
Hmm.
You couldn't go in there. I had to drop stuff off. I couldn't go in there. I could only talk to her in the window with
Yeah.
signs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really horrible
Yeah, these
and,
people go
and scary.
people go up to the hospitals and take the people's personal belongings. They couldn't go in. They'd have to call a nurse down from the floor to come and get it.
Yep.
And who knows if they got it.
Right. Sherry, you're right. Witchmere, the witch, enjoyed every aspect of her life just like Pritzker did. His family was down in Florida during all that.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, they were in Florida with their horses and
Yeah.
their ranch. Yep. That's where this
Yeah.
one was at.
Yeah. They don't want a king. They got their queen. I I, I don't understand why half of these aren't. Yeah, should be in prison for the stuff they did to the American people.
That's my point, and this is why I think people are tired, and I think things need to start moving more. Disclosure is going to need to start happening. It's going to have to be this year. It can't take forever. We only have for 4 years, unless a miracle happens, where we have Trump in that's going to fight for us, and then the torch gets passed. If we lose the House and the Senate, we're in big trouble.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
people don't, I'm going to say everybody needs to make sure they get out there in whatever state you're in and encourage people to go and work at the voting polls and just be a poll watcher. You don't even have to
yeah.
do it every
Oh,
day. You could
yeah.
you could do it for 1 or 2 days.
Yeah.
And you don't have to do it the whole time. You could pick and choose. You could make phone calls. Anything you could do to help. But the poll watching is imperative because the cheating is massive. Illinois, the cheating is massive.
Oh, yeah.
Massive. We caught it. We caught it in the county we're in. We've caught it in Crook County. That's Cook County, Crook County in Chicago. And we have all the data and nothing's being done about it. So this is the problem, is that we don't have same day voting. You need these machines, it's easy to cheat. They switch
Oh,
the
yeah.
Numbers.
They've all got cameras and internet built
Right.
in all of them. They, you don't see no wires or nothing, but they're all implanted in there somewhere. Unless you're a technical genius, you'll never know it.
We
It's
checked
just like
garbage.
it's just
Listen, we
like all
checked
my kids.
garbage cans. I went in the janitor's closet and I checked garbage cans and bins in the closets to make sure that nothing was thrown in there because
Yeah,
there was a lot of discrepancies happening and a lot of things there was missing, like ballots that were missing that were supposed to be
there.
counted and weren't
I was
there.
I was clerk here in Florida, and we had to check each each box of ballots, we had to account for everything, make sure it was all sealed, not broken into, you know. But
Right.
there's still room to cheat, you know. There, even here in Florida, where you have to have ID, and well, we have multi-day voting, which is not good because our I don't know whether the votes are. Yeah, we don't know when those votes are counted or if they're counted.
Well, they're supposed to be counted. So what happened here, and this is how we found more of the fraud here. Once, so every day that there was voting, everything would be collected and sent over to the county.
Right.
So here it was in one location out of all the townships, and that's where everything would go. So then if you were over there working over there, you would have the mail people coming with these bins, and it was willy-nilly. You
Yeah.
it was not secure. It
Wow.
was not secure.
Ours had to be all sealed and
At the end, yes, but not when
and
things were actively
certified.
happening.
And at the other end, they had somebody certified that it was, still sealed and not tampered with.
Right.
Because a lot of these states, they find them in their trunks and bags of ballots. That should never be. It should be sealed, locked.
Right. Oh yeah, we had one woman come in, and she was hollering at the top of her lungs, saying that she kept saying, "I'm a concerned voter, I'm a concerned parent, I'm a concerned parent," and she kept screaming this, and no one knew why she was doing it. So then I got a call that if I could go over there in the evening to see what's going on. So I'm like, all right, well, I wanted to be there when they were going to count the ballots from the machine that was supposedly broken, because that's why she was a concerned parent, because they wanted her to hand over her ballot so they could put it in another box because the machine was broken.
Yeah.
She's like, no, no,
Mm-mm.
I don't want to hand it over to anyone. No. So I don't blame her for saying that. And they had the nerve to tell her that she needed to leave. And I said, you shouldn't have done that either. If she wanted
Mm-mm.
to stay there, she could have stayed there till the cows came
That-
home. You don't
That's
have the
right.
right to tell her to leave. But I knew the rules. So I went in and I was watching that machine, and to make sure, and the one that was the head of everything for that evening, she was sitting at another table. She was so concerned with me being there. Like, why are you worried? I'm just watching them count. I'm here to watch the machine that was damaged. I need to see these ballots being counted, and I need to see that they're written with anything other than black ink. Because if the signature at the top of the corner is in black, it could be forged. It could be
Mhm.
photocopied.
Right.
So that's why you can't have it in black ink. And so I watched all of it, and it was a Republican and a Democrat that were both there counting. They did like 10 at a time each, and refed it in the machine. And so I watched all of that, and then the other one came running, the one that was the leader of everything, came running over there. She doesn't need to know anything. Just give her the telly at the end. And I'm like, why are you so worried about this? Like, I could be sitting anywhere I want to sit. And I
Yeah,
told her, make sure you don't turn the machines off at the end, because I need to see all the screens. I need to see all those keypads and make sure all these numbers are correct. What did she do? She turned them off. She turned them
ah,
off. I had to have her turn them back on. All these distractions. Turned out that the numbers were off. And she's like, oh, well, every day it's off like one or two. She didn't realize I was still there. And I said, one or two off, it should never be off. It
no,
shouldn't be off any. So one or two every day is not good. That's
no.
shouldn't be that it. I even counted the spoiled ballots. I recounted everything, and then I watched them lock them up and tie wrap everything up in there and whatever. And I said, "Yeah, that's great, but your numbers are off every day."
Yeah,
And
our
then we have a
spoiled
person
ballots.
coming in. You're screaming. She's a concerned parent, and you're making fun of her.
Our spoiled ballots we'd tear in half and made sure that the voter saw us put it in the locked box. It was big steel box with locked.
Yeah.
And it went to county to the yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at Nabby saying about some messages you can include on your spoiled ballots. Yeah, most of ours are because they didn't include add like the signature, or it didn't go through, or something wasn't like marked off on it, it was mostly because of that our spoil, or they didn't make it through the machine, or they got caught in it, whatever. That's mostly what they were, but they were accounted for. And the problem with some of the spoiled ballots is that we had duplicates. And so, for instance, my husband, and this has nothing really to do with those ballots, but he went to vote, and then they told him that he already voted, and he didn't. And they didn't know I was his wife, and I was right in front of him. And I said, "What do you mean he voted already?" They said, "Well, it shows where you voted." He's like, "No, I didn't vote." And I'm like, "I know he didn't vote. We're both here now." And so they showed his signature, and somebody wrote it with initials. Who writes their name and initials on a ballot? So I said, "No, that's not his signature. He would never write it with initials." So we knew that somebody voted for him. So then it goes into that whole realm of, where you're going to contest it. Then it goes in with those ballots and with the spoiled ones, and then you can contest it. But then the problem is they could turn around and accept the one that was the incorrect one. You will never know.
What Nobby was telling me in England, the ballots that are put in, and where they pick anybody's name like Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck, but they're counted their own separately as a vote, an anonymous vote for something, other than
What?
it counts against the ones that are actually running. I don't understand quite
I
how it
don't
works,
understand that either.
but they do count everything. They count everything.
Well, we did have, so we just got, unfortunately, was a Republican, but he was a rhino. We just got him off for running for governor. We got him, he can't run because we found the fraud happening with his petitions. And we knew he was a rhino. His name is Severino. And anyway, we wound up getting a FOIA and getting all the information for the petitions, for all the signatures, and with the certifications on it. And there was about 15 of us going through them. Do you know, almost more than half of them were forged signatures, that you could see it was all the same penmanship through like the whole like petition. And I'm like, wait a minute. Did you look at, I said, the person that signed it for certifying it wrote Jules Verne?
Yeah.
Did anyone catch that? Did anybody not catch that? And then, oh wait, Homer Simpson voted. Well, not voted. He signed the petition. Homer Simpson signed the petition. Let's see. We also had strip clubs, laundromats, storage units.
Yeah.
It was a lot of crazy stuff. And it was just the whole reason that we requested the FOIA was because he had 523 signatures, and you needed 500 to get onto the ballot, at least minimum. And that was suspect right there. So when we got the FOIA, that's how we found it all. He still insisted that it was a lie, but then he was thrown off, and he had to.
Yeah, as far as entry into the race, it should be a legitimate names.
Oh yeah, no, there was all kinds of crazy stuff on it.
That shows that.
Yeah, incomplete addresses.
It shows the candidates where the support in the country is.
Right.
Is what
If you are certifying that piece of paper with this 10, 15, 20 signatures on it, then you're saying that it is accurate information on there.
Right,
but there was incomplete addresses. Different. They need to have the whole address on there. They weren't on there. Then why are you certifying it?
Right.
Why were people from Texas and Tennessee coming up to Illinois to help with petitioning? It was a whole strange scenario, but we got them off the ballot. So that's a good thing. That's when the power of the people, it works. But we're a small example. Like, there needs to be more of that happening with boots on the ground. And that's why I'm saying, if anybody, at least in the States, that is going to have voting soon by them, that to get out, and it does matter that if you're there poll watching, because we don't have enough. And Mike Lindell he could only do so much. He was able to get lawyers down to every state, which was great. There was lawyers
But,
waiting for phone calls in every state.
yeah, what I was thinking with what Bobby was saying they do in England, it would be interesting to know here. We go by if they won the popular vote, right?
Right.
If we had all the Mickey Mouses and Donald Ducks and put it in a category of its own,
Mm-hmm.
that would show that they don't really have the popular, who
Right.
has a popular opinion, who doesn't,
Right.
it would show us as voters that, everything was counted,
Right.
everything.
Right. Everything was counted.
And,
We did the trifecta. We had everything. The popular vote. We won everything, and that's all being proven now.
yeah. But
We know that.
if they show the negative votes,
Yeah.
which a fictitious name would be a negative vote. If they showed that, it would show that people did not like who was running.
Right.
Yeah,
Sherry, you're right, Sherry, about them. That was. Do you remember when that happened in Ohio with what was it, Haitians that were in Ohio, or was it Somalians? That
it
was
was Haitians. It was Haitians in Springfield, but there's Somalians in between Columbus and
right. I have family in Dayton, and they were saying, yeah, that it was there. Well, when it happened in Springfield, that they were coming up with mules, meaning people that were paid to bring them up from Florida. So they were coming up from the coast of Florida. Yeah, there was a
yeah.
dead horse. Did you know that they killed a horse? They killed a horse on their way up, and they found it on the side of the road, and they were going to eat it. And
Mhm.
they were desperate, so they were going to eat it. They made their way all the way up to Ohio with these mules that they paid to get them up there, and that's how they wound up in all our areas. Ohio is the big corridor between Chicago and Ohio. There's a big corridor of the trafficking that happens between Ohio and Chicago. I don't know if you know that. It's a
Yeah,
big trafficking corridor. Ben Berkwam went and did reporting on it. Oops, let me get rid of that.
you
Yeah,
know,
that.
they come if we had really investigated. Most of them live in squalor.
Mhm. Oh
They
yeah.
pack a house as many as they can get. They don't use sanitary conditions because they're not used to them.
No. No, they had
They
80 in
don't
a
have
house,
them.
100 in a house.
Yeah, they don't. They don't have and a few
Yeah.
dollars here and there. It's like $1 million to them because they're used to no money.
Hey, we had the situation with the illegals with the Hispanics. Well, that was our huge problem. But it was the same problem in Ohio with the Haitians. They didn't know how to
Um,
drive.
no,
Neither did the illegals here. And they were giving them cars. They were buying
yeah,
it with their link cards. They'd get $17,000
yeah,
on their link card, and they were allowed to buy the vehicle. They would come with a huge skid of cars, and they would sell them these used cars for
hmm
pennies on the dollar with their link money that they
yeah,
had. And I seen the CBP1 app, and I saw how the money looked on there, and they were buying them. And we were doing a protest at one of the hotels because there was so many illegals in this hotel that no one could even go to the hotel, and there was like just hundreds of them flowing into this hotel, brand new hotel with a restaurant and everything downstairs from it. So they came with cars. They came with cars, sold them these cars. They were driving down one of the busiest streets going south backwards. Someone was driving
hmm
backwards. They didn't know how to drive
going the wrong
through
way.
major
Yeah,
traffic. That's how
yep.
bad it is. They were driving
Mhm.
backwards.
But yet we say something and we're fear
Oh,
mongering. We're
yeah, well,
we're
you're a racist, right? Yeah, you're
yeah,
a racist if you do it.
yeah.
But that's okay. They came. Tom Homan came right over there. That was one of the first places he went to. They're gone now. They got them out, but they're probably going to come back.
Oh yeah, they'll just move them away for a while and then bring them back.
Yeah,
That's
it
what they
might be.
do. They shuffle them. They shuffle them around.
Yeah,
And all these people want to do is change our laws and live the way they like Why don't they just stay where they are if they want to live like they were there? You know, they don't want to improve themselves. They want to. They want the free dollar. They want to steal it.
Yeah.
Make us. Yeah, they'll come right out and they come. All these videos, they come right out and say, you know, you working for us.
Yep. Yep. Oh, Nobby, you're funny. A champion sandwich. The horse.
Um,
He's got the horse with the stake there. Nail it. That's funny. I know it's a sad situation. We can make fun of it, but it was really like a terrible thing to happen that they stole someone's property and did that. But yeah, yep, that's exactly right. Eating the cats, eating the dogs.
mhm.
They make fun of that, saying that it wasn't real, but they were really doing it
Well,
because they were even taking the geese.
don't get him started on hot dogs.
Uh-oh. Well, we know what those are made of.
Yeah, we do, but they don't.
Yeah, I will not eat a hot dog unless it is 100% like kosher,
Beef or kosher.
beef kosher.
Yeah.
Yep. My husband
Yeah.
says they're lips and assholes.
Oh, the stuff they put in regular pork hot dogs is make your mind.
But it's not just hot dogs anymore, people.
Oh
It's like
no.
all kinds of food that they're
Yeah,
doing this
everything.
stuff to.
All this processed food could be anything.
Oh wait, Sherry said now
Mhm.
Lansing has a gay mayor who flies. I know that's awful, and not only is that going on in Michigan, you got the whole Islamic thing going on over there too. The Muslims.
Oh yeah, today they raised the Somali flag over the Ohio Capitol.
Well, what are they going to do in New York now? They did it on the tower, one of the
Yeah.
towers, the new one. They were going to do
Yeah.
the Islam, the flag,
Yeah.
the colors on it. Did we not remember about 9/11?
No, they have you
Don't care.
noticed noticed how they've confused the issue of 9/11 and how many, you know, conspiracies and, you know, they're blaming it
Well,
on our government. They're
we
blaming it on
know
our
that.
government. We're the bad
Right.
people now, you know.
Right. Well, that's a whole nother rabbit
Yeah,
hole too that we could get into with
rabbit
that
hole.
one.
Yeah.
Because we know how that whole situation went down, and it was nefarious. We know it was malevolent because there's no way that those buildings could have went down the way that they did, especially building 5. There's just no way that any of that
No,
was caused by an airplane.
no, they were controlled. You could see it
Yeah,
as they moved down,
yeah,
you know.
yeah,
It was a control. It was controlled, yeah.
yeah.
But
So we could get into the whole thing with New York and all
I'm
that. It's a whole nother
yeah,
can of
yeah.
worms.
Yeah, it's a whole new whew.
Right, it is. But
Now
she's
they
right.
could have
Yeah,
been
I
that
forgot about that. They got the gay mayor there that's flying the LGBT. See, and
yeah.
I don't like that they fly the flags and they don't put the American flag, or they
No,
don't put the American flag above or
above it,
bigger.
yeah.
Yeah,
The American flag should always be above
right. And the gay
or hi
flag
or
is
higher
right. The gay flag has nothing to do with your
with our
city. Like,
country.
yeah,
Yeah, nothing to do with our government. Nothing should have nothing, not a thing to do with our government.
right. Nothing against the gays. Just saying that you could fly your own flag, but
Yeah,
not
yeah. United
not with
Nations,
your country. It's not
United
a
Nations, the United Nations has the place for the other countries' flags. You know, that's it. You know,
yeah,
that's we should have no other country flags flying in any of our government buildings.
yeah.
None,
Right.
not
No, I agree. I agree. Or any other country, right? Like what's her name did. Oh, what was her name? I can't stand her. Oh my gosh. She is also, I believe, Muslim. Not Elon Omar, it's another one. I call her Smush Face because that's what she looks like. But she was flying her country's flag outside of her office, not with the American flag, just her flag.
our flag, the country. Yeah,
Yeah, Palestinian flag,
yeah,
I think it was.
yeah.
Yeah. Why can't I think of her name? That's because I can't stand her.
Is it the one that's running for governor out west? One of those Oregon,
Oh
Oregon.
gosh. I say her name all the time, and I haven't said it recently, and I can't remember. But she's the one that flew the flag outside of her office and made a big ruckus. She's
Mhm.
a loud. She's very loud. She'll go to things, and she's a big agitator. She's part of the group with AOC and
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know her.
Ilhan
I know
Omar.
her. Filthy mouth, fat girl,
Yeah, yeah,
chubby, not fat, chubby.
yeah. She's a little chubby. Yes,
Yeah,
that one. Yes,
yeah. Got
yeah,
a dirty mouth.
yes. The
I
AOC, I
know.
call her
I know who you're
AOC's.
talking about.
Yeah, AOC is not much better, but she's sneaky. But we call her asshole of the century.
Yeah,
She's the AOC.
she's an airhead.
She is an Irish bartender worth millions.
Yeah.
How do you make that much money doing?
Um,
I don't understand how she got that much money. So we all know how she got that money.
Yeah,
Everything's coming from you know who,
yeah,
from the dark tentacles of Price Soros Foundation. Because the Soros Foundation, their tentacles go far, and they become other groups, and then they fund, like, Act Blue and all these other ones that are popping up. We have a lot of socialist groups that popped up over here, and
yeah,
they actually have soapbox presentations. Like, they get up on a soapbox and stand there and chant whatever, and they're for the socialist group of the area.
yeah. And they don't clap. They wave their hands. They don't
Yeah.
clap. They wave their hands, and you have to call each other comrade. And
Yes.
they have all kinds of rules they got to abide by. They got to be recognized before you speak, and all kinds of. That's stupid. I mean, it's like a
It,
circus watching them.
it is a circus. And what a joke they are when we see them. It's like
Uh,
out this way, it's like 5 million protests, and when it's warm out, of different organizations. It's all crazy. All I know is when they have the signs that say no kings, we laugh and we tell them that's right. There's no kings. You have a president. His name's Trump. That's right. No kings.
yeah, yeah. It's the same horse, different country. It's they different countries, different names, but it's all the same horse.
Rashida
Yeah,
Talib, whatever her
believe,
name is.
believe.
Sherry, you
Yeah,
got it. That's right.
yeah.
Talib. Yeah, Omar Dingle. Yeah, they're all the dingbats. Asshole of the century is AOC. Yep, that's that one. I call her asshole of the century. I can't stand the AOC. My favorite one of hers, when she was in the town hall meeting, and she's like, she started coming out with an accent. She doesn't even have one. Let me tell you something. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's how you talk to the public? You don't have an accent. She didn't even grow up in a poor neighborhood. She came from a upper middle class family. Our country is a laughing stock.
Yeah.
And it's not because of Trump. It's because the turmoil's caused we fought ourselves.
I mean, you know what? How far have we sunk? To let the intelligence of
This is what
AOC,
other countries want.
AOC, you know, the intelligence of AOC, Jasmine Crockett. All this brilliant knowledge we have out there trying to run us.
Oh God, that's the other name, Jasmine Crotchet.
I mean, what is wrong with us?
Sherry said AOC went to a cattle call and auditioned for the position to be installed by the new Turks. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Yep.
another group.
That's the other name that I couldn't think of. Right. I saw
Yeah.
they told me people do not speak out of respect to just click. Oh yes, you're right. Sherry's right on that too about that's what they do. They click the fingers.
Yeah.
They stand there and go click, 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 click with the fingers. It's really weird.
Right. Yeah. 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 That's what
It's
I was trying to
straight
say with
out
that.
of straight out of Hunger Games or something. Some weird
Is
situation
that
there.
your Nobby? Is that your link or let me look here?
Oh, not my king. Is that a video?
Yeah. Yeah, he does little
Okay.
videos and stuff, and
Oh, okay. Let
and
me see that
he
one.
doesn't do too much. He doesn't do too much politics on this, but I tell him he needs to start his political page, because he knows his stuff.
Yeah, he
I,
does. I see.
I
I've
went
been reading it.
I went brain dead, but yeah, the reactor that blew up in Japan. He's highly into that.
Oh, Fukushima.
Fukushima, yeah, there it is.
So that
Fukushima.
thing's still spewing crap out
Yeah.
of it. It's still
Oh yeah,
leaking.
still leaking, still spreading radiation.
Oh yeah, they found it all over the coast of California. Actually, they found it in the sample soils out here too, in the Midwest, even out in Pennsylvania in those areas. They
All the way
found.
across the country.
Yep, yep,
Yeah, it's all over. So that and what they're putting down across this
yeah.
add it to it.
Add one more thing to the mess. This is why I'm saying, even if you wanted to plant something in the ground and grow it yourself, can you?
Right.
Can you?
Is the beef you're buying now good? Even in small farms, we can't be sure this,
No,
good for us.
no. I saw someone on here said that they got a
Yeah,
half a cow. I think or a
that was Miss
steer.
Angie.
Who said that? Somebody
That was
did.
Miss Angie.
Oh, Miss Angie. Yeah, that's the best thing you could do if you got a reputable farmer. You can
Right.
get that, but nothing is guaranteed.
Nothing. Yeah, we're all affected by it in some
Yeah,
way.
just pray over it. Pray over it and take your detox.
Yeah, take your
No,
yeah,
literally, like
especially
take detox for metals.
take your detox for sure.
Yeah, the whales were going through Nabi. We had that happen here. We actually, what happened was it was the wind turbines. Now they can't do it. They got that all reversed and they can't do it. They can't do the drilling. But they were already putting some of them out in the East Coast. And the whole story is the fishermen were going on strike because they didn't want anything to do with it. And because of the drilling, they were having problems. And the drilling that was happening out in the water really was not from our country. It was being other companies, foreign entities had purchased parts of the ocean. Now this is what Biden allowed. He
Hmm.
allowed us the sale of part of the ocean, and they were going to put these wind turbines in, and they started to do the drilling in it, and it was causing such a commotion that Jersey Shore was getting, like, I don't know, at the end there was been about 30 beached whales. Every day there
Hmm.
was beached whales. They were getting confused. So they had to stop it, which we all know wind turbines are not green energy because they
No,
operate off of oil, and they leak. So they did stop doing it,
and
but it took.
they burn and they
Right.
cause hazardous fume from it.
Kill birds.
Kill birds, everything.
Yeah, all kinds of problems with those. We have tons
Hmm.
of them. Had tons of them out here. I know a lot of them stopped using them, or they're like kind of abandoned. And that's another thing. Once they get abandoned, they're like garbage. Oh yeah, Nabi, I'm going to take that link. That's a good
Yeah,
one.
that's a good link.
He's
Yeah,
got the Fukushima thing. I'll have to take a screenshot of it because the link
yeah. The
it's
link
not
on
active.
StreamYard.
Yeah, it's not active on there, so
Right.
I'll take a screenshot of it.
It is on YouTube. So everybody on YouTube, click that link.
Yeah,
It'll
that'd
tell
be
you
a
a
good
lot.
one to see.
Tells you a lot.
Yeah, the Fukushima one, the meltdowns that happened, it's never gonna stop leaking. It's still leaking to this day. Yeah, 36 reactor core from 4 buildings. They're each are identical. Wow.
You know what
One,
really what really it sticks in my mind was when they tried to destroy the Gulf with that massive oil spill,
oh, yeah.
and that was intentional.
Yep.
That was just that was to
That was another one, and we have all that offshore with the
but God
this.
but God had a plan. He had an organism that took
Yep.
care of it. I mean, it
Yeah.
got every bit of it. I mean that if you talk about miracles, you better get
That's
down
a
on your knees
no.
and
That
pray.
is a miracle.
That was a miracle from our,
Yeah,
from
because
God.
the mussel farms were all like that. The mussel farmers that were off the coast, we're
Hmm.
all like oh, we're going to be
Yeah,
destroyed.
they were doomed. They were doomed. Yeah, we were
Yeah.
doomed. And the good Lord just, you know, I mean, it didn't take long either. I mean, the speed of it.
Yeah.
Isn't God wonderful?
God is wonderful. That's why I said miracles happen. That's why we have to always keep praying.
And that
Michigan
wasn't.
farmers were paid not to farm in the 80s.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
back in the '60s in Ohio.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
look what happened now. China owns everything.
yeah.
That's
That's
another thing I don't understand. How does China get to buy land in the United States when they're an enemy of the state?
no, they're
How
not
is
an
that
enemy. They're
possible,
not.
right?
They're not an enemy of Clinton and Biden.
I know, unfortunately. But that what they did was illegal.
Yeah, it was illegal, but
So why isn't that land turned over then? Because that should all be turned over because they shouldn't be able to own any of that land. Because they own like 60% or 65%, maybe more now, of the farms in California.
well, they bought the water supplies and
Well, you know who's
microwaves.
doing that now? Gates.
Yeah, Gates
Unfortunately,
bought
I
it
had to
now.
break the news. Bill Gates got the his hands on some of the aquifers.
He got what we they sorry
That's
they
right.
they took it away from China and Bill Gates bought it up.
Yeah. So I won't buy
So
anything from Walmart. I won't buy
oh
any food from there. Nope, because it's all appeal.
yeah,
But he's got some of the aquifers. Now I don't know from where. I don't know which ones or what he's doing, but now he's going to be playing games with the water. This is where you can't win. All you could do is keep yourself healthy, detox, make sure you're like getting the least amount of processed food as you can, and make sure that you're doing your supplements and stuff that help with detoxing from metals and parasites, because that's kind of what all this stuff is. They're
well
finding even with the turtle cancers.
you just about know if you see great value on the food, it's from the worst processing plants in the country.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I mean, that's a given. Jimmy Dean, Pepperidge Farm, and that's their bottom line stuff. And
oh sure.
it's already bioengineered all their stuff.
California farmers have produced most of the world's products. Sherry, that's interesting. Are forbidden to farm because they are shutting off the water for farming to the sea. Well, that's kind of interesting because that's what they were doing with the water. That's why they didn't have water for the fires. A lot of them were empty because that's why Trump wanted to open it up from Washington to get the water to come down
That's a
because yeah, you didn't need it.
that's a fishy tale. It's all about
Yeah,
the smell.
the
That
fish.
fish, that fishy that fishy tail smelt.
That is a fishy one. That's a smelly fishy one. That's for sure.
Yeah, I saw that, Billy Bob. Yeah, it's all artificial and it's no shell. It's just a Yeah.
Yeah, China's manufacturing fake eggs. And why do we have to send our chickens there to get processed to be sent back here? That's disgusting.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
and we get it back in. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, that's why do we have to send it there to get processed? Because they're saying
and
it's
what,
cheaper.
like looks like a see-through egg.
Weird between that and the meat and everything. That's what I'm saying. You don't, if you knew about all the stuff at McDonald's, you'd never even touch that food
Oh,
there.
geez,
I don't eat
no,
at McDonald's.
no, I
I won't
quit.
touch nothing from there. Nothing from there. It is so disgusting.
There's so much coming out. Like you put the you can put your scraps or you put the whole meal outside, and none of the animals or birds or ants or bugs will eat it.
Yeah.
None
Well, you
of
remember
them.
what they said that you'll have nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah,
You'll eat it, and that's how it's going to be.
as
And they
long as
didn't give us a choice. They're already doing it with the flour. There's
yeah,
like a percentage of it that's in the flour. Even even if you think it's not, even if you think it's organic, there's a way to tell. We just found out about this. I got to look again to see what the verbiage was. There is a way to look at the packaging. This it's another alternative name for the bugs, and I can't
Yeah,
remember
but
what
they're
it
not.
was.
They're by numbers.
It's an
There's
actual
two
name,
numbers. Yeah. Well, there's two numbers that signify it's made from bugs too. Nine.
really,
Oh Lord. And let me see if I got it.
because
Really?
how do you avoid that? You can't avoid everything.
No.
What are you gonna do? Grow the wheat and then like mill it yourself? I mean, my God, I'll be like 1,000 years old. I won't live to 1,000 years old. I'll have a heart attack trying to farm this stuff. Yeah, 3D printing meat. I know it's Billy Bob. That's so gross. I've seen them doing it. That's what I was talking about earlier, where they actually create the meat slurry out of the stem cells and the blood, and they put it in this big vat. A man from India, I believe from Pakistan, invented this technology, and Bill Gates and him are involved in this together. And you make this big vat of this slurry, and then they generate this chicken meat, and
Yeah,
it
and
looks exactly like chicken.
they use bones and grind the bones up into that slurry to give it, give
Yes,
it
for the
warmth
marrow
for the
and
merit.
for
Yeah.
the blood.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, and you wouldn't know it. How do you know when these restaurants are using this stuff too? You
You're
don't
not.
know.
You can taste the difference between, you know, these restaurants that, some of them still use the old, the regular meat,
Uh-huh.
like Hardee's.
Sometimes I question the chicken when I see it's kind of stringy. Have you ever noticed that some of the
Yeah,
chicken, I've never seen that in the past, where some of it's kind of like it's fresh chicken, but it's kind of like, I don't know, stringy or something. It's
yeah,
it's weird, almost like it's dry, like it was freezer burned and dried out, but it's stringy. It's
yeah.
like it's, I don't know.
I don't eat a lot of chicken, but I noticed the difference in some of the. I'll eat breast. Yeah, I noticed the difference in some of the breasts. You get, especially when it's not in the
That's what I'm
bone.
talking about. Exactly, precisely is what I'm talking about is the chicken breast.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. It's different. It's different. You can take one with the bone, and see the difference between one that's just it's compressed.
Yes,
They
that's what it seems like. Like it's yes, that's what it
yeah,
seems like.
yeah.
It's almost like stringy or like I don't know.
Uh-huh.
It's weird. The
It comes
texture is weird
apart.
on it.
Yeah, it comes apart like it's glued together or something.
That's that's exactly what it looks like. That is the
Uh-huh.
best description I've heard of it. And you could
Yep.
marinate it all you want. It doesn't taste
It
right.
doesn't change it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't eat out. Yeah, nobody wants to eat out anymore. First of all, I can't afford to eat out half the time. If I wanted to eat out, but when you want to start buying organic stuff, then it becomes pricey. But then that's no guarantee either.
Mhm.
Just because it says organic doesn't mean nothing. If the pig doesn't taste of oink or the chicken doesn't taste of the cow, leave it. Yeah, I guess that's true. If it walks like a pig and talks like a pig, it should taste like a pig, I would assume.
Mhm. Yeah. You can have that big stuff. I like ham and bacon, but that's
Oh
it.
yeah, my grandma Sherry said her grandma used to have a ham that fell apart when you cooked it. Now, yeah, I think it depends on the ham you get. You gotta be careful. Like Smithfield is China.
Yeah. It's
It's all
not real
China now.
ham.
Nope. Won't soak in the fake chicken. Nope, that's correct. Sliced honey ham. Forget about it. The sliced honey ham. No way.
Well, of course I can't find it, so yeah.
That's okay. God's food. Yep. What is it? Hot dogs? Nobby, I'm not sure what those are on there. God's food. Hot dogs?
No, he's not saying that.
I don't know what that picture is. Looks like he's saying sausages. Oh, bacon. Oh, yes. I had
Yeah,
some today. I
that's
was very
bacon.
happy.
Yeah.
Yes. I love the
And,
divine swine. I won't give up the pig.
yeah.
I do
Well,
like pork.
I don't know. Sausage doesn't agree with me.
Yeah, I like
I,
bacon.
I love sausage, but I guess when my gallbladder went bad and I had it removed, it just did me
Oh,
in. Yeah.
yep, that will, yeah, because it's greasy
Yeah.
and it's a heavier product. I like chorizo for like chorizo and eggs. That's pork usually, and I like pulled pork. I love pulled pork.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, and I like like the barbacoa, the pork tacos. Mm,
But it
those are
don't like
good.
me. I
Yeah, I
suffer.
know that is
I
it is
suffer.
my sister-in-law has the same problem with the gallbladder. Yeah, a
No,
lot of foods don't agree.
I figured, to make it better, but no. Yeah.
Yep, yeah. Sherry said they got smoked ham from farmers today. You won't touch it. Yeah, we used to have a few farms that we were able to go to here that were very good, but the kids didn't want to take it over, and the families wanted to be done, and so some of them are gone now, where we can get our turkeys and our pork from and stuff and all different kinds of things. And now a lot of their properties, they don't want to carry on with it. And well, you know what bought up those farms? Because it's not going to be a farm you're going to want to get food from anymore. From the foreigners, from mostly Chinese that took them over, bought the land. Yeah. Sausage is gone
Yeah, I
from my
don't know.
dinner.
I just stay away from it. Billy Bob,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
I have 3 farms that buy me produce. That's wonderful that you can do that. You get a lot in England or in London, or I'm not sure where you are. Um, you have lots of options for those, because I know a lot of people that are out there that can get fresh produce and from farms. Yeah, and,
Yeah.
and they're guaranteed.
Nobby said he's 90 miles below Scotland.
Oh, wonderful! Yeah, that's beautiful land there.
That's like, well, what do they call it? Moorish? Moorish?
The
The
Moorish,
Moors?
yeah, the
I
Moorish,
think
Moorish farms,
if I remember right.
the Moors.
Yorkshire. Yeah, I've been to Yorkshire.
England, Yorkshire as my flag. Oh, okay. My husband's family's from Ireland. They're from Dublin. I think his mom's family's from Dublin. That's one place I always wanted to go to, Scotland, and I wanted to go to Ireland. We haven't done that yet.
Now,
So, not yet.
Nobby, this has always confused me about Yorkshire. Yorkshire's an area, right?
In
It's not
England.
a it's not a town. Is York part of Yorkshire?
I think it's like Dublin, isn't it? Like a township or like a
Yeah, I think it's an area.
county?
I think it's like a county. Mm.
I just know Yorkshire pudding.
It's like the story of Robin Hood was more it was a fictional political satire.
Yeah.
I mean, they say there was a Robin Hood, but it's not verifiable.
Right. It's a
But
it's a
it was
folklore.
more of a story. It was more of a story against the government, against the British.
Yeah, more of the folklore of it.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
folklore, the rob the rich to give to the poor.
Yep. That's what we're trying to do now, right?
A lot of our nursery rhymes and fairy tales, and a lot of it's based on facts. It's like the Jack and the Beanstalk.
Oh
It's about
yeah.
the giants. It's about the giants, and the angels come and cut them out of the sky, trying to reach heaven. By the
Oh yeah.
tree, and they took the sword
Tartarian.
and
Tartaria.
all these huge mountaintops that are sheared off, and they look like trees, they act like trees, and have yeah, inner parts like trees. The bands, yeah, the
Yeah,
band,
yeah. The band, right, exactly. They look like plateaus. They
and
the
mountains that look exactly like a human, with the face and you know,
oh yeah.
body laying there, and
I
mountain tops
really
and
thought
stuff.
that was wild with the tree trunk.
Yeah,
that they're
that's
in mountains, but they're really petrified tree trunks
they're
because
petrified.
they actually hammered into one of them and water was coming out of it, and they were trying to figure out a way to stop it because they say it's directly connected to the water
Yeah,
source or to the
yeah.
oceans.
The trees start the water source.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's built
so
into the.
it's not a mountain then if you hit it like that and make a hole in it and water's coming out of it. It's
It's a
it's
living.
not a mountain.
Right. Yep.
So they
It's a
Yeah, they're
source.
flat. Yeah, and when you see the 3D pictures of it, oh yeah, see Nabi said he's got 3D 60 video of the Moors of. Oh, I have to see that. Oh,
Oh yeah, he's got some.
with
He's
a
got
GoPro.
yeah, he's got some beautiful scenery. Travel pictures and stuff.
Oh, I'm going to do that. Oh, thanks, Nabi. That'll be exciting to see
And
that.
the petrified rocks and the Himalayan salt and stuff like that that looks like bacon.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like actual, liver. Look,
Yes.
the tissue, the muscles,
Yeah.
and
How
everything.
they're saying that it comes from that. I just
Yeah,
watched a whole nother thing that they had about the Nephilim, or however you want to call it, for the giants, because
yeah.
we had this
Did
whole
nothing.
discussion the other day about how they talk about evolution and stuff, but then the theory right now shows evidence shows that everything existed all at the same time. The
And
giants,
it's all written in the book that's banned, which is Enoch.
Enoch, the Book of Enoch.
And
Yes, yes,
and
good.
the other books around it, they give the history like that, but we want to say, that's a fairy tale. But
But yet the
the
evidence
evidence
is there.
the evidence is there.
They got the DNA, they got the evidence. They show that we did not evolve from chimps or any of those things, that we were all existing at the same time. Primates, human, Homo sapien,
And the problem,
Cro-Magnon man, everything, dinosaurs, everything all existed at one point at the same time.
and it talks about the fallen angels being of reptilian shape,
Wow.
and you know
Now that's interesting.
it's it's really something. If I haven't dug deep. I just
I don't know, but look at the build. It's impossible to deny. Look at the buildings that were half buried. Like you
yeah,
could see that they were from like
they start putting
giant doors.
yeah, giant doors, and we had to build a door inside the giant door to get into it
Yeah.
because the
And they
latches are
found
the
now
latches are way up
artifacts
the
in the
top.
ocean. They found a
Oh yeah,
giant helmet.
oh yeah, that was awesome.
That was a really neat
The guy
one.
was swimming in and out of it.
That was insane. And I'm like,
Well,
there's no way that they could make all that up.
they say that some of the giants were 30. Yeah, 30 stories and higher,
Yeah.
300 feet and higher. That's a huge, and no
They're, they,
wonder these mountains are so, these trees that are mountains cut off, our mountains that
right.
trees are cut off are so huge because look at the giants that go alongside of it.
Yeah. They have all kinds of documentation on this now. They even were showing about now, and I'm not saying I'm a flat earther or anything of that. I just listen to all the perspectives, and because I don't believe we landed on the moon. That I don't believe.
Oh, we
I
did not go to the
no
moon.
no
Even the ones that went to the moon said they didn't go to the moon.
yeah, no way. There's no way that they could have. How could we have gone to the moon when we can't get someone to the moon now? And look at the technology we have, including reverse engineered technology from so-called alien, crafts and stuff. So
Yeah,
how could we have been on the moon during the 60s and we can't do it now?
they had to win the space race somehow, so they had to make it a.
Yes.
What
With
what
the
what was
stage.
it like? What was wag the dog?
Yeah.
Create a war, create a fake war, create a fake moon landing. And
Right, right.
it was all staged. I mean, even my granddaughter's 14 years old. She says, "Papa, that flag moved. There's nothing they can't move on there." You know,
There you go. Right.
there you go. You know, the young.
So
It's
we have
just
to be
like I said, when I
adapted.
was that age, I visited Kennedy, Cape Canaveral at the Space Museum, and I'm thinking,
Oh
you
my
know,
gosh, we loved that when
like
we were kids.
like I was saying, I was a kid, and I'm thinking that's in stuff protect them from the heat. That they supposedly saw.
That's
I,
what I mean. Just
I was an
based on,
inquisitive.
we don't even need to have the data. We don't even have to have their word for it. You just have to have common sense, like Trump says, common sense. You have to have
Yeah,
common sense. How the heck could we have gotten to the moon, walked on the moon, had the fabric to be able, or the materials to be able to walk on the moon, any of the technology or any of the equipment to go to the moon or walk on the moon, when we can't even do it now, and now we have the most advanced technology that happened within 50 years.
I,
There's
wa-
no way that could have happened.
I watch Praveen all the time, Nobby. I like that. That stuff just that blows my mind. I love it. I like
I bet a
Praveen.
green alien. Which one is it?
Praveen, it's the last link he put on there.
Oh,
He's
it
an
says
Indian. He's an Indian.
Praveen channel. Oh,
He,
another
yeah,
one.
he's an Indian
Nabby's
archaeologist.
full of information today. You're gonna keep me busy this weekend.
He's an Indian archaeologist that tells what these contraptions and everything what they were used for. He's into the harmonic moving of stones. By music
Oh,
and
frequency.
frequency, moving by frequency, and all kinds of stuff. It's amazing to watch him. I think they scared him. He was off for a long time, but he's getting back into it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But he tells it, like you know,
Yeah, says it like it is. That's what I want to do. I'm gonna be looking at all these links now.
they don't
Nabby's
they
gonna
don't want
Nabby's
to
gonna keep me busy.
they don't want to think that we come from people that we come from people that were superior to us. They want to dumb them down, and look like we're superior to them.
Right.
Hey Deb, how you doing? Good to see you.
Happy New Year. Yeah, right. Well, this was the other argument I always have too. We cannot be the most intelligent species in the universes. There has got to be other life forms out there that are more intelligent, because the human species is definitely not it.
I don't
There,
think it's out. I don't think it's out there, Dee Dee. I think it's look at the word. Look at the words and the wording. What is Terra?
what do you mean for that?
What
There's other
what is it?
universes?
Yeah. What does the word Terra mean?
What does it mean?
The word Terra means Earth. Basically it
Oh yeah,
means Earth.
like terracotta. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you have extra Earth, extraterrestrials, where are they
Hmm.
coming from? Where are they coming from?
From inner
Up
Earth.
Earth, up the Earth. Yeah. Extra their Terra,
Well,
not
the
not.
hollow Earth thing. Yeah,
So we got
but
the
we
ice
could,
wall.
but we could have that and have that. We could have other galaxies
So that's
besides
supposed to be
ours.
that is supposed to be the heavenly body.
I'm just saying that we can't
That's what,
be the only species in I don't care if it's galaxies,
yeah.
galaxy, one
But
Earth,
there's more.
two.
There's more.
Yeah,
There's more species. More area beyond our ice
definitely.
wall.
There's got to be older, more
Yeah.
intelligent, because
Yeah. We're
humans are
like
definitely not it.
well. When you look at Tartaria, did they go south of the ice wall or did they go north of the North Pole? Because you can't get above what is it, Illaput, Canada? Is that the name of it? That's where my son-in-law does radar stuff for Canada. It's the
Oh
furthest,
wow.
it's the furthest point north you can go in Canada, and
Okay.
you can't go north towards the North Pole. You're not allowed. You probably wouldn't make it if
Mhm.
you tried. Because it's infinite. It's infinity. You know what's infinity? It's infinite.
Right. It's infinite. It goes on. This is
There
the
could be
whole
other.
study that they
There could
did
be.
with. They
There
just
could be
did.
other. There could be other domes. Could be other. There could be other firmaments.
There you go. Yeah, we were
There,
just talking about that too.
there could be other. There could be. I'm not saying there is. There could be
Right. These are theories. Right. They're
portals,
theories.
portals between the many. I'm saying many because
Well,
there's something out
We
there.
know
We
Stargate's real because they do have interdimensional. They do have interdimensional travel. We already know that exists,
and
and they have the technology for it.
whether that goes upward or outward, who
Don't
knows?
know. I don't
Don't
know.
know.
Could be parallel. There could be parallel universes. That's what I'm saying. That there could. We
Yeah.
can't be the only ones. And if there
No,
is, there might be,
no.
like you said, yeah, time travelers.
Like I said, the fallen angels were made to look reptilian, and that every alien you see is reptilian for some reason.
Some of them look it, but you got the grays,
Yeah,
the
you got the
gray,
grays,
the
you got the
grays, and
different.
then you
Yeah,
got reptilians, and then yeah, there's different ones. They don't all look reptilian
no,
though.
they don't all look
Yeah,
reptilian, but they say the fallen angel were, that.
the ones that were.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
who knows where the grays fit in?
Well, here's the thing. What, and that's what I say to everyone. Not only are we not, we can't be the only species in the universe. And the argument is, but they're nefarious because they're fallen angels. That's not necessarily always true either. Because if God made Earth and God made us, there's good with bad and everything. Just like with the aliens, there's good and bad with them also. Just there's not one without the other. It's like
Well,
believing.
the Bible tells us, but it's kind of they kind of hide it. That God had others around him. You have Lucifer. There was a
I was
an
just going to
equal,
say, you can't believe in the
like an
devil without
equal,
believing in God and vice versa.
like equal. There had to be more. There was a heavenly host.
Yeah.
Uh, there's a heavenly host, so that tells you there's something out there. And it's not going to be. It's a lot of it's not falling stars because they bound those angels. And they're
Mhm.
fallen angels coming down. It's not all of them.
Right.
But according to the Bible, the stars and the planets and everything are above the firmament in the water.
Right. Yeah.
The firmament
Yes.
separates us from the stars and the planets. And
I just watched a video on them showing about how the the sky looks like the water. It's like a mirror. It's like a mirror of the water, the sky, the same color, the same movement. And them talking about the firmament with the rainbows too, how they're arced.
but they are
The dome.
they're small arc the further south you go.
hmm I
And
was just
you have
going
to
to
have
tell
a
you a
mirror.
second ago about a study that was just done where they took, first they did it with cameras and lasers. And they
Mhm.
said that they wanted to prove the theory of that if it's curved or flat, because if if the earth is curved, then the line would eventually
Which
go
goes,
out of sight.
yeah,
You wouldn't see it anymore within so
right.
many miles because it would start to curve, right? So they
But it
did it with
shows as far as
lasers.
you go.
Right. Well, they did it, and it was supposed to only be up to like maybe 4 or 5 miles that you'd be able to see it. Then it would disappear because of the curve. But
Yeah.
then it was 10 miles. Then it was 100 miles. So then they tried another experiment where they went and used flags. And they had went, I think it was like, I don't know if it was in the Arctic or Antarctic. I think it was Antarctic that they did it. But they were in the snow with these flags and they were really far apart from each other. And they actually even went to the flattest part in the world, which is in, oh gosh, it's out by like in Europe. I can't remember the name of it. It's like part, the flattest land in the world. You probably could look it up and see the name, but it's the flattest land that goes on for a long period of time. So they use these flags as markers to show like how that
Right.
line would go. And
Right.
it
It just
and the laser never
ne-
ended.
never
It
ended. Yeah.
just kept going and going and going. And then these pilots are saying too that there's no such thing as it being curved. All they
Yeah,
see is horizon.
90% of the pilots will say no, it's flat.
Yeah.
But you have a 10% that no, it curves, definitely curves. So they must be busy with their trimmer, trimming up all the time. If that's the case,
Yeah, right.
they
I'm like,
flew or
well,
I haven't flown.
but that goes along with the theory. If it is, then we could be on a plane. Then there could be interdimensional planes
Yeah,
instead of it. Yeah,
that's
if you're thinking of it as being flat or being going on and on that way, if there was other dimensions, it would make sense then because they would be in between each other.
well, isn't it amazing? The highest point on the Earth is the wall.
Is
It's
the what?
higher than any mountain. It's higher than the Everest. It's higher than any point in the Earth.
The ice wall?
The ice wall.
Yeah. There's supposed to be 7 islands, new islands that are behind that wall.
Supposedly,
That's the claim, and that
that's
it's extraterrestrial that live there.
why would
That's
you
why
fight?
it's restricted.
Why would you fight so hard to keep people out of it?
I know.
That's that's my question. Why all the secrecy? And every government in the world agreed to it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some kind of power right there. Something.
Yeah.
Just think about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Why?
there's the theories in there, and we always ask why. It takes we're the smaller percentage of our eyes are open. People that have their eyes open that can see those things and have that, you still have discernment, but still have your mind open to things. That's not a big percentage of the population. That's where we kind of land at, where people would get along so much better if they were open to ideas and different things instead of being so stringent in their thought process, or their beliefs or convictions. They're not open to hearing these things.
Hmm.
But when your eyes are open, you're awake. If you're awakened, you're going to know you're going to see these things. And most of them are God loving people
Uh,
that
well,
have faith.
we believe that God is omnipotent. He's
Hmm.
beginning and end. You know, he's the most powerful being ever existed. And we don't think that he's smart enough to put in our chronological, building the earth chronologically to point to other
Yeah,
civilizations and time dating, make it look older than it is, and keep
right.
us keep us guessing, keep us mere mortals guessing, keep us on our toes. I, I I believe there was other civilizations,
I do too. I
and
do
time
believe that there are.
there's something with time. The time is concurrent,
Do you ever hear of Art Bell?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. Well, it's hard to find
I
people
guess
that
that's
like.
what started. I guess that's what started me in all this.
Yeah, me too. Probably about 30 something years ago, maybe
Yeah.
something
A
around
long,
there.
long way. As long as I
Oh,
can remember.
well, Art Bell's been on the radio since, well, I
The
don't know if
50s.
it's maybe about 35 years, something like that. I don't think it's longer than that.
No, it was
Something.
he's dead and gone now. It was back in the
Well, no,
50s.
I'm saying when he started.
Oh, I listened to him on the radio, the coast to coast.
Coast to
That's when I
coast.
was
Yeah.
that's when I was young.
Yeah, me too.
I would drive and listen to him on radio.
Oh,
Yeah,
the truck drivers loved him because he was on all night long.
all night long. Yeah, yeah.
And they'd
That was
call in.
close, close
Anybody,
to that.
if you want to find Art Bell, you can go and put the Paranormal Radio app on your phone and just type in Art Bell, and it'll come up with different shows, and you can get 24 hours of different recordings. It's not going to be all of his top stuff, but there'll be footage, different broadcasts of his show that are on there because he's not video, even though he had some videos. It's all through the radio because he had like an all night show, like hours and hours of it. But he might have like a guest like Lockheed Martin's grandson, and the whole story with the reverse technology in engineering of Kevlar that they found on some material that they found on a spacecraft, because Lockheed Martin, the grandson, it was either the grandson or the son, was in the military, and he was the one that was put on the base. They wanted him to go and investigate uh, some UFOs that they had on the base there. And one of them had a material in it that you could crinkle it up and it would never wrinkle.
Never
And
really come back to form. Yeah.
they reverse engineered that. That's how they came up with Kevlar. And
That,
yeah,
that and duct tape.
yeah. But the Kevlar is an interesting one because it came out of that specific material.
Yeah.
And it's well documented through the interview. Art Bell gave the best interviews. Unfortunately, they still have him going on the radio now. I have all of his recordings because I know somebody that was able to put it, download it and put it into like a cast box thing, and we're able to get it that way. But you can at least get some of them. But they started integrating out. I don't know if you know about this one, Harry. They started using AI art, an AI version of Art Bell, so that he can answer questions and things. It's creepy. It doesn't, it sounds like him, but the inflections of his voice, it's not him.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what recordings those are. Some of them, they might be the AI version, but you'll catch them on there. And you could get some of his recordings too it's called Midnight in the Desert. That was one of his shows.
Yeah.
And then the other, right, there was Coast to Coast, there was Midnight in the Desert, and I forgot what the other one was. And it's hundreds and hundreds of like Mel's Holes out in Washington. Mel's Holes. Remember that one? What a funny one. That's an awesome, it's like a 4-part series.
Yeah. And they never they haven't found it since then.
They have had multiple holes in different parts of the world.
Yeah, multiple holes, but they haven't found Mel's hole.
Mel's Hole was out in Washington, and that one there was, well, they were pretty specific to where it was, but because people were going there and throwing stuff down it, like whole refrigerators and things were throwing it down there.
They use it as a garbage dump, and
right, because it never ended. I think it's like a hollow earth thing, like a portal, like a thing for like hollow earth theory, because it never ended.
Whoever down there they probably put a camouflage cover over so people quit throwing trash into their homes.
They threw animals down there. There was all kinds of crazy stories of what the natives that lived on the land, they even corroborated it. And I have a cousin that lives in Washington that knows of the story also. So the story of Mel is he lived in Washington. He bought this property when he got married to his wife. And anyway, they bought they put like a trailer like on the property because they started growing like all these natural herbs and things. And actually he had real good concoctions of herbs that were supposed to be like cures for all kinds of stuff. And the government was even after that stuff. Yeah. And for originally we thought that's what they're going after, but he came across this hole because it was on his property, and this hole that was over by this like wooded area or whatever, they didn't know. Wide. Yeah, they didn't know what it was. You could look, right, it's online. Like they could look it up on YouTube, Mel's Holes. And there was even a song written about it. There's even a song. And supposedly it was supposed to be conspiracy, but there were Native Americans that corroborated the story about things that you could throw in it. Well, anyway, and that you would never hear it drop to the bottom. Never. So time goes on.
The Indians had one some out west there that was further south.
So he did go to like Arizona. There was
Arizona,
Utah. He did go to that one too later on, but the original one was off his property, and the word got out about it. And so, Men in Black and everything else came over there to investigate around there. At the same time, he was going through a situation with his wife where they were going through a divorce. And over time, after he was there for a while, and the military or black Men in Black or whatever. Yeah, they were going there and investigating it, and basically telling him that that he was restricted from that area, even though that it was his
They
property.
give millions of dollars to disappear.
They
What
gave
they
him a
get for
ton of
that?
money, and you know where he went? He went to Australia,
Australia, yeah.
and he didn't want to. He was never to talk about it again. There were stipulations to that money, but he could
Uh-huh.
live there forever. He had this big supply of money, and he was going to grow his natural herbs, which he did do. But he was
Mhm.
missing his family and wanted to come back. So
Yeah.
he contacted Art Bell to tell him that he was going to come back. And he did. He did come back. But at the same time, he was divorced from his wife, and his wife was working in conjunction, I think, with the government, and she was getting money too, so that he'd have to sell his property. And so there's a whole story that goes on after that where he went
Yeah.
to go take a bus to go out to hear Art Bell, and he was not abducted, but he was kidnapped basically by men in black in their cars. And he doesn't remember anything after that. He woke up on
About
Skid
it.
Row.
Yeah.
He woke up on Skid Row. Wait, he woke up on Skid Row in California.
Hmm.
Quit without any of his clothes. And he made his own belt buckle out of the materials from the hole. And they took even his belt buckle, and some of his back teeth were missing. He had to call his nephew to pick him up because they kidnapped him supposedly, and did whatever they did. He doesn't remember anything.
He
He
doesn't
just
remember
woke
any
up.
of it.
He said he was gone for 2 weeks because his nephew knew he was gone for 2 weeks because his nephew got the phone call before this happened.
My
And
darling.
we don't know if all this is true, but the
Yeah.
story of the hole itself was real. American Indians, Native Americans have
Yeah,
documented this.
they have one that they get ice out of that doesn't melt, that burns,
Yeah, yeah,
and things like that. Yeah.
yeah.
But Mel just vanished. They disappeared him.
Well, yeah. I think he passed away. He didn't disappear. I think he passed away eventually because he was living. He went back and he was living by his nephew. He didn't have a home to go back to.
Yeah,
He didn't have a home
nothing.
anymore. Nothing.
They took his money and everything.
Yeah, they took everything from him, including his teeth and his belt buckle.
I heard he disappeared, but
Yeah, I don't remember if he did because there was another documentation of him going to, I think it was Arizona, and he was visiting with the Native Americans there and
he
investigating
did
the
visit
hole that they
them. I
found.
don't know where the timeline it was, but I think it was before they made him leave. Before they paid him off.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing with Art Bell, too, that's a whole mysterious thing itself. There was a lot of tragedy that happened in his life,
Uh-huh.
and a lot of it's very suspicious, even him dying. There
Yeah.
was a lot of talk about that because he even went to the Philippines, and George Nuri wanted to take everything over. George Nuri wanted to take over coast to coast, so he was trying to push Art Bell out.
Hmm.
I don't like George Nuri. I don't listen to him.
No, I don't
He's
either.
still on. He's still on Coast to Coast. You could still hear him on hear George Nuri on Coast to Coast, but he is not like Art Bell. He is not an interviewer like him. He just doesn't have that swag at
I
all
just like
to do it.
I heard the other day, who listens to AM?
Yeah, right, George Nuri. Ugh. But Art Bell, he did interviews with exorcists, and there was ghost stories, and then he did open mic things. Like, if anybody gets a chance to listen to Art Bell, even though he's not alive anymore, all the stuff that was on his shows from 35 years ago is relevant to today because a lot of that has to do with right now.
Mhm. Why don't you have an online show?
Who wants to hear me
You-
talk all night?
You're good at it. I enjoy talking.
Well, I'm enjoying talking with you, so I'm enjoying talking with your audience too.
Yeah.
Nabi
Yeah.
is awesome.
You and
Everyone,
Sherry,
Darlene, who left us. So good night, Darlene and Sherry. I like talking with everybody on here.
Mhm. Yeah,
I feel very at home here.
Sherry's full of intelligence, and
Oh yeah, Billy Bob.
Billy Bob, everybody here's,
I love it. I love it. I love the
Nobby,
audience here.
Nobby. We got probably the best of the best. I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. As I'm getting older, Nabi said that JP is a U.S. Army sent into missions still classified, revealed that these were arcs. Yeah. Yes, that's a big thing, the arcs. That's a good one to look into. Yeah, it's not science fiction. Mm-mm. Oh, look at it. Nabi said it's 5:43 a.m. You know what, Nabi? If you were an Art Bell fan, you wouldn't care if it was 5:43 in the morning.
Yeah. You'd be
Because
up
it was
listening.
on all night. You'd be listening to it.
Yeah. But he could get your attention, and the
Oh,
time would
yeah.
fly by like
Oh, interesting.
especially
Even with his
especially
open
when
mic.
you're traveling, especially when you're driving or traveling. Just
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yes, we would do that on vacations. We would
Mhm.
put Art Bell on, even the rebroadcasts even after he passed, the rebroadcasts of his shows on, just so that when we were driving through states that were boring, like
Yeah,
flatlands, like Indiana and stuff, like you want to just fall asleep, that really kept you going all night.
keep you going
Y-
because you can listen to it. If you lose one station, the next station would have it.
Oh, that was always fun trying to do that.
Yeah, yeah. But
But
if
now
you
you
can
could
get
get
up,
it on the archives.
now the
There
one
are
time I traveled,
archives.
the one time I remember traveling, I was like 13 years old when Kennedy was assassinated. When they played the funeral, they played the funeral dirge all night long. We was coming to
Oh,
Florida.
yeah.
We was going from Ohio to Florida, and that's all we heard the whole way. We couldn't get Art Bell or nothing. You know, it was
Yeah.
wild. It was wild. Well, it's oop, I lost it. It's 62 here, Nobby.
Oh, wow. Well, that's a heat wave for us.
Yeah, but
He said
it's
it's minus 2 degrees Celsius. So what would that be Fahrenheit? Because I'm an idiot with that.
it said
So it's
54. Well, zero is 32, so you add another six to it. I think. Yeah, add another
yeah,
six to it. So it's about 38.
it's 20 degrees
Oh,
here, but the real
5:43 a.m. I read it wrong. I don't know how to
yeah,
work.
5:43 a.m. He says minus 2 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, so that's probably about, I would say 38.
Wow. Yeah,
36,
you're like us.
36, 36 to 38.
Yep, we're 20 degrees here, but the wind chill, it feels a lot colder. He said he'll be meeting JP in September. And oh, Dave, you're gonna meet David.
Oh,
David,
is that?
wow. Where are
Yeah,
you meeting them at? In England or
yeah,
Scotland?
Kennedy assassination. I was a freshman. We were out
Wow.
we were out having gym in November outside in the cold. Man,
You know what? Yeah, we were outside no matter what.
and they called us in. Everybody was around the loudspeaker. And then that night, we planned a trip for Thanksgiving to my grandparents in Tampa. We left that night and heard it all the way down to Florida.
Wow. He said Nabi said yes, did a GSIC in September. Is that going to
Oh,
be out where you're at? Or you're traveling somewhere to see David Icke? That's a good one.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I tell my husband that. You're gonna have to definitely send us feedback on that one when you go to that one.
that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Yeah, we're huge David Icke people. We like him. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it's about 20 degrees here. It feels like it's a lot colder. I don't know what's going on. It's like it's staying all day long. It's staying at the same temperature in the morning and at night. So I think that's why we're feeling cold. Oh, he said it. Eastbourne, South England, 300 miles away. That's nice.
So
Wow, you're lucky. That's a privilege to see him. Both of them. Well, I'll be interested to
So,
hear the feedback on that.
so,
Yes, South
so,
England. Eastbourne, South England, 300 miles away.
Golden
Michigan's being
Snow.
Michigan. Golden lots of snow. Yeah, I call it suck and stuck because that's what we got here too. It's just gray skies, blocking out the sun all day. You'll see a nice blue day, sunny day one day, and then the chemtrails come, and then the next day it's gray, 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 no sun or barely seeing the sun. So like we hardly get the sun. Like it's been gone. Like it's you hardly see it. It's like blocked out by clouds.
Yeah, the sun is different from years gone by.
It is.
I was talking to somebody a while back about, you watch Miami Vice, right? You see in
Mhm.
Miami, the orange
Mhm.
afterglow from
Yeah.
the sunsets and stuff. It's gone. We
Yep.
used to see that constantly in Florida. The orange glow. Every now and then we'll see it. You know, I'll see it
Right.
here. Not very often. It's always like a fogged out.
Yeah.
There's not a cloud in the sky, but it's dimmed.
It's like there's like a film over it almost.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like a veil over it. That's what happens here. That's what we have the same thing. It's you don't really see it's there, but it doesn't shine through like it used to. Like you don't feel those rays on you like you used to. It's got
Mm.
like a almost like a haze over it
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
all the time.
I was watching something that said that, actually something happened time was supposed to end in 2012. It didn't actually end, but, we kept going, but it changed, time and everything changed. It's
Yeah.
sped up. It's sped up and it's
Oh
been,
yeah. The quickening.
yeah, yeah,
Remember
it's
Art
been,
Bell talked about that too, the quickening. He wrote a
yeah,
book on that.
I know, but, and come to think of it, they're right, it's,
Yeah.
it's been since
It's
then.
a fast. I was calling it like we're in fast forward. It's like I feel like we're in fast forward. Like after those 4 years,
Yeah.
it feels like everything went into fast forward. Like everything's happening really fast. Time's
Uh,
moving fast. It's like an odd feeling. Everybody's saying it too. They're like saying like they feel off. They feel
you're
weird.
off.
Yeah.
Your circadian rhythm's off.
Right.
Everything's off.
There you go. That's the right thing. The circadian rhythm. Right. That's true. And
Yeah.
the whole thing with the sun, that's also they again keep us sick because they do want to regulate vitamin D. They keep putting it through Congress and it keeps getting thrown out. Eventually, they might succeed with having to get prescriptions for vitamin D or vitamin C,
Mhm.
and that
Right now,
is
we got to take a regular vitamin. Whether there
right
is a
because
vitamin,
supplements don't work. Remember
yeah,
I thought they didn't work.
yeah, they don't work.
Yeah, I thought they didn't work. Now you want to regulate them? You want to
Yeah.
have us have prescriptions for them, and now you're going to block out the sun.
It's like
I mean, I don't
sodium.
know how dumb they think we
Yeah,
are.
yeah, sodium's bad for you, but what's the first thing they give you?
For what?
Sodium is bad
Oh
for you,
yeah.
but
Hmm.
what's the first thing they give you when you're
Your
taken
blood
by
pressure?
illness? Or,
Right. They're going to give you a water pill,
yeah, well, they put an IV of sodium in you.
and that too. Right. Yeah. I mean, everything. It's opposite. Right. And
Um,
that happened to my aunt where her leg blew up. I had them take her off of some of that stuff. And they're like, well, I'm like, no, get her off of some of those medicines because none of your medicines are working, and you got her on 1,000 medications for her blood pressure. As soon as they got her off of them, her leg went back down, and she's back to normal.
I was
Like,
watching a guy, I can't remember his name now, but I was watching it today even, talking about cooking meat, and he had a book from the middle 1800s, and it talked about cooking your beef to blood boil, to a blood temperature,
okay,
and which is about, you know,
yeah, like
about 100 100 degrees, not over that.
Yeah.
Like almost raw, really.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause that would be.
And it keeps all the enzymes, the helpful enzymes in the beef to help your body.
Well, because you need the proteins and the iron from it. I
Yeah,
I do not
those other
Nabby,
things.
I do see, not to interrupt, I do see your links on there. I did screenshot them. So I do thank you. I do have them. I am gonna look these up.
But
So
there's
just so you know.
other helpful enzymes that are cooked out above that blood heat, that blood temperature.
Hmm.
And you don't
That's
want to
something to
boil.
look into.
Yeah.
But you gotta boil the meat?
No, you heat it to a certain you don't go over a certain temperature and you're cooking
Oh,
it.
okay.
It's not raw, but it's not raw,
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the tartar.
Yeah.
I like to cook it till it's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too. I like it. No, I
I
like it
like
medium.
a little pink, but not. I don't want to have blood.
I don't
I
really
don't
like
like-
it. I like it between medium and medium well.
Yeah, yeah.
Somewhere between
I'm
there.
a medium person for sure. But as long as it's not like
I guess that's the
mooing at
I
me.
guess I guess that would be the principle in searing it, lock in those enzymes and stuff.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
But he didn't go
That's,
into it enough to really catch all the details of it.
yeah, I'm not sure on the meat. It's something to look into. I know with vegetables and stuff, like I like to pressure cook a lot of things because it keeps the component and the minerals and the vitamins that are in those vegetables, it pushes it back into them. So it's not releasing them, it's actually infusing them
Mhm.
compared to when you steam, it releases them. But
Yeah.
if you are cooking vegetables on the stove, it's best to like to parboil them, like do it quick so
Yeah. And
that they're not overcooked.
then cover them so that it doesn't escape in the steam.
Yeah. Well, you just don't want to cook them too long.
Yeah.
So that you want to get because otherwise you're cooking it and you're cooking the vitamins and nutrients right out of the vegetables because there's not enough vegetables you can eat in the world that can make like in this country we are 3 times under European standards. So I'm sure Nabi probably knows that
Mhm.
because whenever you get prescribed something here, like say you need to have 1,000 milligrams of, I don't know, I'm just going to say vitamin D, that's below standard anywhere else. That's standard for here. It's below standard in any other country. You have to do twice more than that or 3 times more
Mhm.
to really have that amount. And that's why you can never get enough from the supplements. You'd be taking so many because you have to in order to meet the real standard of what it needs to be.
It's just like like when you take cloves and you make a clove tea.
Mhm.
It when
That's
you
good for you.
when you boil it, you cover it so because everything's released in. But if you cover it, it goes back into the tea and gives you the benefits. It escapes from keeping it open.
Yeah.
And they say don't use a plastic or use metal like mason jar or something covered that's not plastic.
Oh yeah, that's another thing, like cooking in plastic and all that stuff too.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what? It gets exhausting trying to figure
Oh,
out like what's safe and what's not safe. The water, the
yeah,
not the
really.
water, and the plastic bottles. I guess if they're gonna get us, they're gonna get us.
I don't know. My water here, it stinks when it comes out of the tap. It's city, excuse me, city water. Smells
Really?
smells like a dump. So I use an alkaline filter on my tap.
That's good.
Then I have a big 30 cup that I take the filtered water and filter it through that too.
Yeah, the
Uh, uh, uh,
alkaline get a reverse osmosis.
Yeah, I go through a double process of filtering it. We use it from the big container, filtered big container for their coffee and drinking and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
But
that's good that you do that because I'm not sure you have aquifers out there too in Florida.
yeah, we have springs and yeah.
Yeah. And so it depends on where you get the water from. I know like here, like Lake Michigan water is highly filtered and processed and supposed to be used to be the best water you can get in the world, like as far as like filtration plants, but I don't trust it because they put chemicals in it. So I definitely do filter it out. I would love to have a reverse osmosis tap because that's the best.
Yeah.
If you can have reverse osmosis, that'd be the best way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But alkalining is another good way to do it if you can't.
I don't know what happens between, what is supposed to be coming from underwater springs and stuff, but they do a lot of, they don't go down to the aquifer. They go to shallow, these towns, they go to shallow well, basically. And
Yeah.
it's crap.
Yeah. You have to. That's what I'm saying. That any kind of water you would want to filter these days and not trust it. I mean, the only way you're going to get really good filtered water if you're near mountains and you know that it's filtered spring water from there, or if it's somewhere that has a natural spring. Wisconsin has tons of them, so you can get actual spring water from there. And there are some locations that have spring fed. There's one in Indiana. I can't remember. It's in Rome, Indiana. And who might know? Sherry, you might know because it's Indiana. And it's between the both of us. Rome, Indiana, they have an actual a church that was built there. So the story is that our Blessed Mother someone had a vision or a connection from our Blessed Mother telling her that she wanted a church built in that location where the natural spring was, and that it was going to feed up through the church so that people can get the water from it. It's natural spring water. It comes from right under the building when they were going to build it, actually, and that there would be healing properties to that water. And so they did. They built the church on top of this land and had this water run up into the church, and they have spigots and stuff that you can get the water from. And it's documented that there's been miracles that happen from this water, but it's from a natural spring. They said it's 100% pure. You could see it in the ground. You could actually go down to the bottom of this church and see where it's coming from. It's clear, beautiful water. Like you could just pick it up and drink it like that. Very rare to find something that good, that's like that. There's some, like I said, I found some that were in Wisconsin that were like that were pumped up through a building, and you can get it. But that was the story to that church in Rome, Michigan, and that where you can get that water from. Like you can bring containers there and fill up as much natural spring water as you want. They allow you can fill up your car with jugs.
In Canton, Ohio,
Oh yeah, there might be one. Yeah, in Ohio, I heard of something. I know I've been to a few places in Ohio. I heard that there was something in Ohio like that too.
We talk about Tartaria and all that buildings that were already here. It's like when they built the Football Hall of Fame in Canton, they moved the Greek Orthodox Church, they moved it across town, instead of destroying it, which they would do nowadays for some reason, but the Canton City architect, the city hall is like they've got the horned angels around it, 4 angels around the top, with horns. And
that's wild. Just get a picture of that one.
Yeah, the architecture and everything, remember when I was growing up, it's still there, but like Tartarian. William McKinley was born and raised there, and his monument has huge doors like Tartarian, was that there, and they modified it into his monument, made it his monument, because it is he probably has to be buried there, but it could have been from that type.
Right. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Right. Yeah, they're not gonna tell you that.
And the granite steps going up to it, there's over 100 steps, going up the hill to it. And they're all granite,
That's insane.
Huge monsters, and a granite monument
Those
that
must be some big steps.
they're yeah.
Wait, Sherry said, I can tell you stories about the last 35 years, how so much changed. I started my career on a typewriter with carbon paper.
Oh yeah, I was going to comment to that. I used to love to smell the
Me
smell of
too.
different printing paper, and the inks and stuff like that.
Yeah,
they used back in the day.
that's hilarious. I
I love
remember.
when they what do you call it, mimeograph
Oh, yeah, yeah.
the mimeograph the tests and stuff. I'd love to be around and smell that stuff. I don't know why, but it was weird, weird fetish.
I remember doing that too. I mean, yeah, and we had the electric typewriters when we were in school. They were electric ones, and they were like the state of the art IBM ones.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah.
And then Nabi said he got a 6-stage reverse osmosis water system under his sink. Wow, that's pretty. That's good kind of overkill. That's impressive. Yeah, reverse osmosis is the best you can get.
Yeah, pen and ink. Yeah. And the glue, all the glues smell different too.
Yeah, I missed
We
the boat on liquid paper. Boy, I wish I invented that one back then. It was so popular when it came out, and it was so popular for many years. Like everybody needed it, because we didn't have the computers to like do that kind of stuff. And I'm
Mhm.
like, wow, I missed the boat on that and Post-its, like to invent that.
Yeah, postage, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Mackinac Island. Yeah, I've never been to Mackinac Island, and I've been all over Michigan and never made it there yet. Why do they tell you not to drink the water if it's from a spring? Hmm, that's
It was
interesting.
probably beneficial to you.
Yeah, she said she drinks it anyway. I don't blame you. Yeah, that's true. We did progress in the last 40 years. That's what I was getting to before about the whole thing with walking on the moon and everything. Did you do see that how fast our technology jumped from the time that they said that they had alien encounters,
Yeah, Roswell.
yeah, with Roswell. From that, we were in the fast forward from then because the technology advanced so exponentially from that point that it's like impossible for it to progress that fast. But
But
yet here we are.
was it already here and hidden from us?
That's what I'm
And we
saying.
we
They
come into
reverse
the territory.
engineered it.
We invaded the territories and they left it. They didn't want nothing to do with us.
Yeah, yeah.
They just left it. What I'm thinking, they don't want interference from, and we started exploring, and
Oh
they just
yeah.
they
They
just
don't
went.
want us to. There's things that they're going to not want us to know because I think people wouldn't be able to handle it.
I mean, look at the wall in China. The wall in China wasn't to protect China. It was protect,
Keep them in.
yeah,
Keep
whatever
them
was
in.
the other side of China. It was opposite.
How the heck did they make that wall?
That wall, yeah, that's. I mean, what was it protecting? Well, they didn't want people. They didn't want people to infect their intelligence.
Right. Yeah.
So they
Not.
had the means to go. They had to go to means either north or south.
Yeah.
To and they just left everything. They made the
That's the whole
Chicago.
crazy thing. That's
They
the
made
crazy thing.
the expo. They introduced it. They introduced the technology and everything at Expo in Chicago, and then they tore it down.
Yeah.
And
So I talk
probably
about the
because
World Expo.
yeah, and they
Yeah.
probably had orders. They probably had orders from the Tartarians.
Right.
Cease and desist.
Probably. Yeah, because that was the world. You're talking about the World Fair that was
Yeah,
in the
1800.
1800s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. That's at the time of the Devil in the White City.
Hmm.
H. Holmes.
And we got close. We was talking about the English helping. We had to Green Valley boys were all English in New Hampshire. They had their own fighting force up there to banded with the Indians and fought in the Revolutionary. The English helped us against the
Oh,
British. You
yeah,
know, their colonies. They had their own colonies, which was in New Hampshire at the time. And we hear about it. The Tippecanoe and Ticonderoga and
yeah,
all
yeah,
the you know. Then we had Benedict Arnold that turned against us or was against us the whole time.
yeah, yeah. Hence that
Yeah,
Benedict Arnold.
Glass Palaces, Nobby. Yeah, you're right. I mean, and who knows how far it went because there's even in Tampa we have the University of Tampa is all domes and stuff, Tartarian.
Really?
Yeah, you look up the University of Tampa and look at it.
And
I
I've
don't
been
know.
in Tampa a million
I
times.
don't
I
know.
never got to go see that.
I I haven't checked on it lately. I don't even know. It's got to be still there.
Yeah, I haven't gone into Tampa in a long time. We went to like yeah, how you say that?
Ybor.
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 Yeah, yeah. We went to just like to go see the brewery,
Oh,
microbrewery over there, and Cigar City.
One of my videos, if you look back through my archives, you can find the Ybor City trip. I took
Oh,
there.
that,
I
that
just
was
drove
fun.
there. But I love there's one place I get devil crabs. They changed it from the little ones to a big ball. It's like $7 for the meal. I ordered two of them. I was thinking, they were the little ones and they were huge. But
Wow.
yeah, and they got trolley cars and everything too there now, and
Oh, wow. Yeah,
it's
they
awesome.
really were doing that up over there when I was there.
But it's dangerous. You go at night, and
Yep.
it's even during the
Right.
day. There's gangs that rove, and it's scary.
Oh, I know it's bad over there. Yeah. We went during the day and I did know about that in the evening because my friend that lives in St. Petersburg said, no, we're not going there at night. We'll go during the day. So that's what we did. Because they
Yeah,
have my favorite beer there. It's called High Lie. It's like grapefruit beer. It's so good.
yeah.
Yeah, that was like my favorite one. So
You
we
got to
would
get
go there.
you got to get the Cubans. You got to get the Cuban sandwiches, and
Oh, yeah.
if you smoke cigars, you got to have one of the
Yep.
have a campus.
We did
Yeah, have
that in
one of.
Miami. We did that in Miami. We went to the Little Havana.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
Ybor
then we
City was.
and then we went for a ride on the pirate ship and literally guys, it was like a pirate ship, like a ranky danky pirate ship. Like when I thought they were joking, I thought it was just gonna be like a boat that was like, newer, that was designed to look like a pirate ship. No, this was like an old ass boat.
Was
that
that was
we
that in
got
Tampa? Was that the Gaspar Jose Gaspar in Tampa?
I wish we went to that one. It wasn't the festival for that. It was just one boat that they take you out on these like excursions to go see
Oh,
the
well, they got the
movies.
pirate. They have a pirate ship
The
sitting there by Tampa,
Gasparilla, yeah.
the Gaspar, and it sits there by the Tampa General Hospital in the bay. And every year they sail it up into they invade Tampa like Jose Gasparilla did.
Yeah,
Jose Gaspar, excuse me. Gasparilla's the
the festival.
celebration. It's coming up now, about January. It's coming up this month.
Oh, that is so nice. Maybe you should
Oh
document
man,
that.
I gotta think about that.
Yeah, that's a nice one because I know they do it. My friend has a house up in North Carolina, up in the Hatteras area, like off by and where he's right where they have the same thing going on over there in the winter,
Mhm.
like probably around this time too, as they have that with the boats, with all the boats out there. So
Yeah,
that's what he got the property for.
they come in. They have a mock battle between the U.S. Navy ships and the pirate ship, and they come up the Hillsborough River
And
out of the
everybody
Tampa
dresses
Bay
up.
into Tampa, and then they take over Tampa for the day. All the
How,
pirates.
how,
Has a big
yeah, everybody's dressed up. It's so neat.
Yeah, everybody's in pirate outfits, and they throw the beads, and
Arr,
Mardi
arr,
Gras
arr.
type thing.
I want to be out there with a parrot on my shoulder. Arr, arr, arr.
The last one I used to go every year, no fail, but lately I haven't been in, I've been once in 20 years, I think. That's a long walk to get in there and get out, find a parking place, and all the
Yeah.
people there. But yeah, they had the B-1 bomber flew over. Man, that was like it blocked out the sun. That thing was huge, and you don't hear it.
No, yeah. I mean, when we were down in, so we would go all over Florida when we were down there. We would be on the East Coast, the West Coast, we'd be down south. We'd go down to, we'd go drive down with my cousin that lived in, uh, I think she lived in the Hollywood area at the time, and we would drive down all the way to all the Keys and go all the way to the southmost point, and where you could be 50 miles from Cuba, and we would
Yeah.
do the whole area. We go to Naples, everywhere, but our favorite always was going to St. Pete's because that's where all our friends are, and to St. Pete Beach, not to
Mhm.
St. Petersburg necessarily, but St. Pete's Beach. And so we would go all up and down the coast there because I loved going to the Greek area. What was that? Tarpon
Tarpon
Springs.
Springs. Yeah.
Tarpon
Tarpon
Springs.
Springs.
Oh my gosh, the food was
The
so good.
sponge docks and
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah,
The food is great.
yeah, all the foods. Yeah, that's old Florida.
Yeah, that's not. It was fun to go and do that. So we used to do that, and then we would stay in like the Clearwater, not Clearwater, but more in the St. Pete, further down
Yeah,
Clearwater
yeah,
than St. Pete.
below Clearwater.
Yeah, like Madeira or one
Yeah.
of those areas. Yeah, we'd be in over there, and I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends in that area, and actually, we used to go to a place called the Dog Bar, but it's not going to be there anymore. I think he sold it, and you could bring your pets in there, and there was all kinds of pictures of all the pets all over the place. And the
Mhm.
guy Tony that owned it, he would have all kinds of like boat parties and stuff, and we would have so much fun going over there. And like I said, you could bring your pets, and he had every kind of toy you can imagine in the place, like Rock'em Sock'em robots and things like that that you could play in there. That was a pretty cool place. But he had gotten jumped. He had gotten jumped and beat up by I don't know who they were, people, just crazy people that were out there. He was injured very bad, very, very bad. And other people were running the business for him for a while. He survived. It's just taken him a long time to recover. And he just had it with like, he can't do it anymore. So he had sold the bar now. And I think he remodeled it into a more of a sports bar because they had karaoke there, and remodeled it more into a sports bar and then sold it because I don't think he could do it anymore. But
Yeah,
awful, the crime like got worse.
yeah. Well, the best beaches are between Clearwater and down to Venice. But
Oh yeah.
my favorite is the Sarasota area.
Oh, the white beach, yeah, over
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
right.
Keys.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Siesta Key.
yeah.
Yeah, we used to go
Not
there too.
necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily the Siesta Key, but even Sarasota Beach is awesome.
Well, yeah, that's their big beach. There is Siesta Key
Yeah,
is the beach right
yeah,
down there,
yeah.
and because they have the music on the beach in the evening, the Zydeco drummers and all kinds of stuff at sunset. They do it also. They also do it on Sunset Beach. Also, they at sunset they have the musicians and stuff that come out in the evening. I don't know if you ever seen them. They do like the drum circle, and they have hula hoop people out there like doing the hula hoop, and they're playing the drums, and that's on Sunset Beach, like next to Madeira. Yeah, that's over on the beach there. That's when we were
Yeah.
going to the beach all the time. We haven't done that. Like I said, we haven't done that in a long time.
I was reading Nobby's comment, about take pets to your local bar and the no smoking ban doesn't count. So how comes the ashtrays? And I
I
hear
know,
they'll say,
I know loads of weed smoking animals. Yeah. Well, that was happening outside the bar because you can't smoke in
yeah,
any of the bars.
well, you can't hear, no, you can't smoke,
No,
but
you
and
could drink. You could drink all over the place.
we have a lot of, we have more places that ban animals that accept them. That's the
Yeah.
bad part. don't leave your animal in the car, but you can't take them with you. Where I noticed in England, you can take your dog right along with you. Most of them. There's very few that
Yeah.
have
Well,
no
my
animals. Yeah.
sister's on a trip now with all the pets. They had to take the
Uh-huh.
dogs with them. And yeah, and they found a place that they were able to take the dogs, and the restaurants were pretty friendly about it. So they researched it before they went and
Oh
are
yeah.
able to bring, yeah, they got the dogs with them at the hotel, and they're little and they're with them over at the restaurants or the bars. Their dogs are with them.
That's a definite must do. You must research it first because
Yep.
a lot of them say no way unless it's
Yeah.
a guide dog or a support dog, and you got to have special licenses. You know.
Yeah. 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 There's a lot of places now though that they're pretty open to it. Like I said, like the dog bar was over in St. Pete. There's a few others over there that were pretty friendly with having the pets. Not so much over here. Well, there's actually a few places over here now too that have really nice, but it's outside. It's out, you can't be inside with them. It's outside. So when it's summer out or when it's warm out, you could be outside with the pets.
Mm-hmm.
But it's at the restaurant. They
Right.
can't be in there. But they were able to take them in. It's too cold to be outside with the pet now. So they were able to bring them inside. So I was surprised they found a place over there that would do that. Yeah. So I have no
A
pets.
lot, a lot of city ordinances and town ordinances forbid it too. You know, which
Yeah.
makes it fun. Yeah.
Yeah. I have no more pets because I got tired of dealing with having to worry about them when we went places because we
Mm-hmm.
used to travel a lot. And I'm like, it was too difficult. So after the last pet, I said, no more pets, not for a long time. And if you're blind and dumb, deaf dog smokes weed, who has to complain?
the dog, the dogs are eight.
The dog might be knocked out or dead.
That's about like a cat with his catnip.
Yeah. Oh, she's down from 5 cats to 2. Holy cow. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about the loss of your cats. And my daughter lost her cat. The cat such a good cat. And the cat was a beautiful black cat and got out of the house. There was fireworks. It was 4th of July. The fireworks were going off and the cat got scared and ran out of the house and was never to be seen again. Never found it, never came back. We just tell her, like, let's just hope that, like, because it's a friendly cat, that somebody found it and gave it a good home. But the reality is, we have a lot of coyotes and wild animals here. And the likeliness is, if it was a friendly cat and couldn't fend for itself outside, it probably got picked off by a predator, for the likely.
Yes, Sherry had
So,
her special cat George that she fed. She had to feed him and stuff and take care of him. You know, that's special.
oh, yeah, he was special.
Yeah, she lost him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I nearly got a pet parrot worked out the cage. That what warned something COPD patients
Oh, really?
can't stand parrot dust. Oh, yeah, the dander maybe like yeah.
I had African gray. Boy, we talked, we carried on conversations. I had good well.
Wow, they last they live a long time. That's why if
Yeah,
you
my wife and
take on
daughter
one of
was
those.
we sold him to some they sold him to somebody when I was at work.
Oh, yeah, that's the problem with. I have a friend that lives in Florida. She lives in the Villages area, and she has had this big white. I think there's a cockatiel. Like it's a
That
big,
cockatoo.
yeah, it's a big white one. And
Yeah.
she calls her Miss Shug, Miss
Mhm.
Shug, like Miss Sugar, Miss Shug. That bird lived amongst dogs, and that bird is very tenacious.
Mhm.
And I think that bird's going to outlive her because she's got a lot of health issues. And I'm like, she's already trying to make plans for this bird. And I'm like, don't look at me
Mhm.
because
Yeah,
this
they
bird's
live
going to
way
probably
longer.
outlast me too.
Yeah, they can live well over 100 years old.
Oh, geez. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I said no to that.
my gray, we called him Cali because he did the California worm, where you shift your shoulders and, move your head.
Yeah.
The old California worm dance.
Yeah. Yep.
And he would whistle charge. They say charge.
Oh, that's funny. Oh
But
my God.
we had our windows open up in North Carolina, and my wife had her purse on the kitchen table. This joker climbed into the kitchen window, and Callie was telling me he was whistling charge, and he went, ah! He did a radar type sound,
Like a guard dog.
and I walked in there and said, what the,
Like a guard dog.
yeah.
Yeah, that's how they
Yeah,
are.
I didn't catch him, but
Well, this woman with this big white cockatiel, this huge bird, and she had show dogs. They were Rottweiler show dogs. And I mean, I'm not a fan of Rottweilers, but that's what she had. But they were like purebred dogs, and they were beautiful
Mhm.
show dogs, though. They were very well trained. And as she's gotten up in age now, she couldn't do it anymore. She had a trainer that would take them to the shows and stuff. And now they passed away. Both the dogs, I think, are both gone now. She just has the bird, but she had a motorhome that she would travel. This little woman would travel with all these animals in there.
Mhm.
She had everything set up in there for the cages and for the bird. I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't imagine her taking this rig and running around with these animals.
I have not heard that, Nobby. That's interesting, but it makes sense because they make a lot of dust. You're
Yeah,
right.
that's I didn't even think about that. COPD
That's why
patients.
they're constantly preening because they cleaning that stuff off their feathers and stuff. It gathers in the bottom of the cage, and you got
Yeah, you can smell it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true. Come to think of it, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, prepared by all the cages. Oh, you were prepared to buy it. And then they found out the lung thingy. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that I have allergies, so I don't really know. That's why I don't want birds. Anything that creates all that like dust or litter boxes from cats. So that's why we never bothered with any of that.
Yeah, I,
And my husband's allergic to dogs, so that's just like, okay, well, there's the other thing.
I can't get around the litter, the dust.
Yeah. No, I can't either. My daughter has tons of pets. Oh my God. Her and they could run a shelter. They
Mhm.
have they had a bunch of cats, and now they're just down to the one. Then they had all these dogs. They have the two dogs now. One dog died protecting them. A big dog was on the loose, I guess, and it wasn't on a leash and got away or whatever from the owner. Came down the block, was trying to attack my son-in-law and my daughter, and the cat. They had a Catahoula, and she's a hunting dog, like a Mississippi hunting dog. And the dog she protected them, went after the dog, but the dog blew fatal wounds on her body, so they couldn't save her when they took her to the vet. She had to be put down, which was horrifying. Beautiful dog. Catahoula's got like a blue cast to them. They're beautiful hunting dogs, and they're very loyal. The females are excellent pets
Mhm.
and very, very good dogs. And that was devastating to me because that was like my fur grandbaby. And
You know,
I didn't know. I didn't even know what happened. They couldn't even talk about what happened because it was so terrifying. The whole assaults on the dog.
Mhm.
He did get the other dog off of her, and he was able to kill the other dog that did it. But it was too late. The wounds were too bad. So yeah,
Dobby, thinking back, you're right. You're absolutely right. I don't even have to look it up. I remember, it was pretty bad. You always had to clean. You had to clean the parrot's cage every day. Keep it down. I remember those
yeah,
days. Yeah,
that's too much for me.
and the thing, talk about Rottweilers. Rottweilers go into their skin and their brain. Their brain both goes into the skull, and they have this syndrome that they overgrow their brain. They overgrow their skull, and it
And they go
makes them
crazy.
aggressive. It makes them goes crazy. Yeah, they go crazy. They get aggressive.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
like them. I don't
that's
like them.
that's yeah. They get to a certain age, and not all of them have it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You don't know
Hers
until
were okay because she was in the villages, and the neighbors that were helping her out, they were familiar with the dogs and they were never afraid of them, and the
yeah.
dogs weren't afraid of them either. So I
Well,
guess it worked out for
they're
her with that.
they're probably one of the most friendly dogs there is.
Yeah. But
Really
when they
is.
get
Yeah. Besides their look, if they bite you, they don't let loose.
no, oh
That's
no.
the problem. But if they have that
One
syndrome,
jumped through a screen door when I was younger. Jumped through the screen door of someone's house and attacked one of my friend's kids and bit her face. She had to have so many reconstructive surgeries. I mean, you wouldn't know it now because it's been like she's older now and she has her own family. But
that's
at the
that's
time
what
when she
that's
was young, it was horrible.
that's what pit bulls do.
It jumped right through the screen door. I think it was a pit bull.
Yeah,
And
pit
it
bulls
jumped
do that.
right through the screen door.
A Rottweiler won't do. They're good guard dogs if you teach them to do just
Yeah,
guard dogs. They can be aggressive,
yeah.
but usually,
But they're solid muscle. They're solid muscle.
yeah. Another one's the other one's uh, yeah, Doberman.
So
Doberman's a
I don't like Dobermans.
fantastic friendly dog. I
I
mean,
just don't like them.
you can't have a better dog, as far as listening to you and
Yeah.
sitting by you, guarding you, protecting you. But they have that same thing that the Rottweiler. They're related to Rottweiler.
They're just not cute to me. I don't like them. I just like my
Yeah,
little old mutts. I like the
yeah.
mutts. I'm a fan for the mutt, the underdog.
If they was if they wasn't so big, I would love to have a Doberman. I like the
Wow.
mini ones, but they're like a Chihuahua. They're a yappy thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, they
I
are. I
don't,
don't like
I
those.
don't like yappy dogs. I'll stick to my
No.
trippy.
Yeah. What kind? What? So is that a dog? Is that your dog?
Yeah, he's a Cavalier.
Oh, that's
Uh,
nice.
I can't think of the regular name. Yeah, but he's a King Cavalier.
Wow.
Beautiful dog.
Yeah, that's why I said if
My,
I got it.
my, my granddaughter's got him now. He's actually it's mine, but he adopted Bella. He loves he's Bella's shadow, so
Oh,
he goes. But she, but he visits, and I take care of him. When she can't.
oh, well, that's sweet. Yeah, I hear you, Sherry. Any animal I ever had, even a fish, and that's why I can't have pets because I fall apart if something happens to them. I
Yeah,
literally fall apart, and I can't do it. I can't do anymore. Oh, your cat's name is Dexter. That's a cool name. Loves to watch curling. Curling? That's a nice Wisconsin thing. There, curling. Her cat likes watching curling. Wow, I haven't seen that in a while. I love watching it in the Olympics. The curling, with the stone, and you have to rub the ice or they rub the ground with the like I don't know, it looks like a broom,
that's
and it
like a
moves.
broom. Yeah.
Yeah, and it moves that big stone. We used to love watching that. Yeah, I missed all my pets too. I can't have any dogs or cats or anything because it's just too hard to take care of them now, and because we can't do anything. We have to have people watch them. There's nobody to watch them. And then on top of that, he's allergic or I'm allergic or there's always something. And then I'm horrible if something happens to them because it breaks my heart. And I can't do it. Any more pets. So last pet I said is over. I said I'm not gonna do no more. I just deal with my daughter's pets and then I cry when those die too. So, I
I'm trying
never
to figure
watch
out how to.
them.
I'm trying to figure out how to put a picture on here, but I can't. I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I see. I'm not familiar with it either, and I don't know if it's. I know Sean does it, but I don't know if he does it with two phones. I'm not sure
Probably.
how you. Yeah, I'm not sure how you would do it on here. And Well,
Let me see
StreamYard,
here.
you should be able to.
I know it's everything but the video and screenshots. I can't
Can
figure
it?
it
I
out.
don't know. I'm not sure either. I haven't. I'm not that familiar with it yet, so I haven't done it. It's something that we have to find somebody that, or go on YouTube. YouTube everything. You have the YouTube directions for everything. You don't watch curling, the best sport ever. No, he's talking about watching old ladies curling their hair.
Let's see. Can you see
But
that?
Nabi saying that. Nabi said, I never watch old ladies curling their hair. Yeah, no, that's no
Oh,
fun.
there we go. There's a picture of them.
Oh, you got it on there?
Yeah, it's on my picture.
Oh, I'll have to go
Let
back
me,
up here now. Let's see
let
if I
me-
can get it here. Is it in the chat?
no, it's on my picture. Hold on a sec.
Let me see if I can get on it.
Oh, there it is, right in the middle. Can you see it? Where'd you go? You left me. You can come back in. Man, it's 1:30. Oh boy. Thank you, Navi. Make fun of my. I hope you're not making fun of my King Cavalier. My what's that? What is Sean's? Uh, I just went totally blank. I can't think of the. Anyway, yeah. Oh, looking for the link. Uh-oh. Yeah. Hmm? No, it's a hybrid. It's a shishong. That's the name of it. There you go, Dee. Yeah, it's an English breed, the Cavalier. Shishong, but it's a combination of couple types. Could be. Could be. But I like it. He's short and tough. My granddaughter took him to the little canyons in Georgia, and man, he loved it. Climbing those rocks and hillsides and going in under waterfalls, and he had a ball. He's a traveler. He loves to travel. But she's supposed to bring him back to me. She's spoiled. She's spoiled. I talk to him every day on FaceTime. That picture I just showed with his head cocked, he's talking to me then. But guys, I think I'm gonna call it a night. We've been on here since 8:30. It's what's 20 to 2 here. Probably daylight in England. It'll be daylight here soon. By the time I get to sleep, the sun will come up. Because I'm usually when I get off here, I have to unwind, and that takes time. You here? Where are you? Dee Dee, we'll have to get together again. I'm gonna get off. Oh, there you are.
Oh, there I am. Yeah, I didn't get to see the picture. Ah.
You didn't get to see it?
No, I don't know if I tried. I didn't know how to do it. I went into the comments and I was trying to see. I don't know how to do it if I'm seeing the comments. Like I see all the comments.
Let me do it this way. Hang on. I'll get there.
I'm trying to figure it out myself how to do it.
Yeah, it won't let guests do it for some reason.
Yeah, like if I want to see it, like I wanted to be able to see. Like
Yeah,
I could see the studio. I could see the studio chat. Okay, here I am. Okay, now I can see the live screen. I see your picture with the cat. Cat eyes. Or dog. Is that dogs? So, with the eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, my pictures are all scrambled here. That's not nice. It doesn't have them in order, you know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Well, I'll show this one. This was good.
Okay, let me go back there. Let me see.
Okay, just wait a minute.
Mhm.
Get ready to look.
Oh, that's a cutie.
That's my little buddy.
Oh, what's the name?
Trippy.
Trippy.
Yeah. Because he come to me from Missouri. He took a trip. Now he loves to travel.
Oh, cute. Looks like a dog that we used to have named Daisy. Cute. Likes the water, obviously.
Oh yeah, he loves the water. He loves to swim. Yeah, he was the group's mascot.
Oh, you'd come onto the live camera?
Yeah, oh yeah, he was always back when Jerry had her stream, which he was always excuse me. Yeah, I might have to. He was always on the stream.
Oh. Well,
Like I said,
maybe when you get him back over, we could see him.
Oh yeah, he'll be back.
Yeah.
She's kept him longer than she normally, Well, he stays with her, but she usually has him back and forth. But we haven't lately.
Everybody here knows Trippy.
Yeah, everybody knows Trippy.
Oh, Sherry,
Yeah.
are you leaving?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought she was leaving. We watched.
she-
Oh, you watched him from his childhood? Aw.
Yeah, he was a puppy.
Wow.
Oh, I was talking about that. Yeah, I got him as a puppy. He came from Missouri. One of the Patriots. He got a bunch of rescue dogs, and Carol got one. My mom that left a while back.
Mhm.
She got one. She got a black the, the, the same type, but it's like a poodle breed. Poodle breed. It was black. It was black. And what was that? She, and mine's She Chong. Hers was She something or other. Anyway, he sent it. He had to have a transporter to get him to me. He tried 3 transporters. They ripped him off every time.
Aw.
But another angel paid for it. Thank goodness, you know.
Oh,
And
that was nice.
finally he got here, and he's something else. He likes to stand up on his back paws and dance around in the circle. And he likes to, then he'll get down, he'll run around in the circle and get a treat, you know. The girls would take their hands and put them, you know, one on top of the other. You know how they do, you know,
yeah.
one hand next to the other hand, and he would put his hand in on top, his paw.
Oh.
Stuff like he's smart.
How old is Chippy?
Uh, he'll be 2, I think, in July.
Oh, he's a baby.
Oh yeah, he's just he's still a puppy.
Oh.
But look at all you can go and look at the videos. I got videos. I got shorts. I've got, you know, all kinds of pictures of him there.
I'll have to go look at them because he's
So
adorable.
he's in a lot, you know, videos of him doing stuff. Yeah, pride and joy. But
Yeah.
he my thing is, you know, she's got him, but it teaches her responsibility, you know,
Yeah, that dogs will definitely do that.
and they love each other. Like, I mean, they're like, you know, you can't separate them. I can't even separate them. He'll take her over me any day.
Oh, so he's protective.
Oh yeah, most
Yeah.
definitely. Yep.
What is this? Cocker
Yeah.
Spaniel Stanley at Gary the Fish Fiddler's Bridge. What is that,
Yes.
Nobby?
Oh,
Must be something funny.
it's a video. It's a gray cocker.
Oh,
What's it eating, Nobby? Oh, I can't see your.
yeah.
Hmm.
See, I can't join. I can't do the comments. Like I can't see in there because I don't know why. I think if I
Well,
click on it,
press the 3 dots at the bottom and go to comments, and then go to comments, and you'll see the chat. Up. Oh. She pushed the off button. Yeah, he's our family dog. He's our traveling family dog. But I talk to him almost. I'm not going to say daily, but I don't even talk to my great grandson daily. But just, oh shoot, oh my goodness, today was his birthday. I didn't call him. They didn't call me either. Yeah, my great grandson turned 1 yesterday, and so it would, you know. But we partied his birthday yesterday, not yesterday, the day before. Now, boy, this late night stuff gets me, you know. Yesterday was birthday. The day before he was with me, and we celebrated his birthday then. And the 11th, we're gonna have a big party. His 1-year-old party. All right, guys, I'm gonna get off of here. Excuse me. I'm starting to get a little congested. So, yeah. Hang on a sec. And the same back to you, Sherry. Yep. I appreciate I appreciate it, all you guys. I mean, you, the whole family is there's been several done so much, so much. It's like my buddy Ricky. Oh man, I miss that. I miss my conversations. We're gonna have to have some more live conversations, Sherry. Get some of our crew together and talk about things like we used to with Ricky. Now I got his chair. I should use it more than I do, but where it's sitting, I got to move it. I got to move it because it's like the back to the front door, back to the front, the back of it's by the front door, and I'm like Wyatt Earp. I don't like my back to the door, uh, so I definitely have to move it. I sit across in the corner. I can't either. And then I lost my second best friend ever. Around Christmas, and like I said before, everybody attributed him and me and the quartet. They were. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Well, I'm gonna get off here anyway. I'm I'm definitely feeling the effects now, and yeah, we used to talk just about all night long. Yep, for sure. Are you on Dee Dee? Are you on Facebook or Messenger? We get on Messenger and we talk in groups, and you're on both. Okay. Well, friend me. Uh, he was in the back room again. Something wrong here. It's not showing. It's not. It's not picking it up. Hmm. Well, anyway, oh, there it is.
Yeah, I was in the back room. You didn't see
Oh,
me back there. I was there, but I couldn't talk because if you don't
oh,
accept me, then yeah, that's okay. I heard everything though. Yes,
I
I'm on
wasn't
both. I'm on Facebook and Messenger.
okay. As Dee Dee or
I'll send it to you later.
okay, good. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's your. And
yeah.
how do I find you? Under Carrie's Musings?
You can find me under Carrie's Musing, I believe. Yeah,
Okay. If
yeah.
not, then I'll make sure that I.
Well, it's like the hamburger. And Scottish royalty. If you get my drift, I don't know who's here, but I'm Carrie McDonald.
So,
Huh?
hello. Can you hear me, Carrie?
Yeah,
Okay. I didn't see it there.
you didn't see it.
No, but it's under Carrie's Musings.
Well, look at Carrie McDonald.
Okay, let me try that. Hang on one second.
Love you too, Carrie. Yeah, we've had some pretty good chats with most of the people here. Nobby, I catch him on his videos and he emails me occasionally. I'm not good at email. I've got an account on every one of them. Carrie Mick or Carrie's Musings on just about all of them.
Is your background with the Last Supper?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. All right, hang on. I'm gonna make sure I add.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. And when you get on there, we can get together and get Sherry and you get hers then. And what was that? Oh, it was a notification.
Okay, I sent you a message too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so then you'll find me under that.
Yeah, I see it. Whoop.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
that's
Yay.
what I was dinging.
Yeah, that'll be fun. But we have a good group here.
What's he? Don't want to block if you accept to be able to. What the heck?
What happened?
Oh, okay. There we go. Now you
Oh,
can message.
okay, good. Yeah, because it only had his following, so I had to click on that. So I sent you a message. Up there it is.
Yeah, I got it. We go over here to Facebook. Open it up. Add friend. Got it.
Mhm.
I heard
Now
a
I'll
boom.
know.
I heard a boom.
Yep, I got it confirmed.
Okay. Is that your hubby?
All
The
good.
Is that picture your hubby?
It is. That was us at I think that was at Trump's birthday party last year.
Yes.
This past year. Well, yeah, last year, I guess.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, President Trump.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
We had a big birthday party for him on a bridge and with a flag waving, and Ben Bergwam from the border came up.
Oh, cool.
That was a lot of
I,
fun.
I would love to meet Ben. I tell you what.
He's fantastic.
Yeah, he seems like he would be.
He's like a Charlie Kirk, like always smiling and
And
friendly.
he's got a built-in smile.
He is. It's beautiful. He's got a beautiful family, a beautiful attitude, and he's just. I've met him several times now, so we're
I've
friends
only
actually.
I've only seen him frown one time, and that was down on the border for something. Yeah.
Oh,
Every
he's
time
got
I
his
break,
moments. Let me tell you, he
yeah.
does. When
Oh
he
yeah.
comes here and does the illegal thing, oh yeah,
Uh,
he's all business.
yeah. Yeah.
He's all business. But
But
yeah,
then
the
I used
border.
to
You're right about the border. That was he walked that Darien Gap. I don't know how many times.
uh
He was on that Darien Gap several walks, like through that whole thing, through the jungle.
Now another Jay Jones. We're buddies. We're about like not quite as not quite as strong as Ricky and I were, but pretty strong. I'd like to meet him.
Oh yeah.
Jay's a character. Trying to get him into live streaming, but he won't do he won't do it. I have to get him on here to play his harmonica. God, that's an idea. I should have thought of that before. Yeah, I'd like to meet Jericho. Quincy, he's coming down here this month sometime. I want to get wherever he is, you know, meet him. And I'd like to meet Jalen, Matt, people like that. Whoop.
How I'm doing this to myself.
Uh-oh.
Wait, how's the two of me?
Yeah, I got two.
What on earth?
Yeah, it does that.
It's the witching hour.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody's still hanging out here.
Yeah, that's true, Jerry. Uh, uh, Jerry, I don't know. 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 I don't know Convoy, J6. I go way back, the riots and way before that even, with Oreo and all of them.
We're we're here. There's going to be and I could send you the link if you wanted it. They're going to have a thing for January 6th. It's going to be like a online thing where you could hear them all like telling their stories and stuff.
Yeah.
It's going to be honoring the J6ers.
Uh-huh.
They're going to have it on the 6th. I think
Mhm.
that's Tuesday. And you could hear their stories and they come on. I mean, it's not a Zoom thing. It's like you can hear them though. You can see them.
Yeah, I got to check and see if Nicole's husband, Guy, is still in the area here. I want to get to meet him too, but I've met Nicole, and Mickey. They're two wonderful people. I'll tell you what. Oh, Glory B's another one. Yeah.
And then our one of our guys, Tom, also a J6er, his wife just passed away. So they just had the funeral for her, I think, today.
Yeah, we're losing a lot of patriots, a
Oh yeah.
lot. Something we don't hear.
Yeah, these guys were locked up. Like
Mm.
the last J6er that got released from prison is actually one of our groups over here.
Mhm.
He was one of the last one to get let out over in DC.
Mhm.
Yeah. And he's having a hard time. I mean, he's a great guy. It's just that they're not letting him work.
And there's some of them that are really bad news.
And
I
and I've heard about them too. The one in
I
Indiana was a head case.
yeah, I had a friend of one of them that was totally yeah. Yeah, another story. That's sad.
Yeah.
Like I said, there was bad ones. There was a lot of bad ones. There was mostly good.
Yeah.
Mostly good. That's the bad part. You you wanna honor all of them, but some of them ain't worth honoring. Unfortunately. I hate
Yeah.
saying, but we have our groups in the Patriots that went their nefarious ways.
Yeah. But yeah, there was all issues in between there too that some people I think were plants.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, and gave a
and
lot of problems.
still planted.
Yeah. Hmm. I agree, Sherry. I'm glad to find you guys too.
Yeah, I know. We
God places us where we need to be. That is for darn sure.
that's for sure. It's a small world.
Yeah. There's no coincidences.
It's like uh, Florida Mama Bear. We've had we people I grew up with. She's knows and related to,
Oh wow.
but I've never met her. And she's here. She's here close by. Well, she's more towards Charlene's.
Oh, she lives near you?
And she lives the other side, the other
Oh,
coast. She lives
oh
on
yeah.
the east coast. I'm
Yeah.
right in the middle. I'm right in the middle. I'm like 90 miles from everybody. I'm 90 miles from Charlene. I'm 90 miles from my granddaughters. And,
Yeah,
Big
yeah.
D, Big D comes.
You're an inlander.
Yeah, Big D said, "Well, how far does Big D come down here?" And we met. He said, "Well, how far does Charlene live?" I said, 90 miles. He said, "How far is your grandkids?" I said, 90 miles. How far is Daytona? 90 miles.
Wow, you are in the middle.
Yeah. And he
Yeah.
says, everything 90. Yep, just about.
Wow.
That's another character. Oh boy.
Who, Big D?
Yeah, Big D.
Yeah, I hear Sean talk about him.
Yeah, he's an awesome character. Yeah. I mean, he gets he gets himself in trouble, but yeah. He- Well, he run with Oreo and Taco Joe, for a long time.
Yeah, there's so many.
Yeah,
Like you guys have ones over by you guys.
yeah, there's a lot of fantastic people. A lot. La la.
Uh-oh, did I lose you?
You probably know her as La Forgiven.
Mm-mm,
No?
mm-mm. What's the name again?
La Forgiven.
No, I don't know that one either.
Yeah, she was always going back and forth to the corner. She doesn't stream or anything. She just,
Yeah, yeah.
but she lives close to me. She's about 50 miles away. But she'll call me up. She got me on the professor David Clements. She asked me to go video this live stream this event at a tent in Wildwood near the villages. So I went, and there's this guy up front. Everybody's taking pictures with him and everything. My granddaughter Sammy, she likes to twirl flags. She's a flag, yeah,
Oh,
one of the
baton.
flag girls.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got a video of it. My stupidness. I didn't know what I was going to. I didn't really know what I was going to do video or who I was going to video. I'd never heard of him. So she's up there talking to him, and he's talking to her, and they're having a good old conversation. I went, "Hey, my name's Carrie. What's yours?" He said, "David." I went, "Oh, cool." And Sammy said, "Are you famous?" He goes, "No, honey, I'm not famous. I'm infamous." They're like two lost friends, talking up there, and I still didn't put two and two together. And then it comes to have the thing, and he's the main speaker. I'm like, but he used my granddaughter, and he does skits. He does little, skits of like polling election polls and what they do. They come in, or you go to a board meeting and they call you. Oh, I can't hear you. Oh, your time's up. Stuff like that. And he used my granddaughter in it, and he still emails and talks about it.
Aw.
But yeah, I had that video there too. But little things like that, crazy.
Yeah, I tell you.
There's so many
I,
patriots out there. Like I say, we could walk up on each other and never know each other.
right, yeah, there's hundreds and hundreds.
Thousands, millions.
Yeah, thousands actually, right. Yeah. There were
Yeah,
thousands.
it don't show it. But they're out there.
Oh, they're there.
It's
Yep.
like I told Ricky's daughter that her daddy was loved by thousands, which he was. The
Mm.
people that know him, in the circle and out of the circle, and I still go through my stuff and it says Ricky likes this, Ricky like this, and wow, still influences me. Crazy.
Yeah, sure. So I pray honestly for Mickey. For
Yeah,
America on Tuesday. Yep. You and
yeah,
me always and Ricky. Aw.
yeah. He was
Yeah.
he was something else. He touched a lot of souls. He was just the type that he was like, well, I guess the women he was a big teddy bear or something. I know, but he was just to me. He was a friend. He was the
Right.
best friend. He was the best friend I never met.
Yeah. It's always like that, isn't it?
Yeah, 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 for sure.
Aw.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's Tuesday. We'll see what they're gonna do. I know they're doing some kind of live stream with J Sixers. I know that they're doing like interviews and stuff. So I know at least the people that were locked up for sure, or people that knew people that were injured or died or passed on now from whatever causes. Even now, 5 years later, I believe 5 years.
Yeah. Been a long 5 years. Boy,
Yeah,
a long
it's
five.
been
A long. it's been a long 5 years, but a short 5 years.
Yeah,
It's
can't
been
believe it's been.
it just either way, it's unreal, unreal. And the
I thought
event,
we were never going to get out of those 4 years. It seemed like it was
oh
going on forever.
yeah, oh, but I dreaded that. Like I said, I grew my hair, grew my beard. I still got it. Still remember it. And people don't know that's why. That's why I look the way I do. But I've never had my hair long until then.
Really?
No, never. And I said, as long as they don't let them have their privileges, I'm going to keep. And I did trim it up one time, and that's when I met Vicky and Nicole. And they said, "Oh, Carrie, don't let your beard grow because they're still keeping it from them." So I did, and I still
Wow.
am. I still am. They're out. And it's my memory of January 6th.
What we need is Tina Peters to get out.
It
We
keeps
need
me going.
Tina Peters needs to get out of there.
Yeah, she does.
Terrible.
They're gonna. It's gonna come down to military there.
Yep. Yep.
Something.
They got to
Unless
do
they break.
something.
Unless they break down and just let her go. Which I
Well,
don't see.
I mean, she's not well, so if she's not doing well.
No. Uh, yeah. So many of them. You know, they held him, and I can't remember the name, but he died from it. When they let him out.
Yeah. There was that guy from Indiana too. Remember the guy that got out and he was only out 2 weeks and then he was shot by the police in
Yeah.
Indiana.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but the one that was the last J6er to get out, knew who he was, and he said he was a head case.
Hmm.
That he really had issues.
Well, we had that one character from the corner. Yeah.
Yep.
I guess.
Well, because this guy was causing problems even when they were locked up.
Uh-huh.
And so he's like, yeah, was a loose cannon, so it wasn't surprising. Like he doesn't think it was any kind of foul play because this guy was a head case already.
Yeah. Yeah. They probably used it for informer and everything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Probably used his problem for their benefit.
probably.
Hmm.
Yep,
That's what they do.
that's
It's like
psychological.
all these cases with the shootings and everything. I really think they condition these people, to think they're working for the government. It's like the one in Butler. I don't think he was a shooter. I think he was a decoy. You know,
Oh
and told
no,
the
he definitely wasn't. No, there's no way. There's no way he could have. There's no way. He couldn't have
you
made
think
that shot.
you think he made that shot?
No.
I don't either. He wasn't a marksman. He'd been
Mm.
practicing, but that's all their ploy. They take him into a government practice area and make him think he's part of the government. You do this and distract, from here, and the real shooter's off in the background somewhere. That's what I think,
Hmm.
and I'll think that forever. That all my instincts tell me that he wasn't the one.
No, not from the angle. People I know that use guns all said the same thing. There's no way. And not
Well,
from the angle and from where he was. Mm-mm.
it's just like people you know for quite a while, a long time, all your life or whatever, and then become Karens. All of a sudden
Yeah,
they
yeah,
just swap. They just
yeah,
wow, what happened? What happened? Well, they say
yeah.
they can flip a switch and you won't know who you are.
They could. That's the
I mean,
Manchurian Candidate.
yeah,
That's
and
Black Ops.
they can make you think thoughts that you would have never thought. Through transmission.
Yeah. Well,
He's tired of it.
remote viewing is Black Ops. Manchurian
Yeah.
Candidate's a real thing, except it's under they renamed it, but
Yeah.
that was an actual Black Ops thing too.
Oh yeah.
With mind control, with the keywords.
Hmm.
So that we know is real, and they do it. But I told you about Klaus Schwab. That's why I keep saying, watch when they have the World Economic Forum, which will be coming up real soon. And you
Uh-huh.
could go on there and see what they're speaking about and what their agenda is, and you'll know. And they have that developed with the whole thing with the frequencies, and they got something developed to go into your dreams and influence you.
Right.
That's why they want this 8G technology on board. They
Yeah.
want to get that going because
Yeah.
they're dependent on
They,
those
yeah.
frequencies.
They don't have to physically contact you.
No,
I mean, you think, there's somebody
no,
training them.
this is going to be
They
it's
don't
going
have.
to be collective. They want to
Yeah.
make collective thought.
Hmm. They can make you think anything, and yeah, it's there.
The whole
It's there.
collective thought thing is creepy because it's almost like hive mentality, but it's not.
Yeah.
But it's where everybody's connected.
Yeah. It's not.
Everybody's thoughts are connected.
Yeah.
It's
It's
creepy.
actual. It's not science fiction. It's a fact now. It's just and all these shootings and everything, they are orchestrated, and they use the weak people to do it
Oh, that they do.
because it's easier. Yeah.
Right.
They already got voices in their head, so one more won't matter.
And even if you're not weak, if they got the nanotechnology in you and you don't know it, then you
Yeah.
don't know it.
Yep.
You just don't know that you have it. That's why the whole thing about the food is like really a big deal because are they putting nanobots and stuff?
Hmm. Well, I'm going to jump off of here. It's been a
Sounds like
pleasure,
a plan.
everybody. Shared. We're down to 4 people, so
Good night,
I don't know.
Cherry.
Everybody went to sleep.
Nobby nodded off.
Yep, Nobby must have got tired and went to bed.
Yeah, he said bye.
I
He
said
did say
I said
bye.
about I said about daylight. Go. Yeah, I've done that.
It's
I've done that many
1:15 here,
times.
so you guys are probably ahead of me. Oh wait, what did Sherry say? Someone is dead. I'm not going there. A next shot on target. Free speech is dead. God survives. A family man is okay. I mean, free speech is gone. Well, if we let it be gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If we let it be gone, it's
No,
gone.
she's mad because his free speech, his right to free speech is gone because they killed him.
Yeah, but it takes away our free speech.
Yeah.
That's why people
Oh,
got to
okay.
stand up and fight back because
Yeah.
that's what
And
we're all
not
doing.
shut up.
My friends
Not
like
shut up.
what's his name, Terry Newsom and all them, and Ben Burkham. That's why they're all out there fighting. That's why you got people like Nick Shirley and all them out there trying to speak up. And that's all we can do is speak up. We're doing rallies over here to fire Pritzker. We're doing rallies. We're on our 4th. We're going to be on our 5th one in March. 4th or 5th so far. I don't know if it's 5th or 6th. Where we have signs and we invite constituents and we have Chicago Flips Red comes and the whole 9 yards. Even Ben Berkwam came and was holding up a sign to fire Pritzker.
Yeah.
Even Ben Berkwam came to it. So we are trying to do something here. It's just gotta
Get it
keep
moving. We
it
got to get
alive.
going. We got to
And
cause a wave. We got to
and we
cause a
gotta
wave.
keep Trump. We gotta keep Trump alive too, because this is a problem that I've been seeing. That they don't want to like focus on Trump anymore because they said, well, he's already in and he's gonna be done. He's going to be done once the his term is up. So we don't need to worry about him anymore or have flag waving things for him or do it. No, bull crap. I
Yeah.
am going to support Trump every chance I get. I don't care if we're doing a Fire Pritzker rally. I don't care what kind of groups he put out there. I will come with all my Trump stuff, and I'm still going to support Trump because we need to keep him relevant. We
I
need to
don't know,
keep it in
Jerry.
people's minds.
I'm lost. I'm lost.
What happened?
Jerry said, "Who am I talking to? Who am I listening to?"
Hmm?
I don't know.
Wait, what does she mean?
I don't know. I'm confused.
Who am I talking to and who am I listening? Is she talking?
I don't know.
I'm not sure what she means.
Oh,
Um,
are you talking about Dee Dee or?
uh, I'm Dee Dee's talking right now. I was talking about. Oh boy, I'm gonna lose my mind now because I'm listening to what she's. Oh, I mean, who am I? I'm Dee Dee.
She's a patriot from Chicago,
Yeah. Oh, if that's what you
and
want to know, yes, I
and
am.
and friend,
I am
and
a
friend,
I'm a Trumper.
and friends with Sean,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
and been supporting Sean for quite a while. And I met her too, Sean. Uh, good ideas, good talking
Yeah,
to.
they're all like-minded people, all
Yeah,
with the
we're all
same goal,
yeah.
the same goal of keeping things going. And like I said, there's a lot of people that are like getting impatient and dividing the group up, and it's not good that they're doing that because we need to kind of stay strong and stick together. And hating on Trump isn't the idea either to do because that just divides us even further. Just because it's not going the way say someone wants it to go, just because we're not getting the arrests or whatever. But I just keep supporting him no matter, and we try to keep doing that as much as we can because we need to keep him relevant too, because there would be no MAGA movement without Trump. And there wouldn't be a lot of things if it wasn't for him right now.
What I've been wondering lately is are they rounding up these people that are Smalley's live streaming with threats against Trump, with threats to his life and everything?
The
Are they
Somalis,
rounding them up?
I don't know what they're doing with the Somalis as
Oh,
of
it
right
didn't sound.
now.
Oh, it didn't sound the same. Yeah, something happened to the sound. I noticed that
Oh,
but
oh, oh.
it is.
Is somebody trying to infiltrate?
I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if that could be done. I wonder if that,
The
it did,
libtards do a lot of things.
it did change.
Sherry, can you hear us? I did hear a glitch,
Yeah,
like a glitch, like I seen it glitch.
yeah, I did too. That's back when you was trying to get in and everything. It did something weird back then.
Yeah. Well, you
I
sound like
haven't I
you.
haven't I haven't checked to see if anybody's I would check. Come on. What's going on here?
Yeah, because
Oh,
it's only
it's
me.
just
I mean,
it's just
I'm answering the questions. Oh, she said I can
it's
now.
just you there.
Who sounded
Nobody
different, me or Carrie?
that's weird.
Yeah, I'm wondering which one of us sounded like a
She said
man for a while. Interesting.
I did notice, a little swap there, a little like a fit. It could be the audio flow, yeah. Sometimes it digitizes, weird.
Hmm. Well, do I still sound like a man?
No, no.
Maybe. Okay, I don't know what she's hearing. That's why.
Is Sean
Maybe
around?
somebody.
Is he watching or did he go off? I forgot to check on him. I
I
had so
don't
much
know.
fun here.
She said it sounded like a different person.
Yeah.
It could be. Maybe it's a
Hmm.
libtard trying to get in. I'm
Sometimes
telling you,
I'll hear,
they have their ways.
yeah, sometimes I'll hear, you know, not tonight, not tonight, but I've heard other voices come through like I might
Mm.
have scrambled the signal and got another another feed, you know.
Could have, or just changed the tone.
Yeah. Yeah, I've
AI's
noticed that.
probably it. AI's probably lurking around somewhere. We know they're the devil for sure. AI. They're gonna
Probably.
clone all our voices.
Well, I don't know whether they count. Well, they count Cherry Bell part of the four, but I don't think they count. Must be
No, I
three
don't think
others.
so. It might have been just a glitch, maybe coming in.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm gonna have to call it.
Alrighty,
I got to take my meds and do,
you
do
get
a lot
some
of stuff
rest.
before I go to sleep.
Get some rest.
Yep.
Yep, well, I'll
Yep.
get some rest. Tomorrow's Sunday.
Yeah, it is the Lord's Day.
That's right. All
That's
right,
where
Sherry.
everybody is.
Nice talking to you. Nice meeting you, Sherry.
I love you, Sherry. I love you guys who's out there. I don't know who
Yeah,
you are, but whoever's
I
still
love
here
you
with
all
me,
too.
love you guys. And y'all come back now here.
Well, that's perfect. You said that perfectly. That was
Yeah.
good. All right,
Okay.
Carrie. Talk to you soon. Talk to you
Uh,
soon, guys. All right.
yeah.
All right.
Night all.
Night. Happy Sunday.
Bye.